Well, welcome back. It's I have no Saturday, April the 13th, 2024 in the year of our Lord. Let's see what people in the chat are saying. Gotham City Comics is an emoji that could possibly be a bird. I have no idea. Hold on a second. What is this? Myers says WWTD. Yes, the call letters here at the Gratu Orloff Inspirational Network. WWTD TV. Color television, broadcasting live from Rural Retreat, Virginia. Graphic Man says, hello, fellas. Meyer Greenblatt says, hey, buddy. Meyer Greenblatt says, did you assume our genders? And Graphic Man says, gender, I didn't know you had red hair. Meyer says, stick to your day job. There is no future in that job. No future. No future indeed. No future for you, ladies and gentlemen. No future for you as a comic book collector. No future for you as an American in Joe Biden's world. Yes, indeed. Well, we're here getting ready for Christmas, and Donald Trump's going to be visiting here at the Hotel Orloff later today on a campaign stump, raising some money right here in the lobby of the Hotel Orloff, and I'm trying to clean up. There's a big mess, and we're about to have the next president of the United States visiting with us today. And we've got, what does that say there? 5 people watching. Wow. We're famous. We're famous here on the internet YouTubes. Well, one thing I did upstairs to make the hotel look more dignified is in the garage, when we moved in, there were a bunch of old doors. Well, some of the doors are original doors to the house, and I just hauled 2 doors in and installed the original door to the living room on the 3rd floor, and I installed the original door to the study on the 3rd floor. And if I get some hinges, I could install the door to the kitchen on the 3rd floor. And some of these other random doors, I don't know where they went originally. It's a mystery. It's a mystery wrapped inside a puzzle, inside of an enigma, inside of all right. So oh, we have a guest here. Let's see if I can figure out how to do this. Add to stage. Why, it's Micah, Graphic Man.
Hello.
Coming to us from Missouri. Hello there.
Hello.
Mike was on the other night when I had a temper tantrum explosion of anger at the people in the chat, and that he didn't apparently leave because of my temper tantrum, but he actually had to eat. So that's a good thing, because sometimes we have temper tantrums because we're elderly and mentally degraded. At least I do, because I'm almost 59. Micah's a young whippersnapper who's 55. So, is my sound working?
Yes, it sure is.
It's astonishing. Okay. All right. So, I'm gonna, I'll show the chairs. The chairs. I don't know the word. It's a piece of wood that opens and lets you into a room. It's a door. That's right.
Why do you think doors were removed and not put back way back when?
I think that they were removed because the previous owners were mental patients, but really probably so they could move things in. I don't know why.
Or probably vacate the place to put it up for sale, maybe.
I don't know. I mean, here on the third level, you got, okay, this is the door to the attic. So
All right.
It's got a nice little knocker
Yeah.
there. And so originally, let me but there's a lot of weirdness. Okay, so the door I just put in is this door. Has like a crystal knob.
Oh, wow.
So it's I guess I've got to turn the knob, put a little bit. See,
There you go.
it's got some paint on it, or maybe that's actually cut into the wood. But anyway, so this original door that goes into the living room is now back. Oh, I've got WD-40 slime all over my hand because of course, this now I can't open the door. I have to go on the other side.
He's trapped.
Yeah, really. I just think, see, it looks better with the door there, personally.
Sure.
I mean,
Yeah.
instead of sitting in the garage, but there we go. There's some other doors that, and this is the door that goes into where I keep the comic books. And then this closet door, then this door going into the guest bedroom. Oh, and then this door, there's another door that would go into this kitchen, but it didn't have hinges on it, so I couldn't hang it. But this one here, I just put in. It doesn't have a doorknob though. So, and I can only get it to close so far, but I still think it looks better there.
Yeah.
This is the door that goes into the elevator shaft. So it's a little bit of a drop there.
Woo.
Yeah, so there's a link in the chat if anyone wants to come in. I'm going to move a desk, I think. Should I do that now? Yeah. See, I do these live streams thinking I'll get a lot done, but then I'm like holding the camera, and then I'm like, well, where do I put the camera? Okay. This is like a 6-sheet to Panic in the Year Zero. This is would cover an entire wall, so it's not really practical unless you have a movie theater lobby to put it in. So what's been going on there? So you've got Charlton coming on next week.
Yes. I will try to keep up with him showing westerns. So
yeah.
Me, nothing's been going on over here. I've been doing a little chainsawing. Very little. I have an electric chainsaw, so I'm very limited. But
how do you clean the blood off of it?
I just let it dry.
Okay. So are you cutting up animals or trees?
I've had a large tree down since November, and I've been slowly picking away at it because I just have a little bitty, very small engine, and I have to sometimes stop and take the chain off and sharpen it. Of course, then I'll tell myself I make the rookie mistake. I put the chain on backwards, and I go, "This sure isn't cutting very much."
See, I've never used a chainsaw in my life. I probably would lose both of my hands if I tried that.
Well, sadly, I'm not as safe as I should be. I've been very fortunate. My problem is I'm so old that I do a little bit, then I get exhausted, and I make excuses like, well, I better let the chainsaw cool down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man. I've got to figure out how I'm going to do what I'm trying to do.
I'm halfway through your Dr. Fives episode last night. Looking great. He's a very interesting gentleman, and looking forward to seeing the rest of it.
Yeah, it's um, yeah. My problem was I was not in any condition to do a show. I was so tired that I was just nodding off, and I wasn't bored. I was just so completely beat. I don't know how people do shows on Friday nights. That's a rough time to do a show.
Yeah, I got asked to show up on a Geeky Puppet show, and I ended up staying up real late doing that. So,
What comic book were they reading?
X-Men Annual #1, the beginning of the new X-Men.
Oh, I stumbled on that live stream. I for a couple of seconds. Yeah, I did see you were on there.
They wanted me to read Professor X as Mickey Mouse, so kind of an ongoing gag they have. So
I would want to. I would want to read it more legitimately, like I was doing an old time radio show. Maybe occasionally lapsing into humor, but not as a complete comedy act. I would want to try to do it legit, like as far as the way in my view of how I would do it. And I've done a couple of streams before where I read comics. I just did it by myself, but I think
yeah, and I think it would help if you had a really good script. For example, one time I saw a reenactment of like a radio performance of Journey to the Center of the Earth, and for the pterodactyl wings, they had people with umbrellas opening and closing them to make the flapping sound. And
yeah,
I enjoyed that. Yeah.
The only problem is it's the technology. They have it all figured out where they can zoom in on panels, and you've got to find an archive that has the online that has all the comic book panels, and then you just have to have enough people to do the voices. But I just wouldn't want. I'd want to do it a little more realistically. They've got a guy that sounds just like Stan Lee on that show, and that's an advantage.
Trusty sidekick, yes.
But if I had a guy that sounded just like Stan Lee, there'd be so much I'd want to do with him as far as writing insane dialogue and making Stan Lee say it.
Yeah. Trusty also does a very good James Mason.
Okay.
But there's really very, very little call for a James Mason these days. But he does a real good one.
Yeah. Well, that's something I did since I was a little kid. Is I would with my audio cassette recorder, I would create my own old time radio shows, especially during the summer when I was bored during summer vacation. I'd make my own comic books. I'd make my own old time radio shows, detective shows and stuff, because I was listening to a lot of old time radio on records that I would check out of the public library, and then I'd make copies onto my childhood cassette recorder of the records I checked out. So I was listening to the old time radio shows of Little Orphan Annie and The Shadow and Tarzan, and then the next thing is you want to recreate them, and I would use music from different records that I had, soundtrack records. Yeah, it was something that was fun to do, but that's why I'd kind of want to do it more.
Yeah.
Man. Socket doesn't seem very good. I trust that. I'm trying to put some more light in this room.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let me plug. Let's see how this works. Okay. All right. So anyway, Donald Trump's going to be visiting in a few hours, and I have half an hour left on my StreamYard plan.
Oh dear.
So with half an hour left, they'll let you do like a 10-hour stream, you think? Or will they cut you at some point?
I have no idea. I've never pushed it.
What's the most you pushed it?
It didn't take long for me to just go ahead and make the jump to the step up above that. I got tired of looking at the little duck.
Oh,
I mean,
little duck, yeah.
Yeah, it's fine, but I wanted it smooth, but.
Yeah, but the fact that you have no money, or I have no money, is that's a problem. Oh, this is a box of Mad magazines. I didn't know this was here. Okay. I moved these books and that I don't have a bookcase for into this closet.
Hey.
So
I just got a delivery. I'll have to go out and get that out of the mailbox.
You think it's something you do an unboxing of?
It's a John Carter of Mars book, so that I'll be making a cover for. So.
Oh, so you've been mail ordering a bunch of books, huh?
Just a couple here and there to go with the ones I had, but there's some I don't think I'll ever get because they all want $100 for them for no good reason.
Well, they're 100 years old.
Yeah, but the ones that I have, I could find them all day long for $10. I don't need an extra copy. So.
Yeah, I guess it's all depends on the condition.
Well, I'll tell the audience the one I'm really wanting is Tarzan and the Foreign Legion because that's where he fights in World War II, and by that time Tarzan has become immortal. He's taken something that allows him to stay alive and never really get old.
Yeah,
that was Edgar Rice's idea to, I got to make this guy last.
Yeah.
So that's the one I can't get my hands on. I see it all the time online, but everybody wants over $100 for that. I've got it in paperback.
Yeah. Here's Uncle Wiggly stories.
Nice.
Pinocchio.
Oh, wow.
And here's my 1979 yearbook. Yeah, that's interesting. Wow. Man. Unbelievable. Yes, there's a guy there. I remember seeing it. It's funny. I'll cover up her name. Is this even logistically possible? Damn.
You might grab that Uncle Wiggly book and hold it in front of the.
Yeah, I don't know. Right above my right. This girl here
Okay.
is a direct descendant of George Washington. Her last name is Washington.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I guess I should show you myself because I was on the same page. That's why I was on that page. That's me right there with the glasses on. 1979.
Do you wear contacts today?
I did for many years, but then I had that whatever you call
LASIK?
it, where they cut you
LASIK?
with lasers to fix your eyes at some point about 20 years ago after I got mugged in Dallas and my glasses were broken, and I couldn't see to drive home. So that was then my father paid for me to have that laser surgery, which was terrifying. And then it was weird. He said he paid the amount that it cost, and then he what did he do? He he basically took it out of what I would inherit someday. So by doing that, I guess he gave a gift to my two brothers of the same amount of money to make it all work out. I think is how it worked. Something like that. So basically, all three of us got a gift from the inheritance pot. Like an early, it's kind of creepy. You're getting an early advance on your inheritance.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, it's a creepy way to look at it, but that's what he did so that it would be fair to all of the brothers. But
they've been doing that
because I had glasses that were so thick that they were really, it was pretty bad. Yeah, I'm thinking of moving the desk from the comic book room into here, the desk where I would always broadcast from on the Four Color Fossils. I'm going to move it into here and make this more of a study, but in order to do that, I've got to move this stuff here in order to, yeah, these are my father's yearbooks. Or no, these are my mom's, actually. Yeah, this closet is about, I would say, 3 feet high, and there's just it's really hard to get in this closet. So what's the book that's outside?
It's a combination: Swords of Mars and the Synthetic Men of Mars. So,
yeah, I thought I was getting a present today. I was all excited because I saw a package was being delivered, but it turned out to be something my wife had ordered from some Chinese communist company called Temu that everybody's wife has become aware of. It's some company that charges you 19 cents for stuff. It's just the final nail in the coffin. Now that we've driven every store out of business, now we'll take over with Temu or Temu. I think that on the Super Bowl they put some commercial. They said, or it's like, we're really pronounced Temu, and it's like, you need to pronounce our name correctly. It's not Shang-Chi, it's Shang-Chi. You better pronounce our name correctly. It's like, then everyone was like the next morning, I always thought it was Temu. When in reality, I could care less the way you pronounce your stupid communist company. Okay. Incredible.
I don't think the Chinese really worried about how we pronounce Shang-Chi. I think the woke crowd wanted a reason to lecture everybody. And they go,
Yeah, that
perfect,
was
perfect.
always. I
Yeah,
always knew it was Shang-Chi, and it was. I'm sure it was meant to be Shang-Chi, just like
yes,
Shanghai. Um,
exactly.
it's just so logical that my third grade mind looked at that comic book. It's Shang-Chi,
Yeah,
but then it was also very logical that it was basically a comic book version of a Bruce Lee movie, and then they turned it into some. I don't even know what that was that they released.
exactly. Well, I'm going to go grab that book, and I'll be right back.
All right. All right. If anyone would like to come on, there's a link in the chat, and you can come on and talk to, have fun as we build back better, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna build everything back better. I'm moving a bunch of boxes of DC War book comic books here. A bunch, meaning 3. So, am I upside down yet? Okay. What are people talking about here, man? I'm down to help. Yes. Thank you for helping. Me, maybe. I'm still upset the comics aren't still 50 cents. Yeah. When they went up to 30 cents, that's when it was all over for me. Synthetic Men is one of my favorites. Good choice. It's a great read, says Meyer. Yes, indeed. All right. Incredible. Well, by moving things, it makes me feel like there's a purpose in my life. It fools me into thinking that Sambo still exists. But in reality, we know it doesn't. Okay. Okay. Oh, I think he's returned. Let's put him back on my screen. I don't know. Man, I hope that. Okay. How do I do this, man? More. Layout. Incredible. Done. Oh, shit. I mean, shoot. How dare you? Okay. I got little plastic strips all over the floor from tearing off those strips on the resealable comic bags.
Yeah, those will cling to your hand, and you can't shake the dumb thing off.
Yeah. Incredible. This maybe wasn't the smartest idea, but I'm already committed to it, so I'll keep going. Moving things around distracts from the complete futility and pointlessness of life. All right.
Yeah, it's going to be taller.
So you've been ordering a bunch of coverless, not coverless, but dust jacket, Burroughs
Right.
books without dust jackets lately.
Yeah. And unfortunately for this one, it's a tad taller than the average, and I do much better when they're more fat and shorter. The spine, if I try to put a little graphic on the spine, it kind of makes it stretched a little too much. But they've combined Swords of Mars with a synthetic Men of Mars, and by making it taller, I guess they can put more words on a page, so they can make it thinner, even though it's 2 books. So now I don't know what design to make. Do I make half the cover Swords of Mars and the other half synthetic, like a the old Tales to Astonish would be half Giant Man, half the Incredible Hulk.
Let me see. Seems like I've got one with a Richard Corbin cover of that, or maybe I'm wrong. Let's see where. Oh no, it's a. It's a Frazetta. Yeah, this is the. You'll probably add clothes to the people if you use the Frazetta painting. Let's see, because he's fighting guys that are naked, and they're lying there naked, which is
Is that front or back? That's the front. Okay.
This is the. Oh my gosh! Let me give myself full.
That's almost 8.5 by 11, or.
No, this is just. You've seen this Frazetta painting. It's just unfortunate these guys don't wear loincloths, but
yeah.
Oh well, I mean that's really the way it's described.
Agreed.
In the book is that everyone's naked, but you rationalize that. In 150 years ago, they called Indians naked warriors, and it's like, well, they're wearing clothes, but to a Victorian mind, that would be naked. When you think that. Women were completely clothed head to toe at the beach. That seems naked to have a loincloth. This is the one I was thinking of. Lana of Gathol and John Carter of Mars has the.
Yes. I have that, but the cover is a little ragged, so I'm gonna make my own. And look at that spine. I mean, you got half the monster showing up on the spine, but it's like, what is that? So
well, it's a tremendous.
It's good.
If Corbin had done John Carter instead of his own creation of Den, which basically that's what he was doing, except it was it would have been so, just imagine if there were countless pages of Richard Corbin doing Edgar Rice Burroughs. It's just one of those things you could just only dream that would happen, but oh well. There's never been anyone like him. There's just his style is cartoony and realistic at the same time. I
understand.
This is Thuvia, Maid of Mars, and the Chessmen of Mars, which is a wraparound painting.
Right. I really dig that cat on the back.
Yeah.
But I've got Thuvia by itself, and I've got Chessmen of Mars by itself. So I went with the old. Yeah, there's pirates. Yep.
Hey, which direction is a ceiling fan supposed to go once it starts to get hot? Clockwise or counterclockwise? I never even knew that was a thing in Texas. No one ever readjusted their ceiling fans but when Strangelight was visiting, he told me, there's a little button, it turns out, on a ceiling fan. I had never known in the winter, you have the ceiling fan go one way for as far as heat and coolness. Do you know? I had to Google it last year.
I'm thinking. All I know about that switch is if it's spinning one way, wait till the fan comes to a complete stop before you flip that switch to make it go the other way, or you'll hurt the motor.
Oh yeah, and possibly your fingers. Yeah, I would do that, but I just don't know which way to flip it. It seems like I'm getting cool air, so it must one way pushes air down, way sucks it up. Apparently, that's my understanding.
Yeah, I'm looking it up. I can't see just yet. I don't have my glasses. And summer should be counterclockwise.
What
according
now?
to this, in the summer, it should be counterclockwise, according to this website.
Counterclockwise. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see here.
I never run them in the winter, so I just leave them put.
Yeah. I think I might have adjusted. We'll find out in a minute.
That's going counter. Okay, I think
this phone on. Man. So, what? There's 21 idiots watching? Why are you watching? You guys crazy. People watching me move furniture. I'm glad that some people's lives are even more pointless than mine.
I'll show you this.
We all have pointless lives. We're all together in our pointlessness.
I'll show you this book if you want to.
Of a brotherhood of worthlessness here. Oh, sorry, I forgot that you were there, and I'm hogging the camera. Let's see, exit solo layout. Okay, let me give you the solo layout.
This is Edgar Rice Burroughs' The Mad King. So he wrote other stories. But this is the original art, J. Allen St. John. I love his artwork. The paperback had this Frazetta image of the Mad King. So, and I went with this for the spine. So I took the title and I put it on the spine the best I could. So,
I've never read The Mad King. Have you read that one?
Not yet. But to give you an example, this is how old the book is. And so, and you get these for about $7 to $10, and then you make your own cover, and you have a one of a kind. So compare that to the synthetic Men of Mars and the Swords of Mars. So it's going to be a little taller, and a little more slender in the spine. So, but. Wanted to talk to Meyer Greenblatt about this. Do you think, Meyer, that both of them have been a little bit abridged so they can fit in one volume, or were they considered short novels to begin with? And so, I can't find anywhere.
Short novels. I don't think anything's been abridged. I think
they printed it shorter.
That have been changed recently.
Yeah.
The early Tarzan books are pretty brutal. I don't. Seems like someone was telling me they change a few references to be a little more politically correct, but the Tarzan was nothing like the Johnny Weissmuller movies. Just for those of you that aren't aware of that.
Agreed.
He was a perfectly cultured James Bond well-spoken kind of guy, but at a minute's notice he could turn into the basically for like a Wolverine kind of savage.
Yeah.
But he could speak many languages, not just animal languages, and his first language would have been French. So it really wouldn't be, I don't think that you could give Tarzan a French accent and it would actually go right along. Not that they say he had it, but that was the first language he spoke when he was discovered by people. And but he would have to be covered completely head to toe in scars and wounds to because there's just no way the injuries that he got as a kid and teenager would have just like healed. He would have been a completely scarred up guy.
I think so.
Unfortunately, though, he had the whole, basically he was scalped. The whole top of his head was like peeled back during, I think, Jungle Tales, the teenage years where he's fighting some other ape over some ape, over some girl ape, and man, they're just, I remember him like on a branch and like taking a wire and pulling some native up by their neck, strangling them. It was not the Wise Muller version. But
yeah, unfortunately, when you mention Tarzan, people immediately go, "Me Tarzan, you Jane," and
yeah,
that's those lousy movies. So,
well, they're fun if you can take what they are, but it's
yeah.
But if you've ever read the books, then they're going to be disappointing. But it's like The Shining. Everyone that never read the book loved the movie, and the people that read the book hate the movie. And then the people that haven't read the book say, "Why do you hate it? It's great." And it's like, no, but this is what it could be like. It's like idiots that like that Fantastic Four movie from like 20 years ago. It's like, no, you don't understand. This was the best of all of those Marvel heroes, the Fantastic Four. It was their greatest book, and this movie's a piece of shit. And they just don't get it. No, it was fun. It's fun. No, it's, oh well. There's no hope for humanity. Let's see. So, I was thinking during the live stream today, a major World War III would break out, and then I'd have a historic. We could be doing news coverage, but do you think it'll happen in the next few hours?
Well, yeah, but wouldn't that be cool if all other forms of media were blown up and the only record they have of that horrible attack would be your broadcast? So,
you know what is, believe it or not, the best coverage of 9/11, bar none. And I know he's terrible now, but he used to be great. I'm serious. He was great. Was
I know you're going to say
Howard Stern.
Yeah.
And Howard Stern, you knew I was going to say it, but Howard Stern was there in New York when and his coverage of it, and him talking to the people that were there. It's the best coverage, and it's just it's really, the show that's supposed to be a comedy show, and it quickly turns into something else. And it's just I remember that. Oh well. I'm having to move a bunch of little things off this desk before I move it. See, I've got all these boxes stacked up here where there should be a refrigerator and where there should be a stove. You can't. I've got all these other boxes stacked up. So if this is when we ever get the refrigerator and everything, finish out this kitchen, and I think this should go up there, then I'll have to move this stuff. But I don't know.
That is scary. Wow.
This was a gift from John Goris.
Wow.
What are people saying here?
I think Meyer says he's read The Mad King.
Oh, it's great. I've read The Mad King. Yeah, that's just one I never read. Mean Baby, hey, Missy Mars. Mean Baby, I'm ordering a Diablo sandwich and Hush Puppies. I don't know where that's from. Sounds familiar. Eastbound and Down, says Mean Baby. Did folks ever decide what was actually on a Diablo sandwich? No, I have no idea what you're talking about. Graphic Man homemade book jackets are for the best.
Oh, by far the best. Thank
far
you.
the best. Oh, okay. Oh.
Well, when I look at the old book covers from the original, the 20s and 30s, many times the back cover is just an advertisement for other Tarzan books. So I figure I'd rather see a Frank Frazetta, back cover than ads for, buy this Tarzan book that came out last year. So the only thing I don't really do is I don't put a picture of Edgar Rice Burroughs, and Edgar Rice Burroughs lives in Tarzana, California, or anything like that. I probably should, but I would just rather have the image, and the second best image, in my opinion. I think Gratu's having some trouble, so I'll quickly show. Here's one that didn't fit, but it was an extra while I was working on Tarzan the Terrible. So I had another copy of Tarzan the Terrible, and I thought, hey, I've got this extra jacket. Maybe it'll fit this old Tarzan the Terrible book. But unfortunately, it doesn't, because every publisher made them a little taller or a little wider. So one day I will, when I get around to it, I'll remake the cover for this book. I've already got Tarzan the Terrible on the, but there's J. Allen St. John. That's the original. I've spruced it up a little bit, but I just love that original title and lettering. So here was a 1950s version of it. I forget the showman's name, but I thought that was a cool cover too, and that would have been a great front cover as well. But sometimes I really go with the original, and if I could find the best image of it, I will put it there. And many times I'll find an image and it's a scan of somebody's book and there's wrinkles all over it. I'll have to go through there and I'll have to smooth them out and hide errors, and so it looks super duper. But had to spend a lot of time on it. So let's see. Okay, for example, here's the inside back flap. I'll give you a taste of what some of the paperbacks were looking like of the same story. That one's the British version. So there's another Tarzan the Terrible. So I don't really have anything to put in the back flap, so I'll just put little images. I'll have a little note that says replica cover made by yours truly, and then the front cover by J. Allen St. John. Back cover area, C. Edmund Monroe. C. Edmund Monroe. He's the guy that did this cover. So and that's me stalling while Gratu probably plugs in his phone. It probably died on him. But thank you for the compliment. I do like making these covers. So what you do is you go on eBay and they go, hey, I've got this book. It's got some obvious flaws. The front cover wants to, it flops a little bit. All the pages are there. I mean, it's great, but they look at this and they go, oh, it's damaged. Therefore, $7, $10. Otherwise, one in great shape with most of the dust cover there would be about $60, $70, $80. Well, I don't want to spend that. But I can make that book look really good by putting a dust jacket on it. And then on the shelf, all they see is that spine. And I put a different facing lion each time. I showed these to my son, and he said, oh, wouldn't that have been cool if you'd have got one lion getting ready to roar, and then the next lion he's starting to roar, and then the third book he's roaring full. And then I didn't think it through that much. That would have been like one of those flip books that animates the more you look at left to right. But no, that's that. So what do you kids like? You like pulps? Here's the Fantastic Adventures from 1942. We were at war by then, so Hitler was being talked about a lot. Here's the ghost that haunted Hitler. That's the ghost. Looks like he's haunting this poor lady, not Hitler. But and now my wife's come out to check on me. Hello there. I won't. Okay. Well, I think Gratu is still falling off the planet. Let's see what the chat says. Hi, Paulo. Happy Saturday, bud. Well, it's Thursday where Paulo is. So, Maya Greenblatt says, I do really appreciate the hardcovers, but I have no attachment to them. I grew up reading the paperbacks. Okay, yeah, especially Ballantine. I don't have any. Well, yeah, I'd take too long to get to. Ballantine did a whole series of Tarzan, the black border. Meyer would know him. Then there was the white border, or the white came first. I don't know. My favorite is Ace, but Ace paperback didn't have permission from the Burroughs family to do all the stuff they did. They got away with quite a lot. And then they finally got busted by the Burroughs family. So Ballantine got to do everything. If you're like me and you're collecting Ace, Edgar Rice Burroughs, you go, how come I can't find the first Tarzan? I can find the Beast of Tarzan and stuff like that, but because they didn't do everything, Ace just were all over the place. But I like Ace's format, their style, their look. Ballantine's good, but and with that, Gratu, I hope you come back. I am running out of things to tell these fine people about. Hello, Mean Baby. Hello, Missing Mars. Hello, Paulo. Hello, Meyer Greenblatt. I'll scroll up. Who else was there? Rob Brown. I don't know if Rob is still there. I don't know if Gotham's still listening. And Friar Tuck was probably there a while too. Okay. If I missed you, I apologize. But what's Mean Baby say? Hi, Graphic. Man, just talk about whatever you feel like. And I am one of us. Says hi. I can't focus very good sometimes. So in the chat. All right. So, oh yeah. I love Fantastic Adventures. Every now and then, instead of an ad, they did a weird cover art on the back. Here's Apollo. For all of you Apollo fans. I'm not really an Apollo fan because I know that he's the devil. But that's a long story. Yes, our moon missions, Apollo 13, they were all named after the devil. Isn't that wonderful? But to give you a little Bible lesson, the all the names of our planets, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, these are all false gods. Except Earth. Good Lord said, I'm naming that one. So in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. There's your lesson for the day. So, and the days of our week, Sunday, well, that's the sun god. Monday, moon day. You know. Tears day, it's Tuesday. Odin's day, that's Wednesday. That's why when you're a kid, you write Wednesday. You know, why they got that stupid letter D in there? You don't pronounce the Wednesday, but because it's Woden. Anyway. So here's a John Carter of Mars. The amazing stories. I'll be showing this to Steve coming Wednesday night on the Graphic Man Show. This is a pulp I've made. Here's the city. Let's see, what city was this? A city on Neptune. In case you wondered what Neptunians look like, that's what they look like. Hopefully that'll focus. Very handsome people. And they're like cliff dwellers there. So you thought that Neptune was this big gas planet. No, they have real civilization. But that's the stuff they hide from you. So here's the spine I came up with based on another spine. Technically, they would change the colors around a little bit, but I've kept this same format because I've duplicated about 5 or 6 copies of Amazing Stories. So I print them out from the internet database. And so there's the artwork. I print them out and I leave myself a little bit of gap there. Make it 7 by 10, which is what they really are. And of course, I went after the Edgar Rice Burroughs ones first. So here's the City of Mummies. There's John Carter. Now that pose, you've probably seen him in that pose before, getting ready to strike a guy down with a sword. But and since Gratu's not here, here's another Amazing Stories I've made. So instead of spending $150 for one of these online, and it's falling apart, I print my own nice little crisp, clean, much thicker, much better than pulp paper. And I read these. Of course, I'm reading Fantastic Avengers. I haven't got around to the Amazing Stories. And this is a city on Pluto. That was back when we called Pluto a planet. Here's the nice inhabitants of Pluto. So once again, these are things they don't teach you in school these days. So let's see. Our year here is June 1941. June 1941. So the hard part is finding a good back cover image to mess with, because you'll find pieces of it. And if I put pieces from this image and this image together, I can come up with blah, blah, blah. Takes a few hours because I have to fudge and I have to. There's a big spot missing. Like what would it look like? It'd probably look like a piece of this. And so I cheat. And there's that one. Do I show you another one? Driving away his whole audience. Another John Carter of Mars. The Invisible Men of Mars. And look at that sword going right through the guy. It's like saying, hey, Mom, can I have this nice book? Oh, is it nice, little Henry? Yes, it's nice. See this nice sword going through this nice man? Why, yes. And here's a city inside the moon. This is why we don't go back to the moon, because they don't want you to know about the city that exists there. They're using Tesla power. They have to see. GE doesn't want you to know about that, but keep watching NBC, because GE, they run NBC News. So I'm just rambling, and I can't believe I say half the stuff I do. So I have a couple more, but I'm saving those for Wednesday. But I'll re-show these later. So it's kind of awkward to show them to myself because Gratu's camera, I assume, is not there. And but my wife tells me I have family coming over any second now, so I don't know how long I can hang in there. What's this? Oh, it's the Monster Bash. Woo-hoo. Here's old Gorgo. Gorgo's looking for a good toothbrush. And he's got long enough. Hey, he can reach that. Yeah. But, got that from Gotham City. If you're watching, contact Gotham City Comics for all your Monster Bash needs. Who else is in the chat? Everybody saying hi to each other. Missy Mar says, I want to hire you. He's going to hire somebody. Meyer says, based. Apollo says, Neptunians are folks. Uranians are the other hand. On the other, okay. I tell you a warning about my eyesight. If Pluto is a planet, then Ceres also is a planet. And then there are about 15 to 25 planets. Well, there are. We should have more the merrier. And Paulo says they still haven't discovered planet Melmac, though. Well, or are they just keeping that secret, Paulo? You can't believe everything they tell you. All right. What else can I bore you with? Here's the Dragon's Island. See, they don't talk about this islanding. That's why it doesn't show up on Google Maps. They've known about it since 1970. I love being a conspiracy theorist. First to the Stars by Ace Paperbacks. Nicely done. What I got here? Space Captain, $5. Mm-hmm. It's an Ace double feature. You turn it over, and it's the Mad Metropolis. Everything's going mad, mad, mad. I've probably shown these some other time. Ace Paperback presents Prince of Peril. Prince of Peril. Peril is not a place. Peril is a dangerous situation, fraught with all kinds of intrigue and all that. So you can't look for peril on a map, the Prince of Peril. And you can tell I'm really stretching it, folks, by myself here. He's talking about peril. William Barton. Hunting on Kunderer. The hunting is really good on Hunderer. That's an Ace double feature. What could possibly be on the other side? Life with Lancelot. Looks like they're going back in time and grabbing Sir Lancelot and letting him have all kinds of adventures in space. Look for that new Lancelot in Space TV show they'll never make. Here's the Genetic General. Gordon R. Dixon. Now that's what Charles Xavier needs. That's the kind of wheelchair of action he wants. Time to Teleport. Hey, Bert, is it time to teleport yet? Another 5 minutes. Time to teleport. The Wizard of Lemuria. Not Atlantis, Lemuria. It's on the other side of the planet. By Lynn Carter. Lynn Carter, the writer of those Thongor novels. And Beyond the Silver Sky. It's Aquaman. Or this person right there. Beyond the Silver Sky. Be real hard to have a sword fight in underwater because water gets in your way. And Meeting at Infinity. I guess if you're meeting somebody at Infinity, it doesn't matter what time you show up. I'm really stretching it here. All right, the ships of Durostorum. Durostorum. Those are the ships. And those are the earrings of Durostorum. And no drugs were used in the painting of this picture. It's all by memory. And Alton's Unguessable. So don't even try to guess what's going on. It's unguessable. Okay, well, that's that stack. Meanwhile, Iran has attacked Israel, and Gratu was the first casualty. And you heard it here first. Misinformation. Let's see what's going on in the chat. You, Micah, want to hire you. Oh. Oh, boy. People want to hire me just so they can fire me. I understand. They still haven't discovered Planet. Yeah, okay, got that one. And want to make me a dust jacket. I would have to have your book. Because the guy that I send all my images to, he will measure the book. I have to provide him a front cover by itself. I have to provide a spine by itself, back cover by itself, the front and back flap. So he puts all 5 images on his screen, and then he kind of stretches them around. So, and then he prints out a copy. We wrap it around the book. I fold it around the front page. And they go, oh, what do you think about that? The spine, what do you think? Is it a little too tall? And so, anyway, that's why I have this extra that's practically worthless. It didn't fit, and it didn't fit my extra copy either. So unfortunately, otherwise I'd make all these copies and send anybody, wants a copy of a dust jacket. But I would have to have the book here. So, and I've got a stack I still have to go through. And I just added one to it. Who cares? All right. I say that a lot. Who cares? Because, who cares? Guys, I am hooked on Jolly Rancher. Jolly Rancher hard candy. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. So I just want to do the Geeky Puppet Show, and my voice will go out, and I'll have to. So I'm chewing, I'm spitting out lines. Here's Judgment on Janus. It's another Andre Norton Ace paperback. Judgment on Janus. What was the judgment? Not guilty. That was the judgment. Lake of the Sun. Do you like paperbacks, Micah? Yeah, I like paperbacks. And check out the eyeball. He's got his eye on you. Yeah, cool. The aliens have landed and they are us. Oh no. I always knew I was an alien. Why, is that an American flag? Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Lake of the Sun. Ask for it by name. And it's kind of a wraparound cover. So it starts there and goes all the way around here. Here's that back cover. And here's that wonderful barcode. So memorize that. It's thin, thin, thick, thin, thin, thick. Three Worlds to Conquer. You know, the song Three Coins in the Fountain. This was his original title. Three Worlds to Conquer. Three coins in the fountain. So the world down here, and then this world, and then Jupiter, Ganymede, and Earth. Well, they just revealed the whole, what are those three worlds? So you don't have to buy the book now. You already know. All right, and that really does it. I've got boxes over there, boxes over here, but I didn't come prepared to get all that out, and I hear a car approaching. Looks to be my son and his wife, so I am going to have to leave the stream, and I don't know when Gratu will get back to it, but I have tried to valiantly hang in there. There he is. Speak of the devil. All right. Hey, I just have to leave. And looks like
it took forever to recharge the phone. Oh yeah, I heard you. It was
good
timing, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I just took me forever to recharge this thing.
No problem.
Yeah,
you'll be able to take.
I was watching on the TV while I was trying to charge the phone. You got
good. Well, now you're back in the hands of a professional, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll leave it in his good hands, and so you'll be much better off. So have a good day. Have a great stream.
All right, take care. Yeah, we're trying to do the string guard with the phone. It sucks all the power out of the phone. Let's see what the people in the chat are saying. Boy, whatever. Let's do it this way. All right. Missing Mars says, Graphic Man homemade book jackets are by far the best. And Mean Baby says, Smokey and the Bandit, Jackie Gleason ordered a Diablo sandwich whilst chasing the bandit. Then Mean Baby says, Gleason ad-libbed it. It doesn't really exist. Missing Mars says, I almost want to get an old book with Missing Jacket and commission Grapgic Man to make me a dust jacket. How much dollars? Missing Mars says, a cover variant like the comics do great. A cover variant like the comics do. Great, Micah, on that Tarzan the Terrible. Paulo Costa says, hi, everyone. And Mean Baby says, hi, Paulo. Missing Mars says, hey, Paulo, happy Saturday, bud. Meyer Greenblatt says, I do really appreciate the HCs, but I have no attachment to them. I grew up reading the PBs. That would be hardcovers and paperbacks. Yeah, the paperbacks are how in the 70s and 60s you would have read Burroughs stuff. The hardcovers would have been in your, dad or grandparents' collection from when they were kids. Missing Mars says, Micah, read earlier comments, please. And Mean Baby says, hi, Graphic Man, just talk about whatever you like. And I Am One of Us says, hi. And Mean Baby says, hi. And then Missing Mars says, I want to hire you. And Meyer Greenblatt says, based. And Paulo says, Neptunians are fine folk. Uranians, on the other hand. Okay. Paulo says, if Pluto is a planet, then Ceres is also a planet. And there are about 15 to 25 planets. Oh, he's being an intellectual here. Paulo says, they still haven't discovered planet Melmac, though. Missing Mars says, you, Micah, want to hire you. What? I'm not even clicking on the comments. Missing Mars says, make me a dust jacket. Paulo says, don't know about the Prince of Peril, but the Prince of Apparel could be a nice name for a store. Missing Mars says, all right, I'm on it and we'll send to you. How much dollars? Missing Mars says, thanks much, Micah, for pinch hitting. That's funny. I'm sorry, Drew. I'm scaring my dog. Missing Mars says, pinch hitting. That's funny. All right, the chat is always amusing. They're always good for a side-splitting laugh. Okay, and let's see. It looks like I've got a guest waiting in the wings. It's Gotham City Comics. My goodness, I wonder how long he's been waiting. How long have you been there waiting there, Kevin? He fell asleep. Or perhaps he's been abducted. Oh, he's alive. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know how long were you there while Micah was on?
No.
Oh, you just popped
No,
in.
because
Okay.
I knew it wouldn't let you if you were gone. It wouldn't let him put me in probably.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, let me put in case anyone else wants to visit. I'll put the link here. What's up? How's things going today in your shop?
I just opened the door.
Oh, okay. I don't know what I just did. I disappeared the chat.
Do you have Silver Age comics?
Just mixed out throughout.
No particular spot.
No, they're just all
What's
alphabet.
happening here?
Oh, they're alphabet.
Yeah, but I knew
I'm back if you're there.
then they're just scattered.
Um,
Nothing on the walls or anything.
I'm trying to get enough electricity in my phone to go back upstairs and continue moving the desk and creating a study out of a room that previously was just a stack of books and CDs. And so if I can get that done, it's going to be one more step to making the house look better for, oh, what do you got here? Swamp? Are these new arrivals in the store?
No, that's sold on Amazon. Gotta ship
What
that
now?
out. Someone bought that on Amazon. I gotta ship that out.
Oh, I see. What was the Chamber of Chills you showed a second ago? Is that a book that's sold too?
Oh, I think I was showing the toy, wasn't I?
Oh, you might have been, but I disappeared. Okay, it just looked like the comic to me for a second.
I think I was showing this, right?
The screen I'm looking at is literally smaller than yes, okay, it's the toy. It's smaller than a postage stamp. Did you put those new ones in my pile too?
You want a set? Yeah, I could put
Yeah,
I have 6
yeah,
set.
yeah. I should be getting better financially within the next couple of months. I think I'm going to work during June to get some extra money.
You gonna do summer school?
Yeah, and yeah. Right now things are looking pretty bleak. I was real
You ever
excited
seen
because I
that?
thought a package was coming to me today, and it turned out to be this bag of Temu stuff for my wife, or whatever. That's the Chinese company that
How'd
charges
you know a
12
package
cents.
was coming? How'd you know a package was even coming?
Oh, because I get emails every day from the post office, and it shows photographs of the letters I'm getting, and it shows the numbers of the tracking numbers of packages coming. And so I saw there was a package coming, and I saved the number and looked it up on the tracking system, and it looked like it was coming from Illinois, and then it stayed in the neighboring city for several days, and then it showed up today. But I guess it's one of those this Chinese company that's making that's selling stuff for. I
Like
think
those
they're
dollar
basically
stores.
selling stuff for what the dollar stores pay for the merchandise.
Yeah.
So now they're going to run the dollar stores out of business, and there
Well,
won't be any stores left in the United States. You'll have to order everything online from China.
that's funny because I just went to my dollar store and they're officially closed now.
Yeah.
And if you're man, if I was a dumpster diver, I saw the guy in the back throwing away all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, but the stuff at the dollar store is not that.
No, I'm not gonna dumpster dive for a dollar store.
Yeah.
Risk like a
If
syringe
you're
in my
dumpster
leg or
diving
something.
for stuff from a dollar store, or you're one of these people doing the mass shoplifting from a dollar store, you're pretty much, your life is no meaning at all. I mean, it's like, yeah, that is pretty degrading to dumpster dive at a dollar store. But it sounds like a great name for an album. Dumpster
Dollar store
diving at the
diving.
dollar store. That would be a great name for an album for a band. When you have the shadow there, that's not the 1970s DC shadow, is it?
Some of these guys, they got Olympic gold medals in dumpster diving.
Paulo says only shoplift from dollar stores in San Francisco. Like, we're even being made fun of by people in other countries, man. We're
There wouldn't
supposed to
even
make
be a
fun
dollar.
of the other countries. They're not supposed to make fun of us. This is what the Democrats have done to us. People
There
in
wouldn't even be
other
a dollar store
countries.
in San Francisco, though.
What's up?
There wouldn't even be a dollar store in San Francisco.
Yeah, it would be the $10 store. Yeah. When I was a kid, there were stores still called Five and Dimes. They didn't cost five and dime, but they still were called that by, my mom's generation. And they had nice stuff in them. That's where you got all the cool blow mold Halloween stuff, and but everyone
Yeah,
called them Five and Dimes.
all the rack toys and stuff.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was even stuff better than that, though. Rack toys tended to be stuff you'd see at the 7-Eleven, is my memory. This is your facsimile rack, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. Wild. Meyer confirms no dollar store. I think that's a good thing. Dollar stores are like really depressing. Paula says not with California sales tax. Oh, what is this?
That's that book, Swamp Monsters.
Oh, the one that's being mailed off. Okay. You don't have any more of that book, do you?
Uh-uh.
It's like I probably, it's like one of those things. Boy, I got to get that book, and I wouldn't be half surprised if I already own the book and just don't know
I'm
it.
surprised. I think you already own it. This is old. Or not old, but it's a few years old.
Yeah, the thing is, I would go to Duncanville Books and I'd see cool books like that, but they'd be so expensive, or someone would have thumbed through them and damaged them, and then I don't want to pay the high price for a book that someone has destroyed.
Yeah, that's 25 cover price on it.
Yeah,
It's a soft cover.
yeah. Let's see if the live stream has started yet for Trump.
Didn't someone say they wanted that plastic man? I didn't get a call. I have it still.
Yeah, but I don't know who it was.
It's probably out of print because I'll give it to him for cover price, and it's like $100 book now.
It is really.
Yeah.
It's not vintage Plastic Man. It's
No.
some new art from a
Came
new
out
run.
came out like 3 years ago.
But I mean, the art inside is from like a
I think
comic
the
from
art's
2000s.
from like early 2000s. I think.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's bad. It's not Jack.
No, it's
Cole.
probably good. It's probably pretty good.
Yeah.
I haven't read it.
Oh boy.
You're just moving around furniture today.
Look at, that was Paulo making fun of the California sales tax. It's like we're just being ridiculed by people in other countries. Oh, but now he's ridiculing his own country. But here, sales tax is 23%. For food, it's only 6%, though. Here, there is no tax on food. So that's one good thing. I mean, unless it's prepared food, right? But they tax you for food for animals.
Is that how it works?
Yeah, I think that's so. I'm real proud of myself that I hung 2 doors this morning. I made the house look slightly better, but some of the doors I can't figure out where they would originally have gone. I figure that wherever the door originally was has been redone, but someone at least saved all the original doors for the house. So then let's see. You know, on the StreamYard, they give you a choice to upload a picture for your thumbnail, or they say you can use AI to help you create one. So when you press the AI button, it prints out the name of your show, and then it lets you put several pictures up from your phone, and then it'll strip away the background from them and kind of merge them together. I've done that a few times today. That's what I did for today's thumbnail. It's this AI is starting to spread everywhere.
I was wondering how you did that.
Yeah, it's just it's a new feature on StreamYard, and I bet it's even more elaborate if you pay for their fancy StreamYard. Right now, I only had half an hour left on my free 20 hours when I started the stream. I'm trying to see how far they let me go over it. Micah says he thinks that they'll let you go through a whole stream. They won't cut you, but I could be cut at any time. I don't know how it works. So let's see.
I just realized that comic convention, it's on a Sunday, so I could actually stay there all day if I wanted to.
Oh yeah, you don't have to rush and get back to your shop.
Yeah.
When was the last time you set up at a comic convention?
Probably like 2015, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe 2016.
Do you do well at them?
The last 2 I did that got bought out before it started.
Oh. Have you ever thought about taking some of your boxes of stuff in the back room to the convention?
No, that's too much work.
Yeah. Yeah, moving long boxes is the worst.
There's more free comic book day stuff came in.
Oh, really? Yeah, that one with the pre-code horror was
That's
amazing.
the best. That's the best one so far.
You did put one of those back for me, right?
It's already in your box.
Yeah.
What's it? Hellboy, Blood Hunt. Oh, this one everybody's gonna want.
Oh, it's all the
All the
non-binary
girls.
heroes.
Yeah, all the girls. This one will probably people will probably want Turtles.
I heard someone saying they've got an R-rated Mutant
Turtles
Turtles
coming out,
waiting to
yeah.
be made.
Oh, Monster High.
Oh. Oh boy, this is going to be a tough job up here.
How you doing?
The fucking heck.
I'm actually in. Bunch of Batman Returns cups from McDonald's, I guess. An ashtray from the
Thunderbird in Las Vegas, Nevada.
I could, if you would do both of them, I would do $40.
Oh, man. Oh, boy.
Up here, you don't mind.
Well, my name is Jason. And,
You live out here?
what's that?
You live out here?
I live in Tempe.
Yeah.
We
Take my
actually-
card and give me a call if you want.
Yeah, definitely. We just moved from Oceanside, California. And comics and campaign. Silver Age is what I like. So I appreciate you. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Blank ones? I'm about to have. Let me see if I have a lid for that one.
I know it's kind of
Yeah, it's good. One I think has writing on it.
that doesn't bother me.
I'll give you a on it. today?
Back now.
Oh, God.
Oh,
In Scottsdale this time.
yeah. Okay, so we didn't move it.
Yeah, not tomorrow, but the following.
It's not better than-
We did one not too long ago. So, it was like it was more like creator based.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
532 over here. Cool. See you next time. Cool, too. Sold 2 Fantastic Four Silver Age books.
You sold 2
Yeah,
just now?
yeah.
That's good. From that same lady that you bought them from?
It was from the guy that was gonna make Mod Podge out of them.
What?
The ones I saved. Yeah, he was gonna cut them up. I told you the story.
Maybe, but I don't know if I remember. That's not that collection you bought that I picked through, is it?
Yeah, you got some.
That guy was going to cut those up?
Uh huh.
Why would he do that? He didn't realize what they were worth?
No, that's why he came in here. He knew they were. They knew he probably shouldn't cut those up, so he traded them for stuff that he could cut up and not feel bad about.
Oh, okay.
So I gave him like new issues of Captain Marvel.
Okay. Insanity. He's trying to be the next Andy Warhol or something.
I got to get a package out to you maybe today, but I'm kind of scared now.
Oh, no. Because of the...
After what they
what you
did to
saying last
Fives,
night?
yeah. After what they did to Dr. Fives. Your post office
What's-
wouldn't do that to you, would they?
I don't think my local post office would do that. Or do you think it was because they were heavy books?
Yeah, but I send heavy books all the time.
Yeah.
I always put stickers in there.
The stickers are literally what caused that to happen.
Yeah.
What if you put the stickers inside of the books? Will they flip to the books looking for stickers?
They might flip through the books looking for advertisements and then see the stickers.
Oh, I don't know, man. That's weird. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. I don't know, man. I've never heard, I don't think, I mean, all the stuff that you sent to me before, unless there's been a new directive from Joe Biden to fleece the American public more.
Yeah.
The whole
Look
book
for
of
stickers.
headlines. What?
Look through everybody's package and look for stickers. Don't worry about the fentanyl if you see any.
Yeah.
Let that through. Let that through. But any stickers, they must be charged
Yeah,
for
that's
those.
insanity. Oh, man.
My helper couldn't make it in today.
You're what?
My friend that helps me on Saturdays, he couldn't make it in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but if it's like Thursday and Friday, I wouldn't need him anyway.
Well, last time I was looking at the news, they were making it sound like there was going to be something happen over in the Middle East any minute now, but seems like they said that about a week ago and nothing happened then either. I don't know if that keeps people from buying comics or not. Oh,
I thought I'd be getting more collections in, to be honest. I thought more people would be selling their stuff.
you say you thought that there would be more people selling stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a shame.
How you doing? Hey, what's up, man?
So you got some J. Jones in there, got?
I got Big Boa.
Oh, dude.
I got some Super 7. Big Boa's over there.
That's that other guy too. What is that called? Something.
I had Quick Kick. I had the Techno Viper.
Y'all just went like that, huh?
You want to get new stuff, it sells the old stuff. And I got all those Super 7s. They have the Zartan color changes.
Oh, man.
Turns blue quick, too. Stop these. How you doing?
Yeah. It's in the area. I'm like, I should probably swing by because I'm going to get a message from him. So,
That's all I got for you. Book of Butcher.
Huh?
All the cover.
Okay.
CDs.
Yeah.
Which one's this, Jacob?
53, 55 over
Okay.
there. How you guys doing? Good. Need a signature from you on the bottom. Oh, man.
I,
You want me to? There you go.
thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know. They have a. They have a whatchamacallit.
Probably. I gotta put the helmet on. Yeah, and the helmet actually freezes.
Damn it.
I saw a Walmart.
What is this, those of you in the military or ex-military? I think this might be equipment to maintain an M16 rifle.
Haya Toys Godzilla figure.
I sold out. I'm waiting for more. Only highest stuff I have are the Aliens and Predator and Judge Dredd right now. Everybody, I don't know what happened, but everybody. I don't know
Yeah,
why
it's like
it,
little
I
toothbrushes
didn't
and
know how it was
brushes.
last week. And
Well,
everybody
you never
called.
know when this will come in handy.
What happened? Was there like a commercial on you?
I don't know anything about it.
Or have you known about Haya for a long time? Something must have happened. The Super 7 stuff. Have a good day.
Oh, there's people talking in the chat. I've been completely ignoring them. Can you imagine ignoring the chat?
So I have a bunch. I have a bunch of those Godzillas on order that haven't come out yet. A lot of the new ones, like King Ghidorah. Is his name Shimo? Shimu? I haven't seen the names yet. There's a bunch of them. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them that haven't come out yet.
All right, I'll send you a picture.
Gotham City. Gotham City. Hello, Gotham City. Hello, Gotham City. But yeah, all the old ones that I used to have here, I can't reorder them. They've been sold through and I can't get them anymore. Which one are you looking for? 2021? The regular version with the light up?
I don't have 16, but I've got
Regular?
the kit, so I get the first step.
Exquisite basic one? Had that here. No, we used to. It came out. It was back in November. It was right at the end of November, right? I was trying to think of
This Magic by Misdirection. This is I went to the estate sale, and this guy that passed away was a magician, and he had all these magic books. I bought a bunch of them, and I guess I'm finding them now. Here's some of my childhood books, some of my Berenstain Bears books. The Bears Vacation, Dr. Seuss's ABC, and Green Eggs and Ham. That was an excellent novel.
Call from George Gulliher.
There's a balanced set of National Lampoon.
That new book that's coming out?
Starting with the first issue.
No, I see it advertised on the back. All the comics right now, but it hasn't come out yet. I'm not sure, to be honest. Yeah, hold on, let me see if I can.
There's Willard the Wizard. The Last of the Big Tent Show Magicians by Bev Bergeron. Man, I'm glad I got all those books. Here's the The Enigma of the Freemasons. This book was a gift. I know you already have all of these, but I thought you could add it to your collection. This is from a student I taught when he was in 6th grade and 7th grade, and he grew up and became a teacher. And then he gifted me this collection of Edgar Rice Burroughs, John Carter of Mars books.
Do you know anything about
Because
that Wolverine?
I had read A Princess of Mars with his class, and blew the mind of these kids. That
I'm trying to figure out.
So this is 3 classic novels unabridged. It's the kind of book they sell, in the Barnes and Nobles. It's A Princess of Mars, The Gods of Mars, and The Warlord of Mars, which is the essential reading for John Carter. That's the opening trilogy of John Carter's story, and then some of the other books are about John Carter's son, or different. John Carter may only appear in a few pages of the other books, but this is the great stuff. This is Princess of Mars. Predates first Tarzan. Of course, you all know that.
Yeah, it comes out May. World War III.
Here's a book called Catastrophe: The End of the Cinema. I know there's not enough light. Let me move this bookshelf. Then I'll show you these books with the light coming the other way, so you can actually see them. I'm trying to get something done, and you guys are just irritating me by coming along on this live stream. I wish you guys would all unsubscribe and flake off, because you're keeping me from getting work done, you vermin.
I have the.
Let's see. Here's the Ingrid Pitt. Oh, I just told you I wasn't going to do that. Okay, well, I'll wait. I have the memory, the attention span, the memory of a fly, How about that? Ooh, cool. I forgot about The Onion. Wasn't The Onion great for a little while there? The Onion was actually published as a newspaper. Remember The Onion? To me, The Onion was like, all of a sudden, it's like I felt like the National Lampoon was back. It was so funny. I mean, so funny that, painfully funny. Yes, indeed. You ever heard of an artist, guys, named Peter Hsu, HSU? Tell me about Peter HSU.
Did you watch -1 also?
No, we haven't watched that one.
I saw that
He
one.
apparently draws comics that you shouldn't be looking at.
That one was really good. 95, 85.
Here's the. Oh, this is a book written by Graphic Man.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you guys.
Look at the robots.
There you go. Have a great weekend.
Another book by Graphic Man. Did you guys know that he wrote these books, thick books that are about the Bible, that are incredibly fun to read? They have a sense of humor about them, but they're very biblically solid and researched.
Little clear ones for old
Which
judges.
is why during the 4-color fossils, and people would say, "Hey, look at what's hidden in the cloud there. It's a phallic symbol," or "Look at the bondage." I kind of like, "Hey guys, come on, you don't realize." You're like, it's like farting in Sunday school or something. Here's another one of his. He's written tons of these books, man. Maybe that's why he likes Edgar Rice Burroughs so much. Edgar Rice Burroughs wrote like 100 books during his life, and it was like Micah's getting up there. He has a lot more books than that. That's just the ones he sent my wife and I.
If you have some newer thing, it might not fit.
Yeah, and I've got some taller ones too.
So you guys can hear what I'm saying.
Yeah, those are made for the old GI Joe.
They had bigger.
Yeah, they had bigger holes.
Okay.
So, like an old Star Wars will fit on there too.
I look up and see slash marks on this Teenage Werewolf poster, and it just makes me sad because that was probably done by Pete the cat.
I remember
Passed
what I got on
away
my-
a couple weeks ago. So, you know, sometimes you
It's
see
an
the
online
damage
store.
created by a loved one. It's like,
But they would
oh,
make the little cases, put them in.
Yeah, I need to get
you have
some
to
of
be a
those.
pet owner to understand that, ladies
Little
and gentlemen.
check cases, big gloves.
You know, how much is that the party wagon?
$450.
Well, next Saturday is my incredible 59th birthday. If I make it that long, and guess I'll try to do a live stream. I don't know.
Two payment plans on it.
We're like a 4-year-old now.
Oh, dude, you could ride inside that thing probably.
It's hot as heck in here, man. I gotta get a fan in this room.
There's a little turtle man.
I guess he likes these the size of those.
Hotter than heck. That was a Kiss song.
This is a different type one,
Yeah, Super 7.
but they're about the same size. So.
Yeah.
I gotta get some more Coca-Cola.
Oh man. We send all these pictures. We pick all these pictures to his mom.
That's or is it Coca-Cola? This is Russian Coca-Cola, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Well, that short is the same size as those ones.
That was left behind by Vladimir Putin a couple of months ago when he was visiting. And I thought, well, you know, this is kind of cool. I'm not going to throw it in the trash or the recycling. I'm going to save this Russian Coca-Cola can. Tell me the origin of this, Meyer Greenblatt, if you're watching. This is one of those little rubber cars that we were talking about a couple weeks or months ago. I'm sure, no, is something written on the bottom? No, this is what the bottom looks like. How about that, Mason? Incredible.
No.
What is this, man? Rabies vaccine, little identification. I need to put this on.
You guys are getting the last one. Did you see that Wolverine and Hulk Marvel Legend?
No. Oh yeah, it's wrong, dude.
Ow!
Yeah, I don't know what one is. That comes next Saturday in Scottsdale. Old Man Con.
What in the name of all this?
Yeah. Grab that, dude. Scottsdale Road. Over by
Oh, the
Indian
Legion.
Oh, it's at a hotel.
Oh, really?
It's over by Indian Scottsdale Road.
Usually it's morning.
It's Sunday. It's all day.
Oh, is it Sunday?
I think.
Oh, sweet. No, I think I'm good. I can probably go there. They said that the prices got a little higher, but they're still better than others.
Prices of what?
ManCon. When we first went, they had like really cheap prices. It was at that American Legion over there on Castell Road.
Uh-huh.
Prices were really low. And then
Next time they raise
a little bit. This last time they had it, they said they were pretty high, but that they're still cheaper than
trying to buy it on
Fusion or whatever.
Oh yeah. Yeah, probably the cost of the booth.
Yeah, but even like just to be over there, like everybody's prices.
Oh yeah. Table. So do you want to buy a table? Center.
Yeah. Start forging my signature like a mother. Yeah, I always wonder if they're gonna contest, like if someone contests like the signature, or if I did it, they would look at it and
They would look at hers too.
compare hers. Yeah.
They'd look at both of yours.
Did you get your stuff?
There you go.
Fire micro machine?
Yeah, cool. Shipping those things to school.
Bad. Yeah, me too.
I like the deluxe ones. With the doors open.
Oh yeah, yeah. Is that DeLorean? It's kind of like one. No.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't even know I had that. There's a little Harley Davidson motorcycle I never had either. I didn't even know they made motorcycles.
Oh, wow.
I remember the planes. I didn't like them because the propellers broke on them.
What did they?
Yeah. I used to have them.
Crabman says, we watching slideshows today? I don't know what that means.
What is it?
Yeah.
Brought to you, sarcastic, funny. Sichuan Dawn says, outstanding. I didn't know Graphic Man was an author. Missing Mars says, mute Kevin. He conducting business. Now that's the only thing that's interesting right now. He's the one providing content for all you content lovers. I'm moving books and furniture here because I want it to look nice for when Donald Trump visits in a few hours.
Is he coming to your town?
Yeah, he's going to be here in the hotel. Yeah, he's going to stay here
How you doing?
tonight, and I'm trying to make things look
Good.
amazing.
Grab your stuff for you.
Okay.
What not fun today?
I can't believe God McFarland only got 19,000.
Low battery. That's not a thing.
Was it?
Yeah, but see, you know what those guys they get if they sell something and it sells for less than what not pays them the difference.
For the.
That makes sense.
Just for they do it basically for advertising.
That makes
That makes
sense.
perfect.
Sucks for me and you.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's,
When we go on there, we lose money. We don't get reimbursed.
yeah. Nobody comes back and goes, hey, I'm sorry.
That's why I don't like that platform. It's for famous people.
It's for people that have good social media following, very good, That's kind of where I'm at now. Like,
Here's a receipt
we can build up
from
a social media.
1959
Go back
for my
on there.
father when he was in Fort Bragg, North Carolina. 22nd December 1959. It looks like the First Citizens Bank and Trust. He put in $286 and pulled out $20. So that's important to say.
There's what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
The number two. The number two, I think, had a better cover. Number
that's
two.
probably his paycheck. I don't know. Who knows? Oh shit! God damn.
The original ones come up.
Did that water just get on you guys, ladies and gentlemen? I think I just spilled water on you. Maybe I should wipe that up.
That is good.
My God. Ridiculous.
Well, now it's, boom puts it out.
Boom puts it out. Okay.
Okay, I bet someone in the chat is saying something fascinating that I need to read.
Paul had all the good stuff. I think. Yeah. All the good titles.
I bet they are, and I'm missing it. Ugh. Oh my gosh. Okay, wow. Where's my water? Oh.
Got my real estate license.
Oh, nice.
Super excited. Yeah.
Nice.
Should be signing
Is
with
anybody buying houses right now?
Yeah,
They are?
yeah, they are. High interest rates, but it's okay.
Yeah.
They are. They are.
Prices that went down in the morning.
Right.
Actually, I like to sell my house now. If I can find someone to live for a year.
Mhm.
Myers says, I used to have an account at First Citizens at Fort Bragg. Yeah. So that was probably, maybe that was, is that a,
Yeah.
Fort Bragg, is that an airborne place?
Yeah.
Paratrooper kind of training place?
Back home.
I remember hearing my father talk about Fort Bragg a lot.
If we moved in with my parents, we'd have to move all the way out to the West Valley, though. Yeah. True.
Actually, the people in the chat here at the Hotel Orloff tend to actually say intelligent, useful
Month and your stuff gets
things.
stolen.
Good.
Then you lose the $200 a month that you've been paying. Stuff. I've never heard of it happening in the store doing it.
Okay.
We have one now,
I'm
yeah.
gonna take a break because my back is getting tore down, messed up.
Sure,
Go downstairs for a little bit, rest, drink a couple of these beers.
They have this thing where they go in, but they're have a key. They can come in anytime they want and act like they own the place.
Oh, cool. That's scary. That is really scary.
Well, there's no Christmas music playing down here because I'm waiting for
Good for us.
Outside Broadcasting to go on. I wonder if they're already on. I bet they started a few minutes ago.
All right, well, you're storing your stuff a month, and the total adds up to what? Yeah, we're like, by the time
Oh boy.
you probably might have paid for your stuff like 4 times over. That's true. $100 a month to store like some appliances for 2 years. I'm like, I know you lost money. Yeah. You could have just given those appliances away. We're not going to use them. And then rebought them. That is actually
So I wonder if the same building exists or the same bank exists, but I doubt the actual building. My dad, so is the bank in Fort Bragg. I doubt it's the same actual structure.
Yeah, the post office. It looks like they're cracking down on me. Uh-oh. Yeah. Well, the media mail thing they're cracking down on, I guess, now.
I've heard that lately.
They're opening stuff, yeah.
This Trump country or what?
I sent books, legit books, media mail, but I gave the guy a couple of my store stickers in the box.
Yeah.
And they made him pay $17 for these store stickers I sent him.
Country without a doubt, isn't it?
But now it's not can't go media mail
Yeah,
because there's stickers in there. Hey Ken.
Yeah.
I just had one sent back to me, a package.
Oh. Why? What does it say?
It says postage due.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm trying to. Oh, I know who it is.
Oh.
Yeah, he was right here in Mesa.
Really?
Yeah, I sent him his comics. It wasn't books, it was comics. And they were new
Hold on, I was
comics.
turning the TV down. What was the deal?
It says postage due. It said he would have owed $635.
Oh, so he didn't accept the package?
So he didn't accept it. No, that's right.
Okay. Did
Hold on, my
they
phone's
open the package? How did they know what was the deal? Fort Bragg is home of the Airborne and Special Forces. My first ATM card ever was from that bank. I wonder if that bank is on base. Probably. Okay, so it looks like the post office is. You heard it here first. The post office is going insane. The Joe Biden-led post office. Yes, it's across from the main PX. Oh, he disappeared. He must be pissed, man, about the post office situation. Yeah. So now the post office is demanding extra postage when you receive your package, and if you don't pay it, they send it back to the sender. So it looks like Trump is about to land here in Rural Retreat, Virginia. I'm looking at the coverage here on the television receiver. Mean Baby says the communists renamed it Fort Liberty, but everyone still uses the Confederate names anyway. Oh, I remember hearing that. Seriously, it's no, yeah. Fort Bragg's never. I mean, Fort Liberty just sounds stupid because you can tell it's not named after a person. It doesn't sound right. Yeah. They should call it Fort Democracy. Fort non-binary. That has a good ring to it. Anyway, they renamed Fort Hood Fort Cavazos. What? Wow. Who was Cavazos in history? I've never heard of that person. I'm sure he's did something really important. Nobody uses the new names though. They just ignore it and use the old name. Yeah, because they know. I bet Trump changes that back first day. That's why we all love him. Every time a new president comes in, they change the name of military bases. Wow. Cavazos was the first Hispanic general in command of Fort Hood. Okay. Well, I mean, why don't they just build another fort and name it after him? Because, oh well. Fort Hood just sounds cool. I've just heard that name all my life. Fort Bragg, Fort Hood, these are things, they were just always mentioned around the house. I would always hear, when we lived at Fort Hood or Fort Bragg, they're just, it's just ubiquitous. The communists just want to erase history so they can lie about it. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah. Yeah, yep, yep, yep. Well, um, now I'm all worried about packages being sent to me. They're starting to rifle through people's packages, and are they considered advertisements if they're advertisements from 1975 for products that may not even still exist? Because it's there's something about the media mail rules is like whether it has ads or not, whether it can go for a cheaper rate. Um, basically, what'll probably cause it's just everything's going to be more expensive, you know. Um, if you order a big enough quantity of stuff, uh, Kevin at Gotham City tends to just send it postage free. But you know, now he'll probably have to start charging for postage if it's going to get to this point. I don't know. Let's see. What are people saying here? Mean Baby says the younger people judge history outside of the context of its time, ensuring they understand nothing. They have strong opinions about things they were not participants in. Laugh out loud. Yeah. Uh, the people that are into mid-century decoration, home decor, the people into 50s, they decorate their houses like it's 1950s furniture. They dress that way. They like 1950s cars. There's younger people into that love that, but some of them tend to say vintage style, not vintage values. You know, they're stressing that just because some some people of the young generation, whatever they call this generation now, the TikTok generation, they see 1950s stuff and they assume, oh, that's when everyone was racist. That's a horrible time, the 1950s, and they hate it. So these people have to say, oh, I love vintage style, but I don't have those vintage horrible ways of looking at life. You know, we're like a family with a mom and dad, and that's terrible. A family, really? Um, Trust me, everyone in the 1950s was not a horrible person. There were horrible people then, there were horrible people now, but I have a feeling there's more horrible people now. Oh, okay. They're interviewing some little girl about Trump up here.
It's hard to pick just one, right? Yeah. So, I like your little flag. Are you going to wave that for him when he steps out on the stage tonight? Yeah. Okay, where are you from? Pennsylvania, Yellowstone, Boyertown. Oh, Gilbertville, Pennsylvania. Okay, are you mom? Yes, I am. Hey, tell me how important it is to come out from the little ones and teach them early. I think our country depends on it, you know, for the little kids to be able to,
Looks pretty cold and windy there. Mean Baby says life now sucks, but the past was evil. Laugh out loud. They are morons. Yes. Morons indeed.
Wow, that's awesome. At just 8 years old.
Oh boy. So who's watching, man? Where are you guys? 12 people. Where are you guys at? We're putting in the chat like where you're at. You don't have to give your street address, like what state or what country are you in. Or you can tell me your name, it doesn't matter. I mean, not, you know, your little internet handle. Ah, someone left. They're afraid. They're afraid to reveal. When I was a kid in Texas, all races and religions got along great for the most part. Yeah, that all changed. How many years ago would that be? 8, 9, 10. About 15 years ago that changed. Grass Valley, California. Man, I so much wish I had had a camera that I could have taken a picture of a used car lot in Grand Prairie, Texas, and they had put up a sign, Boris Car Lot, and it was spelled Karlot, and there was a picture of Frankenstein, and it was just someone selling comics. I'm sorry, comics, used cars with the name Boris Car Lot. And I think other people have done that. That wasn't necessarily an original idea, but I wonder if I could look around the internet if I could find a picture of a Boris Car Lot sign. But anyway, that unbelievable that I didn't take a picture of that. So fantastic. I'm charging my battery and then I'll go back upstairs, and I'm also trying to relax my back. So I'm sorry I'm not performing for you scum like a trained monkey. You come here expecting content. But seriously, you guys are all wonderful in the chat. What wonderful people you are. I've got to learn how to ban people from the chat because we've been having some issues with trolling and insulting people and things like that. This is a live. You don't have to be on all the time. Or is it this is a live? This is a live-in. Turn on, tune in, and drop dead. Mean baby, I'm happy to just hang out in your kick butt pinball parlor. Oh yeah? Yeah. I'm just watching people talk great, like, but they say, if you look on Drudge Report, they say that Trump's lost all his edge over Biden. Biden's only 1 point behind. Press Drudge Report. There's something real weird about that. Matt Drudge that was a great website, Drudge Report. And then now Matt Drudge is selling his multi-million-dollar house in Florida. And apparently he sold Drudge Report more than a few years ago to someone. I would say about 9 years. I don't know how many years Drudge Report just changed overnight into a complete hatred, anti-Trump thing. So, and I heard some billionaire bought out Drudge Report, and now they skew the news like MSNBC. Mean Baby says, "Commies gonna commie." What is the origin of the name Mean Baby? I'm sure there's a story behind it. Mean Baby. Was that your nickname in prison? People don't understand my sense of humor and they get all either angry or start crying. I was in a fight with a crazy woman that said she was blah blah and also blah blah. I don't know if YouTube allows those words to be spoken. Oh my goodness. I called her a blah 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 blah, and she called me mean and a baby. Oh, okay. So the name stuck. But it's, it doesn't. You can't really, if you're in a casino smoking a cigarette and have a martini and you're approached by some fancy woman, you can't say, "What is your name?" "My name is Baby, Mean Baby." You can't really, it doesn't really, it's not like, it's not a name you can pick up women with, Mean Baby. But it sounds like it could be a scary prison name. It's like, if that guy's going by the name Mean Baby, he must be one scary guy. It's like a boy named Sue, right? You know, if someone's name, if a guy's named Sue, they're going to have to be a tough guy because they're going to get attacked constantly by bullies for having the name Sue. So they're either going to be unalived or they're going to be have to become tough. I'm thinking of changing it to Rick Swagler. Yes, that sounds like a good one. I feel that Rick Swagler drives a 1980 Trans Am and has a switchblade in his side. Yeah. Is it 5 o'clock yet, man? What the? That means it's 3:16 Eastern. That means it's 2:16 Central. I got to go upstairs and move a desk next. Nobody wants to come on I'll put the link here again.
Let's talk about what happened in Afghanistan. You know, the mainstream media didn't hit on this much. They talked about it and then moved on with the next news of the day. But I think that it should be talked about a lot. All of our equipment left in Afghanistan. How does that
So, take it from all the shit you left there. I mean, come on. That was ridiculous. The way that was handled was absolutely.
money to Ukraine? Our military is struggling because.
Oh my gosh. Am I back? Can you hear me? I don't know what I would say. I'm kind of afraid to come up, LOL. Yes, it is terrifying. Yes. Invite guest. Oh, I've got to go down to the basement. I just remembered. Did I disappear for a minute, or was I still on camera? I guess I disappeared.
We actually had some firefighters from New York come to this ceremony, and I told the crowd that was one day when we were all Americans. And when these first responders ran into the World Trade Centers and they were trying to save people, it didn't matter your skin color, it didn't matter your religion, it didn't matter your ethnicity, it didn't matter who you were. They were trying to save Americans. We were all Americans that day, and that's how it should be every
Okay.
single day. We should be helping our neighbors, no matter the
Let's
skin
see.
color, and don't let the
I read you 5x5. Mean baby, it was blacked out for a few. You disappeared. Back now, though. Yeah, I accidentally took myself out, man. Trying to figure out a way to put the link in the chat. Ridiculous.
No matter what country you're from, we're all one, all the same, and they start getting along. So don't let what you see on TV and TikTok and Instagram and mainstream media and the press conferences at the White House with the press secretary, don't let any of that divide us. That's what they want. Remember what they want. And that day, we were all Americans.
What time is Trump supposed to speak tonight? Does anyone know? Maybe. Oh, it says it on the screen. 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern. That would be 6 o'clock Central. And they're starting some trial on Monday for Trump. That'll be entertaining.
This is one country. This is an Ozark cabin getaway. Now this is pretty cool. Check this out.
Man, I gotta get this stuff done. Hopefully the phone is charged enough that I can go about some business here. Oh, there's someone in the chat. Let's see. Oh, I do this. That's stage.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, hey. Can't read what it says there.
Ricky Swangles is the name.
Oh yeah. Are you you're Mean Baby?
Yes, sir, I am.
Oh, cool. So you're from back in North Texas, right?
Yeah, I grew up in Oak Cliff, but spent most of my time in Duncanville and to some degree in Arlington.
Yeah. So yeah,
I was big into the music scene, so I was down in Deep Ellum a lot.
Okay. Were you in bands?
I was, and I worked at a lot of clubs too.
Okay.
Club Clearview.
Oh, okay.
Club Dada, Trees. Back in
You
the
know
heyday.
Jason Cohen?
No, not. It doesn't ring a bell.
The guy that ran Forbidden Books and Video?
I didn't know him.
Did you ever go in that store?
I didn't know.
Yeah, I used to hang out there all the time. Back in the, what would that be? The 90s, possibly?
Late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back when Profit Bar was still around.
Profit Bar is where I saw Screaming Jay Hawkins perform. And there were some guys sitting at the booth next to us. And we didn't know who they weren't, just some other guys sitting there. And then when Screaming Jay Hawkins came out, they got up and went up on stage, and they were his backing band. And then they later turned out they're Reverend Horton Heat.
Yeah, I used to hang out with the Rev quite a bit.
Oh, you knew him?
Yeah, I was friends with Paul Quigg from Viberlux, Snakes on Everything, Princess Tex. I don't know if any of those names ring a bell.
Maybe. People, did you know Mark Ridlin?
Yeah, I did. I wasn't friends with him, but I knew who he was.
Yeah, he was a DJ. Is a DJ. I'm talking in past tense. I guess I'm talking in past tense because I no longer am in Texas. But he was a great guy, and is a great guy.
Yeah. Well, the thing is Texas in the 70s and 80s and even up into the early 90s was really its own little third coast in every sense of the word. We had our own way of doing just about everything, and it was I thought it was a bit unique compared to everyone else. It was really nice, but it got people came from everywhere and flooded it and diluted it. And now Texas is just, I don't know what it is anymore.
Well, I didn't come to that area, to Arlington, until the summer of '76, when my dad retired from the Army. Before that, we lived all over the place. I mean, I was born in San Antonio and spent my first 4 or 5 years there, and then third and fourth grade in San Antonio, and then '76 on in the Arlington area. And 1 year I moved to Longview and then moved back to Arlington until 2 years ago when I moved up here. And
did you say you were in Washington State? Were you at Fort Lewis McChord for a while?
Well, I was in fifth grade. It's not like I was a soldier, but
Sure.
Fort Lewis. Yeah, that was where my dad was. It was in Tacoma, Washington, which I guess is, I don't know how far that is from Seattle, but
I lived in Tacoma. Excuse me. Pardon. I lived in Tacoma in the early '90s when they had that shootout with the gang members, the Army Rangers and the gang members.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Oh, it was national news at the time, but I think most people have forgotten it. But
well, I didn't know much about Tacoma because we lived on the base, and we lived in a big fancy house, old house that had the chute for dumping the coal in when it's delivered. And I think it was a house made for generals to live in. My dad was a full colonel, and that's where we were for a year. That was the '75-'76 school year. And I'd walk to school. It was a block away, but I didn't really experience much outside that little small bubble. And a few times we left, and remember there was a place kind of like Denny's called VIP. Is that restaurant still there?
I don't know. My son is a United States Army Ranger, and he's stationed there right now, but we haven't.
Oh, okay. Well, if you visit him, one thing I remember is when we went to Seattle, I remember seafood there on the shore there. But I remember there was this place I was taken to called Ye Old Curiosity Shop, and apparently it's really famous. And they've got a dead cowboy in the place that was like found under the desert, turned into a mummy, and they think he was a gunfighter. I'm sorry, what?
They just let him keep a corpse.
Yeah, it's kind of like what they used to do in the old sideshows. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you're into comic books, but it's like when that Jonah Hex DC comic, they had one where it showed what ultimately happened to him, and he was in a carnival. They would do that especially with when some bad guy was shot. They sometimes exhibit the body, but this is one that was mummified. And I think they put little something around, to cover his crotch, because it's just this naked mummy in a case. But it's a curiosity shop that has all kinds of weird things like fake dead mermaids and all kinds of weird stuff, carnival type stuff. But I remember that, and but I knew that the school was dirt poor that I went to, that was on the base, and I guess that was part of the Tacoma school district, because the teachers, you could just tell, were burnt out and didn't care. And the first thing I noticed, school starts 2-3 weeks late because they're having a teacher strike. I never even heard of that. And then I get a math book, and it's what they usually call consumable, like workbooks that they toss out that the kids write in. But it's reissued to you, and the kids, when they finish, they erase their answers, and then it's given to the next. And I remember, and they said, just work at your own pace. So I would spend a week on one page, and that was my pace, and no one even noticed that I wasn't progressing at all. And then my mom got upset, and I said, this is my pace. And I would hold the book up to see the indentations, because you could see the answer they wrote in the last year or the year before. So I realized that school district was hurting. And then years later, this friend of mine he's friends with a band, a somewhat famous band that's from Tacoma called Girl Trouble, and they have a song, "My Hometown," and they're singing about Tacoma's my hometown, and they're singing about all the horrible stuff. I mean, but it's a real upbeat song, but you can tell, oh man, in the music video for it, I'm sure it's on YouTube, it just shows all this horrible stuff. So I guess I was not living in a nice. Once you get off the base, I don't think Tacoma was a very glamorous
it's pretty
place.
economically depressed up there, and it has been for a really long time.
Well, it was however many 40, 50 years ago too. What I remember most fondly, and I've played it for my wife off of YouTube, and makes no connection to it and hates it, is a clown called JP Patches that apparently was on Seattle television from maybe the late 50s until maybe a little while after I left, and maybe he went to 1980. But there's some whole episodes of the JP Patches show, and
I think some of the grunge bands of the early '90s referenced that clown.
Oh, I think that would be something that would be. Did you grow up in the DFW area?
Yeah, I grew up primarily in Oak Cliff, a little bit in Duncanville.
So it's basically their version of Icky Twerp.
Gotcha.
Which I never saw Icky Twerp when he was online. I saw his recordings of his stuff later, but did you ever see Icky Twerp?
I didn't, but I've heard of him.
Yeah, I think Icky Twerp might be the generation before us, actually, because I think he did his last show in the early 70s.
I would think that maybe like Mr. Peppermint would be kind of
Mr. Peppermint is more, yeah. Except Icky Twerp and JP Patches were more total anarchy. And Mr. Peppermint was, well, he was more masculine than Mr. Rogers. Mr. Peppermint was on a whole better level than I hated Mr. Rogers. But yeah, Icky Twerp, I think that's more like my friend that's still in Dallas. That's how much older is he than me? So he's about 7 years older than me, but that's just enough years that he was there in the 60s. And for the kids of the 60s, Icky Twerp was huge because he had these an army of gorillas, and he ran this theater in fact, it was called Slam Bang Theater on Channel 11. And when I got there, Slam Bang Theater was still on in the mornings, but it no longer had a host. It just still had the original theme song, Icky Twerp's theme song, and it just ran cartoons. But back then, Icky Twerp was there doing skits in between the Three Stooges and Mighty Hercules and all the cartoons. And he would get a bunch of talented and funny high school kids from Pascal High School in Fort Worth to go on there and put on gorilla masks. And I met this when I was teaching in Fort Worth. A substitute teacher shows up, and she comes up to me out on the playground and says, I went to this school when I was younger, and I was standing right here on the playground when I heard that. I remember being right out here the day after Buddy Holly died. So he said, I was here when this building opened, and so she had all these great stories. And she said, someone told me you kind of been researching the history of the school, and that was so great. I was like, oh wow, I finally met someone, an alumni. And she had been a teacher and a counselor and was retired and was doing some subbing. And so I said, you've got to come up here and let me, I had my camera always with me, and let me interview you. And because I had found, such a turnover, the neighborhood changed, people stopped caring about the school, any of the school song forgotten, all the traditions forgotten. No one remembered anything that happened. Nothing was passed down. No one cared. But I found old school newspapers. Oh, we have a school song. Oh, but I know the words here, but I don't know the tune. Of course, she remembered the tune. It's like, oh, that's great. It's to the tune of Stars and Stripes Forever, the John Philip Sousa song. So now I've reclaimed the school song. Only problem is it's it's like the Stars and Stripes Forever. It's like we're lads, lessies, bright. How did it go? It's they used for the Doc Savage theme, but it's something like we're lads, lassies, bright and gay, bright and it's loyal in every way, whatever. But they're saying that they use the gay word, which back then meant happy. And it's like, oh man, I want to bring back the school song, but the kids are never going to want to sing it.
Yeah.
And if I change that word, how am I going to make it rhyme with the other part? And it's like, it's just like, but at least I could say, okay, this is our marching. So we could play the John Philip Sousa song. This is what, and then the 100th anniversary of the school came along, and I met all these people that went. I have all these interviews with people that went there, and all these great stories about the school. And I revived the school newspaper and made it great, and all that stuff. I finally retired, like right there. I was scheduled to retire right there when COVID started. So, and then but all that stuff I did, I know that it's all been forgotten. No one continued on with the school paper, and it's like it's gonna be, you think, well, I made a contribution, but it's all gonna be forgotten. And I doubt there's a single person except maybe the custodian and one other teacher there at that school that even remember me. So that's just.
Well, hopefully you made an impression on some of the students. And they
Oh yeah, because more than a few of them became teachers because of me. And I was just showing an Edgar Rice Burroughs book that was a gift from one of my ex-students. So it's that was just a 25, 26-year career. But I brought up the icky twerp is how I got into that. Anyway, this lady had all these great stories about because she was there when they were having sock hops in the gym, and they were playing Elvis, and it's just it's amazing. So
I wanted to ask you, if I may, what your decorating style. I'm fascinated by it. The way you decorate your home, it's like a wonderland. It's so, I cannot tell you how awesome it is to me.
I've been inspired by it's just everything that I love. But I've known people in my life that had much better decorating talent than me, and but I've seen how other people have done it, and I don't know. I wish.
Last night, for instance, you had oh goodness, what was his name? He was going to Dr.
Fibes.
Dr. Fibes.
His name is actually Martin, but
whatever he wants to be called. But my girlfriend and I were sitting here. I have a room that I turned into a theater room with a projector, and it's a little bit like like your house, but not as grandiose. I have like all my childhood things that my mother saved before she passed, and it's just like it's my little man cave, I guess.
Yeah.
And we were sitting here, we're watching you guys, and I've got you projected on a screen. It's probably, I don't know, 16 feet wide by 10 feet tall. And
you're projecting it up.
Yeah. And you guys were showing your homes and stuff, and we were sitting here watching you guys, and I was like, I would love to go to a party in either of these guys' houses. They have the most fantastic homes I've ever seen.
He has a
warm,
Halloween party every
interesting.
year. Yeah, I'm sorry I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Well, I was just saying that it was interesting that both of you kind of had the same. It's not exactly the same, obviously, but a similar decorating style, and it's so different from what most people do. Like I said, I have one room that's kind of like the way you guys decorate, but you guys took it to a whole new level. The entire house, and that had never even crossed my mind to do that before. It's really inspiring.
Well, I had a 2,600 square foot house in Texas, and I knew I was going to retire, and we looked all over the country for places to live, and I was looking for places that were basically zero crime and zero crime. That was my main thing, and I really wanted to get a place that had real history, like somewhere where I could just drive and see where Civil War battles happened. I just thought I really wanted to live. For 1 year, I lived in Virginia, in Hampton, Virginia, when I was in second grade, and I thought it would be really neat to live. Oh, I was also trying to find a place that didn't have a lot of natural disasters, floods. Things floods are like something I would like to experience. And anyway, I fell in love with this what had been an old hotel in a town in Virginia, and it was right next to a train station. And the train station had been burned down by the Northern soldiers during the Civil War, and
wow.
And this hotel had been there. It started as I think it started as a church. It was 4 stories tall, and then it was a school for girls, and then it was a hotel, and then it was just a residence. And I thought, wow, I could have it had like 16 rooms. I could have a room like all tiki stuff. I could have a room all Western stuff. I could have a jungle room. I could have a comic book room, all these
Yeah.
different rooms like a museum. And it was for sale for like 120,000. And then I got someone to actually go into the place with the camera and send it back to me, and an inspector to go in there, and it was in really bad shape. The roof was leaking in one spot over a bathroom, and there was one wall that was solid mold. It's just like it would have been so great. So
Probably
we
would have cost
ultimately
you
moved
3
to a
times what you
different
paid for.
place, but on here I keep this kayfabe or whatever you want to, this whole thing. That's where I'm living, is in that hotel. But this place is probably as big as that hotel, and there's an old train station across the street. That's so it's
Wow.
almost like, and then the town is very similar to that town, a very small little town, and there's no crime here. I don't have to worry about packages being stolen off my steps or anything. It's really a wonderful. There's not a lot of restaurants. The ones that are here are wonderful. There's not much to do, but then when I lived in Texas, there was a lot of stuff to do, but I never went out and did it because either I didn't have the money, or I was, I'm pretty socially awkward and shy. I don't get out much, but on camera, I don't. It does, but in person, it's hard for me to make eye contact with people. I think I'm partly. I think I probably got I joke about Asperger's. I tell my wife, I think I have cheeseburgers, man. I think because I have a lot of the symptoms of that, but I think a lot of collectors do. But anyway, so we went from 2,600 square feet. Everything was crammed in. And when I met my wife, and she moved in, it was like there was no room for her. And then here we got over 6,000 square feet.
Goodness gracious.
And it's still cramped. I don't know how I fit in everything into that other place. Because right now, it's still what I've been doing for the last, how long I've been on? 3 hours, is moving things around. I'm still trying. My main problem is in the move, we got rid of a bunch of bookcases. And now I've got stacks and stacks of things, and I don't have anywhere to put them. And
yeah,
it's just like Rubik's Cube, moving one thing from here to there. But if I could get some bookcases or have some made, then I could get this all, and we've been here 2 years now, and it's just a mess.
Well, you have a very calming presence, I think, and your home is decorated so interestingly that I think really the draw for your channel is it's a very interesting place, and it's a very calm place. You were talking about not knowing what to say or having content. I don't think you have to have content. I mean, you are the content.
Well, I just, my wife's working she does a job by phone a few days a week, and she's up in the attic, which is the master bedroom. And I can't really make a lot of noise. I've got she's got the door closed so the dog can't get up there and bark. And so I just, on those days, sometimes I'll just turn on, just hang out with people because I don't know anybody here. I have a projector that I used to project on the wall, and I had a giant movie theater screen at my old house. And now I don't really know where I think I could put the projector like over here and then maybe hang something here. On Amazon.com for like $100, you can get an inflatable screen that I think is for people's backyards, but I can inflate it indoors, I guess. Dr. Fibes is watching right now. He's got a backyard screen that's amazing. I'm sorry.
I was just quietly saying, "Hey, Dr. Fibes."
Oh yeah. There's a dot. Oh, private chat. That might be you telling me. Oh, that's you telling me you're here. Okay.
Yeah, I just said hi.
So, as far as Dallas Fort Worth, I always felt I in San Antonio in 3rd and 4th grade, I really liked those kids. I kind of wonder what if I had stayed in San Antonio, would my life have been like if I'd gone on to high school and everything with that group of friends. But when I moved to Arlington, it just seemed like there was just a bunch of I didn't really like the people. There were some good friends I had, but
Arlington was such a transitionary place because it was sandwiched between Dallas and Fort Worth. I mean, it always felt like everybody in Arlington, like they weren't really there to stay. Like they were like living there for a couple years and then moving on somewhere else.
Yeah. Well, I was certainly there to stay, but there was a lot of things like just about every week I discover there was a shopping cart from Kroger's in my side yard right outside the fence, and there was an apartment complex behind the house, and someone would walk back from Kroger, put up their groceries, and then they didn't want to get in trouble with the landlord by leaving the shopping cart on the property of the apartments, so they just push it right into the yard of the first house off the property of the apartment complex. So I would push it slightly over back behind the fence, and then sometimes it would be pushed back. And then I finally talked to the person that runs the apartments, oh, I think I know who's doing that. It's like, oh my God. And then one time I accidentally set off the burglar alarm, and I was like so tired after work. I had like a brain freeze where I couldn't remember the code that I'd used a million times, but like I just couldn't remember it. Like a panic attack, I guess, where your brain
Well,
just
you get
freezes.
rattled. You go down to your lizard brain, your higher level.
Yeah,
thinking.
so a policeman shows up, and I said, "Oh yeah, I live here." And he says, the apartment complex behind you is not a good place. And I said, "Really?" Because we moved there in '76. Apparently, the neighborhood, it was like all these houses built in the '50s on one side of the street. It was an old pecan orchard, and they built all these houses in this pecan orchard. So there's pecan trees in lines going down that the houses are built around. And then on the side of the street I was on, all the houses were built 1964. And so, and I talked to this old lady that used to walk her dog every day, and that was an original owner from '64. And she says, "Yeah, we've all bought the houses, and then that apartment complex, and um, so."
Isn't that the way?
But the apartment complex was always old retired people. It was just a bunch of old people. It was very peaceful, but apparently at some point it was no longer that. And the policeman was telling me there were a lot of refugees from Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans that were back there, and they were scary people, according to the policeman.
Oh yeah.
And then when my wife
people from the
moved
ninth
in,
ward didn't play.
yeah, when my wife moved in, she used to smoke back then, and she'd always smoke on the back porch, and she would hear on the other side of the fence horrible fights and guys beating up their girlfriends. And then one time we'd hear sirens, and they'd stop behind the house, and I'd see flashing lights. And it's like, oh my gosh, they're taking a body down the stairs from the part, and we can see it above our fence. It was covered, but it's like, and then I start seeing this guy walk down the street about every other day, and he's exactly like out of Taxi Driver. There's this one scene where this guy is just out of his mind, going down, "I'm gonna kill all of them. I'm gonna kill everyone. I'm just," and Travis Bickle's just looking at this guy walking down the street. "I'm gonna kill everyone," and this guy's just going down the street saying what he's gonna do with every woman on the street. Now he might have been just listening to a hip hop song in his earbuds and singing along to it or rapping along to it, but it just sounded like he was shouting out threats to the whole neighborhood. And I'm thinking, it's about time to leave. So that we can sell our house, and with the money we get from this house, we can buy a bigger house somewhere else where there's no crime. That's what my goal was. But
well,
anyway.
The good doctor was talking about when he was a firefighter that one of the reasons he stayed around is because there were good people in those neighborhoods that were just kind of financially trapped. And boy, that really resonated with me because I'm kind of in that same situation now. I have a paid off home. I have no debt. I have enough money saved, pretty much to live out my life. But prices, because of, Vanguard and State Street and BlackRock, them buying up all the homes over the last several years. Like if I sold this place, I would really play hell to try to pay for a new home under the current pricing structure. And there's no way I'm going to finance anything at this point in my life. It's got to be cash.
If you're going to sell that house and stay in that area, yes. But if you move out to bumfuck Egypt, you could still do it. But then you're going to be, basically I'm in the Andy Griffith show here, which to me is wonderful. But
yeah, that is wonderful.
Most people could handle it because there's no excitement, but sometimes you don't want excitement.
I've got a couple of lines in the water, and if they come through, I'm hoping that I'd like to buy between 25 and 100 acres, depending on what I can afford,
Ooh.
and build a homestead, because I would like to have my own like 6.5 acre stock tank. I like to fish, and I would like to have my own stock tank, and that's pretty much what I spend my time doing, is just sitting on my little dock, bobber fishing for bluegill or bass or what have you. But if I can't do that, then yeah, I'll probably have to do what you're talking about, because in my AO, it is starting to get untenable. I mean, I keep a 9mm Hellcat with me at all times, and that's just not a fun way to live.
Well, where I'm at, you could buy a bunch of land and you could fish. I mean, this is mainly, most of the people are farmers, or their close family members are farmers. People have a lot of, I don't have hardly any land or a yard here. And that's another thing. I left my lawnmower behind, which barely worked. And this is going to be this now the third summer coming up where I don't have a lawnmower, and I was borrowing the neighbor's lawn. I don't have much grass, but man, I got to get a lawnmower, and I can't afford anything. We're really getting hit hard by
everybody's getting just demolished.
I mean, the house is paid for. We do have a little debt, not horrific debt with credit cards and stuff, but nothing. The car is paid for, but so I guess we're doing better than some. I don't know. Friar
hanging on.
Yeah. Dr. Five says, I plan to build a pole barn this year. Yeah. And decorate it like an old carnival sideshow. The annual Halloween party is getting too crowded in the house. Yeah, you'd also have to be, they'd all have to be really close friends, because be afraid someone would like try to steal something. So yeah, a pole barn. Yeah, there was a friend of my wife's trying to convince us that that's what we should do. We should build a building like that to live in. Friar Tuck says, no place rural in Texas you were interested in moving to before you moved to your current residence grotto. We looked at rural areas in Texas, but in Texas, most of the little small towns have been destroyed, and they're all boarded up. They were killed by Walmarts, or just everybody. They're almost like ghost towns. There aren't many little small places like. No, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, we used to have some land in Bowie, just outside of Bowie, Texas. But little towns like that in Texas, if they're still hanging on, they are absolutely ravaged by the methamphetamine epidemic.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of problems with theft, a lot of problems with petty crime, because there's no jobs except for making meth, basically.
Dr. Five says, Ricky, if you ever come to Michigan, we have a cabin up in northern Michigan on the Manistee River, and you can do some fly fishing. That includes you, Grotto. I've never fished in my life. There's a lot of things I've never done. I totally lost my train of thought.
You were saying you weren't big on fishing.
Oh, it's not that it's just not that I'm not big on it. I've just never done it, but I'm sure it's fun.
I've done a lot of fishing, but at this point in my life, my favorite thing to do is just flick out a lawn chair and sit like on a tank, and just I bobber fish like a 6-year-old. Like I just plop a bobber in there and listen to the radio. Maybe I'll slip a couple beers out of a can, and I'm just happy as a clam. I mean, it doesn't take much to entertain me these days.
Well, yeah, I do remember the big problem with methamphetamine in Texas. Yeah, that was the problem. And then I actually started to see it affecting friends. and I think it's a huge problem but I don't really see it here. This is really 1950s America, which you don't think still exists, where you can leave your car unlocked, your doors. I don't do it because I'm used to living elsewhere, but a lot of people, don't do
I
that.
miss living in a town where even if I wasn't particularly friendly with someone, I knew who they were. I miss that because when I was growing up, that's the way it was, especially when we moved to Duncanville before I graduated high school. We knew everybody. I mean, we weren't necessarily friends, but we at least were, we knew who they were.
Yeah. Yeah, Paulo's saying that he lives in Portugal. He says he couldn't live in a rural area. There are conveniences he needs from a large city. What are some of the conveniences you need, Paulo? I mean, well, supermarket. I mean, relatively big. That's a block from me. There's the town square is 2 blocks away. There's a movie theater that doesn't show much, but what's good coming out of Hollywood. There's a really good barbecue restaurant there. There's a bowling alley. There's work is a 45-second drive from here. I mean, I can. Well, really, civilization is less than an hour away to a pretty big city that has comic stores. I've only been to one of them. I've only been to that city one time. You start to become acclimated where it's like you go out on the street going 35, 40 miles an hour and you think, my God, I'm going so fast, because you're used to going 25 miles per hour, and there's only stop signs, no traffic lights in the entire county. Let's see. Dr. Five says, my wife and I like to go kayaking down the river. It's a beautiful river with lots of wildlife. Cool. But he lives out. He lives about as far from the city that he lives near is a lot scarier than the city I live near. But he's still, good. I get the impression he's about an hour away from it, but he's an hour away from Mad Max.
My big deal is
from, I think, the people here talk about it. Oh, there's people on fentanyl there. And I'm sure that there's a bad part of town. But when I went there, it seemed pristine and beautiful. The city I'm talking about, state capital.
One thing I worry about, kind of picking up stake like you did and moving, to another state, more rural, is I've got a medical problem with my heart. I was shot twice in the chest, and so I need to have regular access to a cardiologist and to a major hospital. Although I will say this, since COVID, going to the hospital is a terrifying experience. The people that are staffing the hospitals now are beyond incompetent. But I just don't have much choice. So I am kind of tethered in that regard.
Yeah. Well, here, there's a pretty big hospital down the road. The county hospital is, I'd say I could get there in 2 minutes. And then there's a town that's about half an hour, 40 minutes away, that's bigger, that has a hospital too. But and I think if something is more serious, they have a helicopter pad. And it's not like I live out, it's not like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which you could, in Texas, there are places you can live like that out in the middle of nowhere where there's nothing around. Here it's But yeah, oh my gosh, that's terrible. Yeah,
Orloff,
that's.
would you mind refreshing my memory? What state are you currently living in?
Oh, I'm in Iowa.
Iowa.
Yeah. I mean, that's like the most wholesome, other than Utah. It's like people think of like you just don't think of Iowa. You don't think danger. You don't think crime or gangs. But I'm sure that exists. But I'm so glad to be away from that.
How do you deal with the cold and the snow, being at it, primarily from Texas most of your life?
Well, it really helped that they turned our electricity off there in Texas not long before I left for 24 hours when it was 0 degrees outside. So then I realized, I don't know. It seems like it's snowed about the same amount in Texas.
Really?
Yeah, it can get cold, and I've never gone out, but it doesn't happen that much. But and there was a pretty big snowstorm blizzard this year where it was that was pretty significant. Uh, uh, yeah, yeah. When did you have your power go off that right after
Oh,
Biden
yes.
became president? How long
And
were you
the thing
without power?
is they tried to sell that as, the wind turbines failing or some nonsense, as if they make different kinds of wind turbines. They're all the same. The wind turbines that are sent to northern Canada are manufactured exactly the same way as the ones in the Arizona desert. They're the same. And they tried to blame it on the wind turbines failing.
Yeah.
It was nonsense. It was due to corruption because they haven't been cutting the trees back from the power lines. They've been pocketing the money in all the municipalities instead of having crews come back and cut the trees back off the power lines. In Texas, we have a lot of live oaks. Those are not trees that do well in cold snaps. And so they had been pocketing the tree cutting money basically out of the budget. And then we had a once in 100-year cold snap. The live oaks froze and they fell on the power lines. That's what it was. But then they tried to tell everybody it was because of the wind turbines.
Well, what we experienced, I that could have been part of it, but where I was at in Arlington, they turned our power off because supposedly Texas had to ask permission to use a certain amount of electricity from some other states.
Yeah.
Like but I have other theories. But they kept the power off along Park Row, where so the restaurants and things could stay open, but they turned off the power to the neighborhoods, to the houses, but they kept the
Yeah.
power to the. It wasn't. It was an intentional thing where they pressed buttons and turned off power for certain areas where they thought that it'd be okay. They'll be all right. But in reality, the extreme cold was not a normal thing, and it seems like it was about a month or so after Biden became president. Okay, and it wasn't just North Texas; it was all of Texas because this guy on YouTube
I
used to
was
be.
down in the northern Austin area at that time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, my friend in San Antonio had his pipes burst, and it ruined some of his comics that he had near that, but they weren't. They were Image comics. He had like probably 100 copies of Spawn. To me, that's toilet paper. But you don't want anything ruined. But okay, so people think I'm nuts when I say that human beings have the power to modify weather, and Biden and his people are evil and petulant people that were getting revenge on Texas for voting for Trump, and they just basically turned our power off and just said, "Hey, how you like that?" And we're sitting there in our living room, and it's 40 degrees in the house, which doesn't sound that cold, but when you're inside your house and it's 40, and I'm going upstairs and trying where the cats hang out and putting blankets on them, and I touch them and they feel cold, and it's like I'm starting to. It was just then when they turned the power back on after 24 hours. Oh, you can't drink the water now because it's got who knows what in it.
Yeah.
And it was just like, wow, okay, well, they showed us for voting for Trump. That's how I look at it. But
I remember when I was a kid in Texas, like the water out of the pipes tasted good. It was good water. And
oh
now,
yeah, drinking out of the hose and everything.
Yeah.
They always make fun of. They always say those people from that generation. They always brag about drinking water out of the hose. It was delicious.
yeah, it was Superior Public Waterworks. It was good, clean water. Absolutely, and it
But you
came from an
know,
aquifer.
there's people that think that's crazy that they can control weather like they're Ming the Merciless. You're crazy.
No,
No, that was just a natural thing that happened in Lahaina in Hawaii. That was just natural. The wind was blowing. Just natural, completely
Orloff.
natural. And that was completely natural that building 5 went down hours and hours after the 220. Yeah, of course it just makes
Well,
sense. No, it doesn't. And so people want to believe in I don't know. I think and when we experienced that horrible snow thing here, where's the first place that has the prime the where we vote, and so I
Well,
they
it's
that's
very
what
easy to understand. If you press on the ionosphere, then air rushes in to fill that void, and it creates a high pressure system. So if you can create two of those, you can direct weather anywhere you want. It's very simple. It's a very simple concept.
and if you want to keep a bunch of old people from going down to the local school to vote for Trump, well, let's make it minus 20 degrees and give them a whole bunch of snow. And let's see if they're going to want to go out from their house and drive into town to vote. But I went that 45-second drive that I normally take to that's where I voted. Uh, when you turn your car, that's something I'm not used to. When you turn your car on, when you turn the ignition and it's below zero, the car doesn't have any idea what's going on. And it's weird. It's like poltergeist stuff. It's like weird noises are coming, and the radio doesn't even come on, or there's weird lights pop up on your, the it's like, is the car completely braking? And because anyway, but I made it there and voted for Trump and got back. And
Have you ever read the paper Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars?
no,
If you get a chance and an inclination, I think you'd enjoy reading it. It's a very interesting paper. I follow and talk with a few lieutenant colonels that have been having roundtables recently on Rumble. If you'll go to Lieutenant Colonel Stephen Murray on Rumble,
okay.
every Monday he gives a briefing, and every Wednesday they have a roundtable, and usually it's like 3 or 4 lieutenant colonels from various branches of the service and a couple of special forces guys. Matt Bracken, the SEAL from the 80s. I don't know if you know who he is. He comes a lot, and they discuss this stuff in detail. And I think it'd be right up your alley. I think you'd enjoy it.
Yeah, that sounds good. That's the kind of stuff that we watch all the time. Paulo says he's in Portugal. If I get off at work at 1 a.m., I know where I can still grab a bite to eat. Can't do that in a village. Yeah, I guess so.
Boy, not in America hardly anymore. Everything like they roll up the sidewalks now at 6 p.m.
Yeah, that is the way it is in Arlington. I mean, it's supposedly civilization, but my friend, when he came back from Los Angeles, he said nothing's open. Anyway,
Well, it
Doctor.
was like in the late 90s and early 2000s, stuff would stay open late, but ever since COVID, like everything closes really early now.
All right. Five says I'm 65 miles from Detroit and 20 miles from Ann Arbor, which is very safe and low crime. Okay. I didn't know about Ann Arbor. I've always heard that name always has a good connotation in my mind. Detroit has always been like, I just remember it always being a punchline for the what was it, the Zucker brothers in the Kentucky Fried Movie and Airplane.
Yeah.
They would always use Detroit as a punchline. It was almost like in the old Mad comics, Harvey Kurtzman would have these weird Polish words he'd just throw in. Potrzebi, Wiebelfeitzer, and then he just use them so much that you just hear the word and it's like it's so funny. And so they just say Detroit and everyone laughs. There's a parody of Enter the Dragon and the evil warlord with the fake hand. Send them to Detroit, and then
that reminds me, Dr. Phoebes, you mentioned the Capitol Theater in Flint. You mentioned that you actually lived in it for a while.
Yeah.
I looked that theater up. I am in love with that venue. I want to find some way to go there to take in a show or a concert or something. That is the most magnificent looking old theater I have ever laid eyes on. It is gorgeous.
The whole city was like paradise. It was the most beautiful city probably on earth.
Wow.
It was probably like Dubai is now in the early days of the car industry. And then the city just gets the carpet pulled out from under it, but there's still some surviving buildings that show that was once.
Well, I was looking up the history of that building that he was referring to, the Capitol Theater in Flint, and it said it was built in 1928. So I'm assuming that they built it with, dividends or investments from the Roaring '20s, and right as they completed the theater, the stock market crashed. That's too bad.
Yeah. I'm going to read the comments just in case. Some people listen while they're working and earbud, whatever, the headphones. And so if I just put it on the screen, they won't. I don't want to. Dr. Five says I'm 65 miles from Detroit and 20 miles from Ann Arbor, which is very safe and low crime. I'm out in the country and own 15 acres. I'm 15 minutes from a town like Mayberry. And then he says we have a geothermal furnace, which is a very cheap way to heat our home. We keep it 71 degrees all winter long in our house. Same corruption happened here in Connecticut when we got hit. Oh, that's Friar Tuck now talking. Same corruption happened here in Connecticut when we got hit with back-to-back tropical storms. One year, lost power for a week at one point because of the lack of tree cutting. Yeah, sometimes it's tree cutting. Sometimes they're actually manipulating the weather. But you can think that I'm crazy if you want. I don't. My feelings won't be hurt.
I think it's both.
Yeah, absolutely. It's both. They were trying to blame global warming and beetle infestation killing trees. Yeah, so one of those idiots was trying to blame the eclipse on global warming. Myers says 7-Eleven was a part-time job. What? Oh, okay. Instead of 9/11.
Funny.
Yeah, I got it. That's code words. I get it. Detroit is still a hellhole. Yeah, but it's almost like going back to the early 1800s. I mean, it's like all the houses are disappearing and that it's turning back into
it's shrinking.
It's going to turn back to a forest is what I'm seeing. But yeah, there's a guy on. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that the good doctor mentioned that that it was pretty rough on Devil's Night and so forth. I had one of my best friends. He was a New York City firefighter. He's since been medically retired because his biceps detached on him. If you can believe that, like he reached down to pick up a hose and one of his biceps detached from the bone, and he went through like 9 months of reconstructive, went back, and then the other one did it. It was weird. So he's medically retired.
Is that something that happens with firefighters because the hoses are heavy?
I don't know. I really don't. It was just the damnedest thing because it was one, and then when he got back on duty, bam, there goes the other one. It was really weird.
I know that postal workers, after decades of working, they get problems, real bad problems with their shoulders from the strap being on them. But Paula says the earthquake in Taiwan sunk an island off their coast. By coincidence, it was an island that blocked a Chinese naval invasion. Coincidence? Yeah, all of this stuff, all these earthquakes, everything. It's so obviously. And then there was all that fire in North Texas a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
I think that was all done by.
Well, they don't want us eating meat because meat makes people ornery. It makes people question. It makes people fight back. This is all this is all in the communist playbook. I worked in Africa for a long time, and I was a private military contractor for a while, and I was a liaison between South African private military contractors and JSOC out of Deja Booty when we were operating in Africa, and I got to know, especially some of my Rhodesian friends. I got to know them very, very well and learn what went on there. And it's nothing. I mean, most people aren't even taught anything about it, but if they are, it follows a playbook, and that same playbook is being acted out on us now. It's absolutely no different. None.
Yeah. And it's all around you. You don't see it. Like the intersection of Pioneer Parkway and Bowen in Pantego, near where I lived in Texas.
My brother used to live in Pantego. Wow.
Okay, the Jack in the Box, McDonald's. The other side was where the Long John Silver's was, and then I don't remember what used to be there, but it's a Walmart on the other side. It used to be McDonald's, Jack in the Box looked like a Jack in the Box, and had the clown, and McDonald's had the golden arches and had its own distinct architecture. And Long John Silver is supposed to look like a pirate ship. And at a certain point, they changed the architecture, and each one looks like a cube, like a prison, and it just becomes this really ugly industrial architecture. And the Walmart's ugly and has all these cameras mounted on the top. Must be several dozen pointing at at the parking lot. Probably entirely necessary. But
they have AI that watches you, and they can predict what you're going to buy before you buy it.
Yeah, well, what the whole thing is, it's they make the architecture ugly, and that's all part of making you just give up.
Yep.
And there's a great, she might come across as obnoxious, but there's this girl on YouTube named Karlyn Borisenko, Karlyn, last name Borrysenko, Karlyn Borisenko. She went to one of these Trump rallies like I'm waiting for, and she was a liberal, like, and she thought, well, I'll go troll them, and then she was treated really wonderfully, and she thought, maybe I'm on the wrong side, and she switched over. And then she started to realize, boy, these people are assholes too. And she really became disenchanted, really, with both sides. But she's on the conservative side. She wasn't really for Trump. She was for Ramaswamy. But still, that's a lot of progress from where she was. But what she is an expert is in socialism and how they talk, and when they say this, they mean that. And so she sometimes will just hijack and put on a live stream that's live, and she'll comment on it and explain what they're saying and what they really mean, or she'll just, it's fascinating to listen to her. She can be a little obnoxious because she looks kind of like the enemy and talks a little like the enemy because she used to be one of them, but she's converted more or less to the correct side. And she's interesting. She's on YouTube all the time. And then speaking of Detroit, there's a fascinating guy named it's a show. It's on YouTube. It's a channel called Shea Show, SHEA Show, and he's a realtor and property manager in Detroit. And he what he'll do is he's got investors all over the world that, you know, some of them want to buy a whole block of houses in Detroit, which you can buy a whole block of houses for maybe $1,000, buy 10, 12 houses, but they're not in the best shape. And what he does is he goes in, shows what the house looks like, so that, and then the people thinking of investing just look at his YouTube video and say, well, this one's for blah, blah in this country. And they watch it, and you get to go in and see what the holes in the floor and stuff. And then he rehabilitates the house, and he brings in this really colorful cast of characters that come in and paint and put in carpet. And all of them are funny, but they're real people, but they're his friends. And sometimes he drives around Detroit and just shows you and talks about things. I haven't watched him in a while, but I need to get back. Somehow, sometimes things that you used to watch, YouTube stops showing them to you and you forget about it. But anyway, he's great and very interesting to watch, because you can watch how the houses transform, and he's trying his best to help Detroit, and he's got a good sense of humor. He's just
don't those houses that you can buy cheap all have like $300,000 tax liens on them though? So
no, I don't. I think
these
these are houses. I don't think so. I think some of these houses. No, I don't think in these neighborhoods they do. And some of the neighborhoods look better than others, but all of them you could tell how wonderful it once looked.
Right. Real artisanship in the build quality. Yeah.
If you have the right eyes, you can look at a crumbling building and say, I know what that looked like. You can see through time, and I have that ability. I can look at a room, and I look at a classroom, and I know what this classroom looked like in 1963, and I can imagine what things were like in here. And anyway, I don't know. Yeah, the country's, they're attempting to take the country over, and so they're desperate.
Done a hell of a good
right
job.
now. Well, they're desperate. They're worried, and that's why every day I turn on the TV and it's like, well, what horrible things can happen now? And my birthday's next Saturday, and for years, whenever it was time for my birthday, I'm thinking, what horrible thing is going to happen now? Because my birthday is also the same birthday as Hitler's birthday, April 20th. And so, on April 20th, the Branch Davidians get burned. Or maybe sometimes it's one day before my birthday. April 20th, the Columbine shooting. It's just like every year there was something horrible would happen on my birthday. Lately, it's been a little bit quieter on my birthday, but with as things as contentious and horrible as they are now, I wouldn't be surprised if something horrible happened on the 20th, and they say it must be those MAGA Trump people. They're doing it on Hitler's birthday because they're all Nazis.
Well, the thing that communists always try to do is they're always the minority, but they try to make you feel like you're in the minority. You're not. The vast majority of Americans feel like you do. It's a very small section. It's just a very active section of these people that are causing all of this. And it's going to take a popular uprising to get them out. I think Lieutenant Colonel Conrad, I think, was saying last roundtable that they think that we have about 15% of the population on board. And if we can get to 20%, we can flip this.
Okay, that is the line that. Do you know of Juan 07?
No, I don't think I do.
Oh, I think that's the line is that that they're trying to let us see how bad things can get. They need people to wake up and realize, because otherwise they'll never believe it. And so, but they've got to convince a certain percentage of the population for the military to actually step in and start cleaning up the horrible.
I don't think the military as it stands is going to do anything because the officer corps has been completely switched out. Most of the officer corps at this point are communists.
I hear all these different conspiracies that Trump is still really in command of part of the military, and they're holed up down under the ground in Colorado. I don't know exactly, because I'm usually half asleep or completely asleep while this stuff's being played on the television, and it soaks into my head in a weird dreamlike way. But I know there's a guy named 107 that comes on a lot of these shows on Rumble, and he's clearly a multi-millionaire he's always in a different car. All he'll show is his cowboy boots. He just gets on like I'm doing now, but he points the camera down at his boots. He doesn't show his face. He clearly has a lot of knowledge of what's really happening. It seems like he really knows Trump and knows a lot of, and he'll come on and he'll tell what's going to happen, but he'll couch a lot of it with biblical allegories. And like someone will ask him a question and will say, well, it was like this, and then he told this Bible story. You could tell the person asking the question is like, just tell us what you know. But he's trying to be like, well, a grasshopper, it's like this. And then there's some people that think for a while there were people, and it's ridiculous because this guy does not have a Kennedy voice, but there are people that thought he was actually that John F. Kennedy's son, JFK Jr., didn't really die in that plane crash. That was staged, and this is actually him. And because all these conspiracies went around, especially during COVID, and they'd say, look at this photo of this Trump rally. You can see in the crowd behind him, there's a guy that's clearly JFK Jr. with the disguise on, and that's clearly his wife. And it's like, and it wasn't.
I think that's just desperate people grasping.
Yeah.
For something.
Well, the thing is, this guy put out a book. This 107 guy. I think he's he's a spy, or was a spy, and he has a lot of money too. So I don't really know his background, but he usually seems like he knows a lot. But anyway, oh, my wife's filling me in on all this stuff in the chat because I don't know what I'm talking about. She's saying, okay, I'm me again, and OMG, that's terrible news, Paulo. What was the Paulo news? Oh, about the earthquake in Taiwan. Oh, yeah. She's saying Cheyenne Mountain, and it's all my fault, LOL. Yeah, she's the one playing it while I'm asleep. He broadcasts from all kinds of places like Mar-a-Lago, he was in Antarctica.
What I'm worried about at this point is we have estimated 15,000 Chinese special operations troops crossing the southern border every month.
Yeah.
We have more Chinese trigger pullers in this country than we have U.S. military trigger. We probably don't have, but at most, a battalion of 0311.
It's funny what happens when a completely corrupt person that's been corrupt since he became since 1972, Biden, completely corrupt. He's been getting paid by China for millions of dollars, and it's been funneled all to his family and everything, and he's letting it all happen. He's letting the spy satellites go over. It's like, oh, well, I guess we'll blow it up now that it's already passed completely across. And
that's the reason that any sort of resistance to this is going to rely heavily upon civilians with their own firearms, because the amount of troops, enemy troops, combatants from all different nations, Iran, China, Venezuela, you name it, they outnumber our own LEOs and military at this point. They're plainclothes, but they can get weapons. It's not hard. We've been intercepting container ships of weapons, and for everyone we find, many, many more get through. So,
Well, you know, a lot of this has been the consideration. You know, I kind of said, well, I was thinking I wanted to get away from crime, but I kind of forgot I'm kind of wanting to get away from a major population area too, because I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe nothing will happen, but
Rand Corporation
I
predicted
don't have a good
90%
sense of
casualties.
this. And they're wanting it to happen. They put out a movie
Yes.
yesterday called Civil War, trying to depict what will it be like when these terrible MAGA people revolt. And I
Right.
think in this movie they've got California and Texas working together to split away from the U.S. Completely doesn't make any sense. But and then they're putting out articles, you know, before the Civil War, someone put out a novel predicting the war 20 years before, and it turned out to be exactly like what they predicted in that novel. So look, we're predicting exactly what these horrible Trump supporters want to do to you. They want to end our democracy. Blah blah.
Thank God it's a republic.
Yeah, I know. It's like, and it's great. Trump goes into a Chick-fil-A the other day in Atlanta and is just praised. He's giving out shakes to
Yeah.
everybody.
Well,
It's so
Rand Corporation ran the numbers on a civil conflict in the United States over 1 year, and they predicted 90% casualties. 90%. So
I
it
don't know.
won't matter where you are. Like, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, especially when look what they did to Hawaii. They can
Yeah.
get you. No, you can't escape. They'll get you. You know, I probably should
Well,
be talking about
it's
this
more
shit on
simple than
you.
that. Like the bridge attack that went down a couple weeks
Oh, I
back.
forgot about that one. Oh, yeah, that was 100%. The thing
Yeah.
steered right into it.
Yeah, it course corrected, and it wasn't the crew that did it. It can be hacked in from satellite.
Yeah.
It's a hacker did that, not the crew.
Yeah.
All those container ships, because of Amazon, you know, where you trace your package, where is it, kind of stuff. Because of that, they can hack in through that same system and take control of the ship.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and they say we're going to soon start suffering when people don't really realize how severe that was, but eventually it's going to.
All the agricultural equipment that comes into the United States came in through that port. All of it.
Well, they don't want people farming.
No, Bill Gates has bought up how many farms and let them go fallow? I mean, look at the prices at the grocery store.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't be talking about all this, but yeah, I'm 100%. Yeah, it's
They're
all
doing
insane.
Holodomor too.
Huh?
That's what they're doing. They're doing the Holodomor again. They're starving us
I don't know
out.
what that means. What is that?
That was Stalin did that in the Ukraine right before World War II. He starved out about 25 million people, and it was really horrific. Like I won't go into gory detail, but it was as bad as you could possibly imagine. And you know, they're just doing the same thing here. Gates has been buying up all the farmland and not producing food. This is intentional. This is to starve you out and get you to fight each other. Get you to fight each other for a crust of bread, so you kill each other.
Yeah, you know you can't trust someone that looks like Bill Gates or
he's autistic. Have you ever
Zuckerberg.
seen video of him talking when he's not being like filmed? He's a cutout. He's an autistic man. He does whatever he's told. He's a cutout.
But he's also someone that was picked on a lot in school and just
probably
hates everyone.
Yeah, well,
I don't think that he cares about people, and
they have that meme when he got a pie thrown in his face in 1988. Do you remember that? Someone pied him, and it says this is the day that Bill Gates decided he's going to kill everybody on planet Earth.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so I listen to Alex Jones, and then people tell me, well, you can't trust him. It's like, but that guy he's angry. And it's like the movie Network. It's like, I want to like this guy. And clearly they hate, the bad people hate him. And they say, well, maybe he was, I don't know. Well, he believes, I just go with my gut on these people. And Trump, people say, well, maybe he's actually the Antichrist, because I don't think Trump is like reading the Bible every night.
No, he's
But
not squeaky clean, but he's
he
not a
says,
commie.
what's your favorite Bible verse? He says, like 2 Corinthians. It's like, no way, you're not supposed to say it that way. And it's all right. I think that, and they say he wants to make America great again. What do you mean America's not great? He, it's like, what do you mean? You want to make it like back in the old days when everybody was racist? That's not what he's talking
When
about.
everybody was racist, when did being racist become the worst thing ever?
The
It's
thing
worse
is, the
than murder. It's
1950s,
like what's going
the
on?
1950s were a pretty great time. And so if you want to make it like the 1950s, then these people say, well, that was a terrible time.
But they weren't alive. They don't know.
Yeah, they don't know.
They
And
don't know
I've
what they're
talked to
talking
liberals
about.
that were alive then, but
Yeah, I have young people
my
tell me
father-
I'm wrong about things I lived through and saw with my own 2 eyes, but because it doesn't comport with their belief system, they tell me that I'm wrong. I'm a firsthand witness to this stuff, and they're telling me I'm wrong.
My father, and I was really into I've always been into the 1950s, the music and all that, and I talk about it with my father, and he, of course, he was born in the 20s. He was in basically early high school, maybe when World War II ended. He barely missed that war, and then he goes to college and graduates right in the early 50s and is immediately drafted into the Korean War. And he says the 1950s, I don't remember the 1950s being that great. Well, that's because you weren't a teenager at the sock hop. You were
Right.
at the Korean
You're at
War. You weren't
Chosun.
reading
Yeah.
Tales from the Crypt and stuff. You were just maybe it wasn't really great to be a young guy that's like real focused on going up higher in the military in the 50s. I don't know. I don't think that he was drafted literally the day after he graduated.
We had law and order. That's the most important thing, so that you could put down roots, invest in something, build something, and know that it wouldn't be swindled, taken, or vandalized. And we don't have that now. And with that kind of uncertainty, you can't create a stable society.
Friar Tuck says he doesn't really trust Musk either, to be honest. Yeah, Musk is a little shady.
He's a cutout.
With the brain implants and stuff. But there's, for every one thing I completely don't trust about Musk, there's a bunch of things I like about him. So I'm more on his side, but yeah, I know exactly what you mean. But to be honest, there's things about Trump that are a little scary, but I tend to completely want to forget about them. But
he's the cleanest dirty shirt.
Huh? Yeah.
He's the cleanest dirty
I
shirt.
tend to like what he accomplished more than Gates. Oh, of course, but still don't trust him. Yeah, but I think I would put him more on the good side. I don't know. There are people that I associate with in this comic book community here on YouTube, and I like them all. Some of them I like them more than others. Some of them there's a little sometimes like, gosh, why did they say that to me? And I'm like, so, but well, my father just missed Korean conflict war when he served in Air Force. Closest he came was when Russians invaded Hungary. I want to call it the Korean War because I'm reactionary. Because at some point they started saying it was the Korean conflict, it was the Vietnam War. I mean the Vietnam conflict, and the guys that because it wasn't officially called a war by politicians, but the guys that were in it, they called it a war. So, to me, that's insulting to them. And I know what was it, the VFW or whatever, the World War II veterans looked down on the Korean War veterans, that they were not as good. They weren't the cool kids. That's what my dad told me. And it's like, oh, shit. My wife is saying, I like this guy, Gratu, referring it to you.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, he's from where we used to live, Cleo, also known as Greta.
I used to go out to Grand Prairie to the Naval Air Station and watch the Phantoms run drills off. Remember when everybody would park their car on the side of the road and watch the Phantoms take off and run? That was great.
Yeah. Cleo, am I going out to get food, or are we eating a factory meal? I'm talking to my wife who's upstairs in the attic through YouTube. So I don't know. I just to honor my father who was in the Korean War and Vietnam War, I just call them wars. I don't know.
There's nothing
Police
cool
action,
about it.
conflict.
War is just a bunch of dirty tricks. There's no honor.
I like it when they call it kinetic action. Kinetic.
Yeah.
That's
the polite term now. We're going kinetic.
It's a frantic activity. It's just it's a mostly peaceful activity. I need to look at the specials if they suck. No, but if it sounds good, Govna Hubba, whatever that says.
Now, I don't want to overstep my bounds here, Orloff, but I usually only eat once a day, and today I treated myself. I had a Diablo sandwich from Smokey and the Bandit, and it was
okay.
delicious.
I heard you guys talking about that, but I didn't know what the hell you were talking about. Is that an imaginary sandwich?
Jackie Gleason ad-libbed that when they were filming Smokey and the Bandit. Nobody knew what it meant, right? So everybody's got a different trip. For me, it's a chopped beef barbecue sandwich with a bunch of jalapenos on it. It was good.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. Have you ever done an internet search of that to see what other people think it is?
Oh yeah, because when I was a kid, everybody would be like, "What's a Diablo sandwich?" Like everybody wanted to know.
Oh man, I never got into Smokey and the Bandit minutia like that.
Oh man, I'm a little bit younger than you, and for us, Smokey and the Bandit was like the coolest thing.
Well, I'd like to watch that movie again. You know, I haven't
It's
seen
Jackie Gleason's finest performance, I swear to God. I mean, he shone so bright in that movie.
Yeah. Friar Tuck says he recommends HelloFresh and Blue Apron. Not gonna lie, I think we used to get HelloFresh. We got something else. I forgot. She'll tell us. Friar Tuck, where did you get said sandwich, Ricky?
Oh, just a local barbecue place, and then I just put a bunch of jalapenos on it. I just made it myself.
What's the name of the barbecue place?
Temple Barbecue.
I don't know that one. Okay, so you know Mark Rudlin. Who else? But you never.
I knew Tim DeLauder from what was it? Had a couple of big bands. Tripping Daisy was the first one.
Okay. What are some of the bands you were in?
I was in Viberlux.
Heard of them?
I don't know. Kim Pendleton singing. Paul Quigg on guitar. I played bass.
Kim Pendleton? Is that Kim Lynn's?
No, Kim Pendleton. She was big in the scene. She was in Lithium Christmas.
Okay. So that's where you know Mark Rudlin from.
Yeah, Princess Tex. Then there was like Course of Empire. I wasn't in Course of Empire. I knew the guys real well. Mike Graff. I loved Mike Graff. He was my guitar hero.
Yeah. Well,
that was back in the late 80s through the 90s, and then I had a child. I needed to do something. My old man was in Nam. He was an 11th Cav Alert, and so I had an in into contracting, and I needed the money, so I got into that.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to hang out at Exposition Park a lot.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And
big art scene there.
Well, Jason Cohen opened a bookstore in the front part of a tattoo parlor, and I put out a magazine called The Sophisticate, and I would put it there on consignment in his store. And then he moved to the other side of the building, and opened a video store and a bookstore together. It's called Forbidden Books and Video. And then it was also a coffee shop. And even though Dallas is a 30-minute drive, I was there almost every night hanging out.
Oh,
And that
wow.
was in the late 80s, and it was just a lot of fun. And
Dallas
then,
was a ton of fun in the late 80s and the early 90s, especially. I mean, I had a blast.
And somehow I thought that was a little punk rock bubble, and that the crime of the surrounding neighborhood just, they wouldn't ever bother us because they were weird looking punks. They're not going to possibly. I don't know how I thought I was so safe to come out on the way to a Christmas party from, remember the antique store Millennium?
Yeah.
I come out of that, walk around to the parking lot behind, and this guy attacks me and breaks my glasses, and I wind up in the hospital, and just like and then
Violence
after
is
that,
always
I
that
didn't
way,
go to
though.
Dallas much anymore. And then all my friends in Dallas, I kind of grew apart from them because I never went to their parties and things. After that, you just start realizing, it's better to stay here and watch TV. And then you just become a hermit, and with your 2 cats and your dog. And that's when I was single. And then when I met my wife, she wants to go out and do things. And wants
Well,
to
I
go
think
see
everyone,
shows in Dallas. And it's like, oh yeah, I guess we can do that. And then on the day of it, I chicken out and I just look like a pussy. It's like, I never want to do
what
it.
I understand that. I mean,
It's
I
like,
think everyone's kind of become that way, though, Orloff, because I mean, when I was a kid, like my friends would come in like through the backyard. Like they would come in the back gate, come in the backyard, come and start going through the refrigerator. Hey, what are you doing? And people just aren't that now. If you go to someone's house and knock on the door, like they act like a SWAT team's ready to come in or something. So I think
yeah.
it's not just you. It's the society has really taken on a bunker mentality because they've been severely demoralized really for the better part of 40 years, if not 50. This has been going on a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, but I just see everything closing in, man. I mean, it's like my friend that runs a comic store in Mesa, Arizona, that's on here like almost every live stream. It's like he just got a package returned because the postage isn't good enough. And then he sent a package to Dr. Fibes, and they open it, rifle through it, and you've got to pay an extra $17 because he put some stickers in here with the books. It's like, what?
What?
The post office has gone completely insane. Everything has gone completely insane
The
because
post
we
office
have an
can't go through
insane
someone's package.
ruler.
That's illegal.
No, the post office can open your package to see, is this really media mail? Because if you send something and it has advertisements in it, then apparently they charge more. I don't know. It just doesn't
That is
seem
an
right.
illegal act. They're engaging in an illegal. The post office is breaking the law. Ballface.
But hey, the president breaks the law. His son breaks the
Yeah.
law.
By the way, I've seen the
prosecuting
laptop
Biden
from
breaking the
hell,
law.
and it really is.
I mean,
I've seen it.
You seen what?
I've seen what's on the laptop from hell. It's awful beyond words.
Are you talking about Hunter Biden's?
I am talking about that. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Right after that came out, they had footage, but all it was all filthy. But I didn't see.
It involved little girls like 6, 7 years old.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I wouldn't be surprised with those people. Those can't trust Democrats. But
that guy should be on death row, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, but he's the smartest person that Joe Biden knows. Is his son Hunter?
He's a junkie.
Yeah, you ever see him where right before, I guess, he had new teeth grafted onto his little stubs of little fangs? Man.
I mean, I don't know what that kid endured, that guy, but it doesn't matter. He's a monster.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Um, everything's screwed up, but
Well, eventually people are going to be forced to stand up or they're going to be slaughtered. So it's, it's an easy victory from our end. Do you want to stay alive? You're going to have to stand up. It comes down to that because the people that are running the show right now, they're not here to take over. They're here to destroy everything. Tabula rasa. Clean slate.
yeah. Yeah, it's something else that we probably should
China will,
on YouTube.
they will have us slaughter one another. Then China will come in, mop everything up, and then bring their own people in and kill off the survivors. Then they'll rewrite the history books to say that North America was always a part of Greater China for the last 10,000 years. And in 100 years, nobody will be around to tell you otherwise.
At least we'll have good food. I always like Chinese buffets. And,
But have you ever hung out with the Han Chinese in China? You want to talk about some racist people. They are the most racist people on the planet.
Well, Joe Biden once said, they're really good folks. That's what they love to use.
The first time I went to China, I went to the Uyghur prefecture, and they don't call it prefecture, but you get the idea. The point is they treat those people. They don't treat them like people. They'll test nuclear weapons near their towns, and they don't care.
What brought you to China?
We don't care.
I'm sorry.
But like their whole society is so weird. Like they'll pay people to sweep trash from one end of the street to the other, and it's different crews. Like here comes one crew, and they'll sweep all the trash down to one end of the street. Then they'll clock out, and another crew will come in and sweep the same trash all the way back up the other end of the street.
Really?
Things like standing in line are completely foreign concepts to them. They don't know how to stand in line.
It sounds like an attempt to keep everyone employed, but doing completely ridiculous things. But then they could say, well, we have 100% employment. We're just
Correct.
Sweeping around things.
When I was there, I had a military escort, and it was a driver. He was also there to spy. But if I wanted to go the wrong way down a street, we could do it. And if we killed anybody, it was their fault for not getting out of the way.
What career were you in exactly at this point?
At that time I was working for General Telephone, GTE.
Oh, I was thinking, are you?
We were putting in cell phone towers in Shenzhen. This was back in the late 90s.
Oh, wow. Man, you've done a lot of things. You're like Dr. Fibes. It's like, I've been to China.
I only worked for GTE for about 14 months. It wasn't that long.
Wow. Well, I don't know. Ugh.
I was just an installer back then, but it was an experience. I'll tell you that. Like the people there would they would set up chessboards on the sidewalk, and then they'd be by a little kiosk that was selling like dried rats on a stick, fur and all. And they just eat them. They eat them like beef jerky, crunch. And one of the old men was playing chess, and then he had to go take a dump. So he just walked 3 steps away, squatted down on the sidewalk, took a dump, and then came back, kept playing chess. Like it was nothing.
Huh.
It was a cultural shock, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Well, maybe we're the ones that do things incorrectly. That sounds very convenient.
Yeah, but there's human feces. I mean, this was before San Francisco, right?
Yeah.
There's human feces all down the sidewalk.
Wow.
The Chinese people do not live very well, and life is very, very cheap to the Han. I remember watching them building high rises, and they would build these high rises out of cinder blocks, and then they would put like a glass facade on top of the cinder blocks, so it looked like a modern glass high rise, maybe 25 stories. But it was really just a big cinder block building, and they would build it by doing bamboo scaffolding all the way up. And these little Chinese workers would run up and down these scaffolding at incredible rates of speed, like very, very dangerous. And every once in a while, you'd look over there, and one of them would just fall off, Wile E. Coyote style, and everything would stop for about 30 seconds, and then they'd scrape them up off the pavement, and they just go right back to building the damn building. Life is absolutely meaningless in China. Human life means nothing.
Oh boy. Well, sounds like a wonderful future for our nation.
We can change it. We just have to stand up and do it.
Yeah, I don't see any specials for the restaurant, so I have to decide if I want anything off the regular menu. Oh, well, man. So,
well, listen, Orloff, I need to jump down. I've been up over an hour here.
well, I appreciate you coming in.
Well, thank you very much for having me. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you're going live later, but it's a pleasure just to sit and listen to you guys talk. I don't know. It's kind of like my Buddhist Zen time or something. I just turn you guys on and listen, and everything's calm.
Just out of curiosity, how did you stumble on the channel?
I was looking up stuff for Forum 303 Mall because I used to go there.
That's right. You told me that.
And there was just almost nothing online, and I was just curious, and I found your video.
There is a Facebook group, like Remember in Arlington, Texas, that occasionally you could find people, sharing memories about things, and sometimes I think they've had some forums on, no pun intended, on Forum Mall. But yeah, I did notice that if you type it into YouTube, I think a video where I drove by where it used to be and a video where I just talked with that projector screen behind me, actually, that I was just talking about. I just need to set that projector. I haven't fired that up in the 2 years I've been here at this house, but it'd be nice to be able to watch a big screen movie again. Yeah, okay. So the Forum 303 Mall, that's how I was thinking.
And I'm with you on the movies. Like I really don't watch anything after about I haven't been to the movies since The Thin Red Line, which I think was 2000. I went to that movie with my girlfriend, and it was it was concerning the Battle of Peleliu, which I've always been a big history buff, especially military history, because came from a military family, etc. But they had that shot where the guys were getting shelled on the beaches, and then the director decided to focus on a dying bird, and it was just so artsy fartsy. It made me incredulous. I was so angry. I grabbed my girlfriend. I said, "We're leaving," and I walked out. And I never went back to a movie theater ever again. That was it.
Oh.
So
really?
I've watched stuff that I've rented, but I pretty much won't watch anything after about 2008. And if I do watch a movie, it's mostly 90s, 80s, 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s. That's about it.
Okay. I've never heard of that movie. I think I went to see a documentary once called The Thin Blue Line. I think it was about
The Thin Red Line was a really famous book in the 80s, I believe.
Okay.
Late 70s, 80s. But it was about the Battle of Peleliu.
But it's not a movie I should look up, because obviously it's a
No, because it's supposed to be a World War II movie, and it was made by this German director that was like Dieter from SNL or something. Like, oh, don't sit there, ruin your ass. Like, the guy was so artsy fartsy. He turned a World War II combat film into some ridiculous piece of modern art. It was infuriating. That's when I checked out. I was like, I'm done with Hollywood. And like ever since then, it's just gotten progressively worse and worse and worse. So I'm really not upset about checking out of the art form when I did.
Yeah, and it's like the things that always were what would tether me to a bigger area, like a movie theater. I love movies, and he talks about eating at 1 a.m. I don't. Who needs to eat at 1 a.m., man?
Yeah.
So I mean, a lot of that, and I just don't care about hardly anything. You're right; it's the old stuff I like,
Yeah.
and I've got lots of old stuff here. So,
Well,
but then
Orloff,
I think,
I'm
well, I can
going.
get everything. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I've got to run. My girlfriend's kind of
Yeah.
motioning towards me. I need to bid you adieu.
All right, take care.
But thank you for having me up, and I'd love to come back on sometime later if you'll have me.
All right, sure, no problem. Come on anytime.
Cheers for now.
All right. Friar Tuck says, so not a fan of Saving Private Ryan. Fury. Oh, Fury was a Brad Pitt movie with about a tank crew, I think. That movie was okay. Saving Private Ryan was good. Paulo in his 30s and depends on working shift. Yeah. Oh, what? Isn't he in his 40s? Well, that's that different. Yeah, I mean, if you're working on a particular schedule, yeah. But the only restaurant I think that was open at 1 a.m. used to be Jack in the Box, but then I think they started closing at midnight during COVID. They used Jack in the Box for a while. In the middle of the night, they would have something called the Munchie Meal or something. It was something that implied that if you're up at that hour, you must be a pothead, and it just had a whole bunch of. It was like food for someone that was in that state, with lots of cheese. And I forget what they were called, but I mean, if you live in Los Angeles or New York, there's probably stuff open 24 hours. But where I used to live in Texas, it was, yeah, everything was pretty much closed. I know when I worked second, third shift, we would hit Denny's. Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, Denny's. Yeah, Denny's was open all night. But the Denny's that we used to go to in college, it closed and reopened as a Chinese restaurant or Thai food restaurant. I think Chinese. No, it must not have been Chinese, or I would have wanted to go there. It was something horrible. I mean, it was horrible in the sense maybe the food was good, but they let the exterior of the restaurant crumble and let all the foliage grow up. The grass was always not cut, so it always looked like maybe it was an abandoned building, even if they were still serving food there. And then I think that they just went out of business. I don't know what things are like now. I've been there in 2 years. And I don't know if I'll ever go back. I mean, I'd like to go back and visit friends, but I don't know. What the heck time is it, man? Time is 4:13. See, I'm worried about now. I figure, well, I'm way out in the middle of nowhere, but I can still get everything for the mail order. And now it looks like the post office has gone insane. So I'm worried about that. Um, there's always 12 people watching it. So I wonder if it's always the same 12. Uh, it's usually Friar Tuck, and let's see who else. Friar Tuck's usually there. Missing Mars. There's certain regulars. Up. As soon as I start talking about the chat, see someone went away. He knows who I am. Now it's 11. Okay. I need to get back upstairs and finish what I was doing. Okay, so we talked about a whole bunch of stuff that YouTube probably doesn't want us talking about. So I'll probably have some laser from a satellite take me out tonight. But I don't know. I don't think Joe Biden. He seems like a nice man. He seems like a nice little elderly man. Graphic Man says, no, it's not the same 12. I just returned. Well, perfect time for you to return because I'm about to go through some paperbacks.
And then you've got the domestic terrorism threat that we face because of this open border. So we know for a fact that there's people in this country that have been on the terror watch list. So, you know, the times that
President Trump expected to speak at 7 o'clock Eastern time.
To where we had, you know, President Bush.
So that would be 6 o'clock. Right now it is 4:15. Oh man, they're saying the word crap on Right Side Broadcasting. That's they normally try to keep their language clean on this channel, but he's getting fired up. Don't blame him. All right. What was it? Biden, nice guy, but should retire. Right passes, and we have an insane person leading our country. Oh, you mean, what's her face? Katrina? What is her name? Kamala. Yeah. Amazing. Actually, I'm not going through the paperbacks quite yet. Shit. Oh, yes, I am. Yeah, I can do that. No problem. What the fuck? I mean, what the frick? Oh, I turned the power strip off? Ah, that's what happened. Okay. All right, so I'm filling. What I am doing is I've got this to fill up with books. I just moved it from the other side of the room so I can move a desk back here. So we've got a book from Graphic Man here. Look at that. All about the author. How do we get more light in here? Oh, I see. Maybe that. Okay, so we got a special Graphic Man section here. There's another publication from Graphic Man. My wife was asking, where are those books that Micah sent us? And I said, they're downstairs in the third level. Now I know exactly where they are. There's another one of his books. Okay. Here's a children's book of Wonder Woman. How about that? Let's put that in next to this bookshelf. What is this? It's some Batman glasses. How about that? Wear these to your next job interview. Graphic Man should come back on. Well, that'll be fine if he wants to. Robots, the Tin Dream. It's a whole book of showing you toy robots. So that goes in next. How about Space Monsters from movies to, there's got to be better light. TV and whatever. Okay, this used to be in a library, you can tell. This is a book, complete and uncut, Quadrant by Peter Hsu says, All Men Must Die. It's a comic book, and just about every page is not viewable on a family channel. So tell me a little bit about, what do you guys know about Peter Hsu? Here's The Greatest Batman Stories Ever Told, Volume 2. It's reprints. Here's Ape, Monster of the Movies. Oh my gosh, shouldn't have shown you that cover. It's all about ape movies, King Kong and like that stuff like that. I'll put that next to my Space Monsters book. Here's a golden book of Mother Goose, but that really could be downstairs with the other golden books. Here's the Nose book. Here's the Onion. I was talking about this earlier. It's a fantastic newspaper. Possibly the greatest newspaper of all time. This is a textbook. This is Sounds of Mystery. It's like a book you learn to read from California. But I must hand it to them. They make it look like one of those Alfred Hitchcock books that have all the mystery stories in it. Yeah, see, state textbook. They make it look like a book that you'd want to read, but and they have songs for you to sing in here. Songs they probably wouldn't sing anymore, and you can read about owls. I don't know how the owls are mysterious. There's History of the Ice Cream Cone. That you wouldn't expect that to be inside a book. Sounds of Mystery, but oh well. What can I tell you? What year is it from, you ask? I'm guessing the Kennedy era. What do you think? I was way off, 1969, the Nixon era. Fantastic. Well, that was pretty wild to talk to someone from my old stomping grounds. Oh, Graphic Man, I'm in the chat. Friar Gotham City Comics says I'm backstage. Let's get you in. Add to stage. Hey, there you are. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I was worried earlier that you were furious about the post office and that you went off into a tirade.
No, I figured it out. It was my fault. I didn't put the guy's apartment number.
Oh, okay. But the thing with Dr. Fibes is still troublesome, but that could just be a rogue post office from a really corrupt liberal town.
Yeah. Yeah, mine was
Wilson's America.
Mine was my fault. I didn't put the apartment number.
Yeah, just hearing, the gentleman that was just on was saying that's completely illegal for them to open packages. But I figure the post office is allowed to do that, but I don't know. It seems weird. It seems very fascistic. God damn it. Oh, shit. Son of a bitch, you motherfucker. All right. Hopefully you couldn't hear me cursing there. All right. There's a little miniature gun, but they're not supposed to show that on live streams.
Oh, my mic was on mute.
Oh, was it? You were talking
Yeah.
to me. And,
Yeah, I was talking. I'm like, he's just ignoring me.
oh, I'm sorry. I was talking over you, and I was.
No, my mic was muted.
I didn't do it, but what were you
No,
saying?
I did it. I did it on my. It was my fault. When I put this phone on the tripod, I must have hit mute.
Yeah, well, tell us what you were saying.
I was saying that I could tell that they hadn't opened the box because the way I taped it up on the sides and everything.
Right.
They would have to cut through a lot of tape. So I could tell that. And then I looked closer and I saw, oh, his apartment number's not on there. So I called them and I said, hey, do you guys want me to send this back out or do you want to come pick it up? And they said, can you please just send it back out if you trust them? And I said, oh, I trust them. It was my fault. So I sent it back out.
And that was someone locally that.
Yeah. But that was completely my fault. That was my fault. When I created the label, it like auto changed it to an address without the apartment number. And I clicked OK. But I should have said, no, not okay. Use the original address. Oh, and then I was saying that I've been talking to one of your watchers and listeners. He called, but he doesn't have a YouTube account, so he's never in the chat. He's never been in the chat.
Right.
But his name's Adam, and he lives in Utah. Okay. So I told him I'd tell him about you. I'd let you know that
Well,
he
that's
called.
cool. Well, I'm glad you're watching, Adam. If you're watching right now, that's.
But he doesn't do social media, and I said I don't blame you for not wanting to do social media and all that stuff.
Oh, Paulo's here. Let's see. Add him to the stage. What's going on in Portugal, Paulo?
It's summer. It's almost summertime. We've got summer weather.
Oh, it's like 97 degrees today here.
Yeah.
This is the. I'm gonna give myself full screen for a little bit. This is the book that came out when Animal House was in theaters, and it's like an extension of the magazine, and it basically tells the whole story of the movie. It's like a novelization, but I forgot about this book. I need to get this book and reread it. And then, of course, Animal House came from this, the high school yearbook parody, which it looks exactly like a 1964 yearbook. I'm trying to avoid showing the front cover, and it's brilliant, a brilliant parody, and it even has the ads in the back. But I highly recommend that you seek out the 1964 high school yearbook parody. It's where the characters from Animal House come from that. Meyer Greenblatt's, what are people talking there? Missing Mars, Kevin, my special package makes its destination. I'm gonna order another one of your killer grab bags. And Meyer says Mandy Pepperidge. Yeah. And this
Missy
is
Mars, I haven't shipped the special package yet. I'm waiting. Probably till maybe Monday to ship that special package out.
For Missing Mars?
Yeah. It was a special request from him, yeah.
Oh, okay. Here is Michael O'Donoghue, who's known as Mr. Mike. This is the National Lampoon Encyclopedia of Humor. There's a Frank Frazetta illustration on the back that I probably can't show, but if you're a Frank Frazetta completist, Frank Frazetta did art for National Lampoon a few times. And here's a more newer printing with slicker paper. Fantastic. This would appeal to
It covers, this is about the history of comics. This is a parody of the history of comics, showing Bazooka Gum comics, you know, your Golden Age comics. But National Lampoon did parodies perfectly where they look real, because the true humor, true parody looks real. And this is the whole history of comics, but it's all, they show you what the characters would look like if they were real. This Micah, there's Dick Tracy with a bullet in his head. So if you're a Dick Tracy fan, you have to be a completist and get this. And there's a parody of the Red Ryder ad. But it may, I don't know if this humor's for everybody. I mean, it's a little bit R-rated, a little bit, very much. Here's their article on the Fabulous 50s with their parodies of EC, which I kind of can't show much of it. Or any of it. But I'll show you a little bit, enough that you can see that it really looks like EC art. But sorry to be a censor, but we've probably gone far enough with today's stream with all the political talk. Let's see. Mean Baby. I left a link backstage for you, Orloff. Lieutenant Colonel Murray is having a surprise roundtable right now. Oh, cool. I can't watch it right now, but I'm sure the live stream. I'm sorry, guys. I'm being rude, hogging the camera. Yeah, we'll watch it later. My wife probably already knows who that is. She's, you both are still there, right? I'm doing actually something productive. Now, here's Slime Time, a guide to sleazy, mindless movie entertainment. You have this one, Kevin? I bet you do.
Let me see it. No, I've never seen that.
Here's a movie that never got made. Ilsa meets Bruce Lee in The Devil's Triangle. Combining a bunch of stuff. It's kind of laid out like the Psychotronic Encyclopedia film with little mini reviews. Here's a review of Inframan. Here's a book on Ingrid Pitt, Bedside Companion for Vampire Lovers. Micah, how many books have you actually published? I think you said some of them were mainly just for you yourself, but and I don't know if you're uncomfortable talking about that other side of you don't have to. I'm just fascinated by it. Mean Baby, you have the coolest username. What was his name though when he was on the air? I've forgotten already. Well, I'll see it on. Here's a book that was a gift from a friend. Tex Avery, King of Cartoons. It's a 70s book. But this friend of mine had this outstanding library, and he says, I'm completely getting rid of all my actual paper. I've got all of this. I've downloaded all of it, and he was basically kind of done with everything. It's like, I'll just have my computer and, some people get that way. I can't imagine ever, I'm going to get rid of it and give away everything and sell some stuff and I just have white walls and a computer in front of me. But at a certain point, I guess some people reach that. It's just not something I can relate to. You guys still there?
Yeah, is Adam? I was going to show something for Adam. He had a request.
Yeah, let me get you back on. I'm sorry. How do I do it?
He's thinking about getting a set of these.
Okay. Oh, okay. The unseen. Let me get you full screen.
You wanted to see all.
Layup.
You wanted to see all four of these again.
Oh! I thought it was a comic book, and now it's a card for it. That is so cool. Yeah, those are the new ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She even has a
Definitely.
cigarette in her hand.
You already set mine.
I have 4 sets in the back. There's 2 up here.
You know, we talk about all this horrible stuff happening, but who would have things like this kind of counteract it? You think, well, there's still wonderful things happening in 2024, like someone making toys out of this stuff, and it's not 100% horrible nowadays. That's great. You never would have thought you would have ever lived to see something like that actually exist. Missing Mars, the unseen Chamber of Chills are wicked, wicked cool, he says.
I think my favorite 2 of the set is this one and this one.
Ah, yeah.
But this guy's growing on me. This guy's growing on me too now, though.
Yeah, that's kind of what I see in the mirror sometimes when I wake up.
All right, that's all 4.
Okay, let me. Okay, let me see what I do here. Layout. I don't know what I'm doing. Oops. Okay, what am I doing? Layout. Okay. All right. Micah, if you're still watching, these gigantic, bigger than a National Enquirer, like books with all the Popeye comic strips, it's a little mystifying. It's hard to have a bookshelf big enough for these things. I think I know where I can put them though. But they're amazing. I'm sure he has all of those. How do you tell the order of them? Oh, the years. Okay, so this is volume 3. Completely forgot I even owned these things. It's from Fantagraphics, probably the 80s. That's volume 3. This is volume 1. Okay. Sometimes you have things you don't have any idea how you even got them. This is volume 4. So there's the Jeep. And then Harvey Kurtzman, I forgot about this, put out a visual history of the comics, and it's a really big book.
Are you going through a magazine box right now?
No, this is not magazine size. I'm trying to think, how could I? Okay, you know, a Dr. Seuss book, how big it is. See this difference in scale? This is like the size of a National Enquirer, or it's like almost the size of a Treasury edition, basically.
You have a Treasury box?
Oh, that's a good idea. I should put them in with my treasure. I wonder if they'll fit in a milk crate. Yeah, okay, that's a good idea.
I'm just wondering where you're pulling these out from.
And here's a really big Popeye book. But it's hardcover. And here's a very ugly looking book, but it's the author. I like this author. He did a book called Comics History, called COMIX. But this is written by Les Daniels, but it's just an ugly cover because it's that Superman I hate with a lot of hair from the 90s. But I could guarantee you this is extremely well written because Les Daniels is really good. So, what are people saying? Who dares to write in my chat? Oh, Mean Baby says, laugh out loud. Thank you, Missing Mars, for complimenting his name. Okay, this is one of those Popeye books, but they also did them in hardcover. And this one is volume. What? Oh,
1985. Look at that. He's saying, "My friend, I am hungry, very hungry."
Hey, these people that are going to CGC the free comic book day books, they're not going to be so happy this year.
Oh, why is that?
Look at how they're wrapping them.
Let me see.
They should go back to this. They should go back to the old. Just throw them out the back of the truck with the twine on them. You know.
Oh, it's like a throwback, huh?
Let's start doing that. Let's just have a delivery driver and throw them out the back of the truck.
What was that?
I said they should go back to that where they have the delivery guy just throwing the comics out of the back of the truck with the twine wrapped around them.
Yeah. This is a whole book of
You guys will stay away.
pages. Look at this picture of the. I don't know what you guys can even see. That's a whole book of newspapers from when the Titanic sank. Yeah, I can't believe there are people so stupid they would send a free comic book day comic to CGC, but oh.
Hey, what's up, Tony? Hey. Yeah.
So here's Green Eggs and Ham, fine novel, and these are some of my childhood books that I learned to read with ABC.
You can send pictures and I can take a look at the stuff on our Facebook.
Oh, not me.
Or
Bear's
Instagram.
Vacation. Do these books get to Portugal?
You need bags and boards, don't you? Then?
Never saw
The
that one.
Berenstain Bears, did they translate these books?
No, not the Berenstain Bears.
But probably Dr. Seuss, huh?
No Dr. Seuss.
Okay, how about you?
What?
If it's from the 50s and 60s, it better have been French.
The opening game out here?
Yeah, we're on our way.
How could Dr. Seuss? I thought everyone all over the world loved Dr. Seuss.
No, Dr. Seuss is strictly an American phenomenon.
How many rows?
Even the British don't know what aren't really that familiar with Dr. Seuss.
What's wrong with the world?
It's simple. Well, Dr. Seuss is kind of simplistic.
Maybe it wouldn't. Maybe the rhyming and the weird words he comes up with, they can't really be translated to another
Yeah, but even
the
British don't get it. Even the British don't get it. So.
How much would they go for, man?
Well, there's something wrong with them, you know. You know how they are. What is this? This is a. I might have gotten this from a book fair. It's the Hulk feels rough, and then this is smooth. It's like it's a very tactile thing where for little kids. Yeah, this is to introduce little kids to superheroes. It kind of tells everything. Let me get myself full screen. That's what this is. This is from this is them attempting to explain Marvel comics to kids, and it's like an encyclopedia of knowledge.
Yeah, it's like the type of idea that only a marketing exec thought it was great, because you don't explain comics to kids in an encyclopedia. You give them comics. The people who would be more interested in that encyclopedia are comics fans. The thing is, they already know everything that's inside the encyclopedia.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't buy the Marvel encyclopedias.
Here's some books about magic that I got from a magician's house that had passed away in an estate sale. Here's another one, Conjuring.
Like two of these in the floor.
The book about disaster movies, Catastrophe. And this is from the same company that put out that book about apes. So I'll put it next to it.
Crazy about the Oakland A's movie, Vegas, and Coyotes are moving.
Yeah.
Oh, they are? I didn't hear that.
I think this is probably from France. Translated. The reason I think that is
another 3 years. So.
Oh no, I thought they hadn't.
Crown Publishers, manufactured in the United States of America.
No, they were playing in
Published by Bounty Books. Something about
No, because I read it with
these books. They have a lot of. They have a lot more people uncovered than would normally be in an American book, and there's a lot of this hammer art that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay,
Something about them.
Keep them in Glendale.
Something seems European about them.
Yeah, that looks like the type of illustration that the Spaniards would do for the British market.
Yeah, I think that those are books that were in another language and translated in English. Here's Betty Page Confidential, but I can't show you that.
They were always talking about it.
Yeah, long time ago. Mm-hmm. That's where
Hake's Guide to TV Collectibles.
that boat.
They built some other stupid building that I don't even know what it is.
Here's something like, do you put it in a comic book box or do you put it on a bookshelf? Because it has a spine. It's not, I mean, it's one of those things. It's like I tend to put things like this on shelves. What do you do, Paulo?
Oh, those definitely go on shelves.
Yeah. Although they could fit in a comic box is another one. This is definitely more of a book. This was the Edgar Rice Burroughs book that an ex-student gifted me. And it has the first three of the Barsoom novels, John Carter.
I already have plans for today, so I don't know if I'm going to make it.
Uh-oh, what is people saying here?
Well,
Missing Mars, Gratu, I think you out of StreamYard time because your video quality just tanked. How badly? Just like right now, or?
Yeah, you're.
What's up?
No, not
really
not
bad
any.
now?
You're freezing a lot. The sound's coming out fine, just fine, but the image is freezing a lot.
Oh, okay. That could be my Wi-Fi. Paulo, what's up? You got anything new? I'm gonna need my international fix.
Not new, but old. I got some things here. I actually have some horror comics made by a friend of mine here in Portugal.
-1. Yeah.
If Paulo is equally choppy, then it's my StreamYard feed. But if he looks fine, I don't, then it's my Wi-Fi. That'll solve that.
All right.
So how's
am I coming in?
He look? Oh, I need to give you full screen.
Yeah.
You want to be like a.
All right. So this is the last great movie theater. It's written and drawn by my friend David Soares, who is currently more of a novelist. He's been translated into several languages, but is not available in the U.S. And this is kind of freaky. So there's a monster, but it's not about the monster. It's because it's a lot of it's very moody. But there is a monster, so let me find the monster here.
X Plus.
Monster.
It's like a
Monster.
company that made this.
And the monster's talking to the main character. Although the main character is not important either.
Yeah, but you don't have the Godzilla one in like that?
But is it just me, or is every panel the same drawing?
Almost, because they're talking.
Yeah, but is that the way you're supposed to do comic? I mean, I'm sorry to be quiet. This is your friend that did it.
No, but
That's
it's
how
like
I become hated by everyone in the comic community.
No, here's the thing. Like I said, he's more of a novelist now because he didn't want to be an artist. He wanted to tell stories, but he didn't want to be an artist. But you know, so he did this sketch on the inside cover for me, and that's me.
Oh, look at that.
And this is the monster from the last great movie theater. And yeah, but this is big. It's over 100 pages. And well, I bought it because it was David, but it also got me started finally realizing that we did have some good fiction coming in, being made inside Portugal, because I was always about the things made in America or France.
Yeah.
But this is a story set in World War II, and it features people turning into flies. So it's written by David Soares, but the art is by Osvaldo Medina, who is like the best artist that we have today in Portugal. Is very versatile. He can draw anything, but he is not published outside the country, which ends up not. You end up not.
Why do you think that is?
It's just a question. He's not looking for. He has a normal job, so he's not looking for assignments outside the country like other artists that we have. And so he's usually published by my LCS's owner, because he has a small publishing concern. And whatever they sell, it's okay. They're not actively trying to market his stuff outside. Although I know that a few of his books have sold well in Poland. Okay, so here's what it is. Flies everywhere. So yeah, so this is freak. It's supposed to be very freaky. And I have to be careful with the pages because there's a lot of sex scenes. But they are, but it's supposed to be disturbing that way. Like we have the guy killing the fly, but then the fly eats the guy anyway. And another one, The Parents' Graveyards. This is with a different artist, André Coelho. And yeah, once again, moody, because you have monsters popping out of nowhere. I have other books that he did. So let's see if I can find the stuff without the nudity.
Oh my gosh. You Europeans and your nudity. How dare you?
All right. So they can create these monsters out of sand, but this is all supposed to be disturbing. Because my friend is also a scholar, and he likes to investigate mysticism from in the Iberian Peninsula. According to him, there's 10,000 years of mysticism. So in one of his novels, he goes on about when the area that is now my country's capital was inhabited by Neanderthals, but then the story intertwines with one of the country's most best known novelists of the 20th century, who is famous for a children's story, but then he goes and investigates everything that's freaky behind the children's story, and he crafted a story of his own.
Huh.
Yeah, and even though you're supposed to feel disturbed, there's a lot put inside the stories, and it makes you want to know more things. So I guess for a novelist, that's pretty good.
Yeah, good. Yeah, cool.
All right, you can take me out of the.
Okay. Let's see. I got some paperbacks. I don't know if Mike is still watching or not, but let's see. Here's some CDs. Do you know of this band, Paulo? The Dwarves?
Never heard.
Here's the Monster Mash, the whole record by Bobby Boris Pickett. Here's a bunch of records from the 50s, early 60s.
when the monster craze was going on. There's more of that. This probably can be obtained on YouTube, all the songs that are on here. This is a German import, but that's called Bop, and they've used art from one of those records, Frankie Stein and the Ghouls records, that was put out by Power Records in the 60s before they turned into the, you know, the guys that did the comic book reading 45s. There's Horror Hop, same stuff, bunch of great. You don't really realize how big monsters were after Shock Theater was syndicated with the Universal film shown on television for the first time, and then Famous Monsters starting. People only remember the Monster Mash, but there were probably not dozens, but or scores, but hundreds of monster records put out. Records about Frankenstein. And here's Captain Jenks, who used to do the prank calls on the Howard Stern show. There's a Shut Up Little Man. It was these guys rented an apartment in San Francisco, and next door to them was these two men who were a couple, but one of them hated that he was that orientation, so he was constantly shouting at the other guy insults, "Shut up, little man," and the other guy was shouting at. They were constantly yelling and fighting because they just hated each other but loved each. It's funny, that tapes of those guys used to be traded around all over the place.
I saw that Army Wars is coming back out. Yeah. Want to put down that?
Here's the Electric Prunes.
Yeah, that's
You know, from I Had Too Much to Dream last night. Now this is April, March.
Yeah.
And what she does is very 1960s sounding music. She does cover versions of a lot of those French girl singers from the 60s. But she's also a cartoonist, and she used to work for John Cristofalusi, and she used to date Mort Todd, the guy that edited Crack for a while and does Charlton and Comics Neo. So she's sort of in the comic book community, you know. She's someone that's into that kind of culture. Here's a 2-disc set of Solomon Burke. There's someone that had a YouTube video up last night that this is a good time to start buying CDs.
Hey, what's up, King?
I haven't bought CDs in a long time. Last one I bought was the soundtrack to the Munsters when that came out a long ago. This is the band I was just talking about with Mean Baby, Girl Trouble from Tacoma. Does this have my hometown on it? Yeah, they're a really good band, but look up Girl Trouble. And this is back when the Bachelor Pad hi-fi music became really popular, and they put out all these collections of that kind of music. And then, oh, here's my Fort Worth CDs. These records, these CDs, Fort Worth Teen Scene, these are all a bunch of high school bands in Fort Worth, Texas in the 60s. That it's pretty much acknowledged that Fort Worth had some of the best garage rock music coming out of anywhere in the nation. And it's testified on these discs. What else we got here? Oh, here's a CD of the Nerve Breakers. They were the band that opened for the Sex Pistols at the Longhorn Ballroom, and this guy here, I later was friends with him, T-Tex Edwards. And here's the soundtrack to Beat Girl. It's John Barry, the guy that did the James Bond music. The theme song to Beat Girl. Do yourself a favor, look up on YouTube, just type in Beat Girl John Barry. It's the greatest music ever. You know, if you were intelligent making Marvel movies, you take that Beat Girl, like Tarantino steals from movies the theme songs and reuses them.
use the theme song to Beat Girl by John Barry as the Spider-Man theme in one of these movies. It would be
Fatboy Slim's sampled Beat Girl for the Rockefeller Skink.
Okay, so you know how cool it is.
Yeah.
Here's one of the, remember these Believe It or Not paperbacks? Or do you even know what that is?
Yeah, I've heard about it. It's one of those things that's not known internationally, even though it was a phenomenon in the U.S. I've always been much more likely to have heard of things from America that nobody else in Europe has heard of.
Yeah. This is a book I must have gotten in elementary school from a book fair, but it always had this like really disturbing cover with his blood coming down from the neck. It's basically Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, but it's very different than the universal depiction. And then we've got some Doc Savage books, Meteor Menace. These need to go with my Doc Savage books downstairs. It's just everything's unorganized, but there's things are starting to get a little more organized as I go through things. Secret in the Sky. I wonder when Mike is going to start doing Doc Savage covers. Whoa, everything's getting knocked over. You ever heard of this drink, Liquid Death?
Nope.
It's basically just bottled water, but it's put in a can, and they try to make it, because it doesn't seem very cool for a guy to be drinking bottled water. It seems kind of foo-foo. So if you put Liquid Death on it, then it seems like something cool a man could drink, and he could crush the can afterwards. But I just save it because it's funny to be drinking that. It actually tasted okay, but it's all in the marketing. Here's an Alan Dean Foster book that I haven't read yet. Put that there. I don't think anyone's ever going to republish the Fu Manchu books, so you probably need to get them on the secondary market. I can't really think of anyone today that would put out a Fu Manchu book, but I could be wrong. There's a book you can't see. Here's Flash Gordon on the Lost Continent of Mongo, Al Williamson art, which I'm pretty sure just is the gold comic put into paperback form, because someone might have thought that the Flash Gordon movie was going to be a huge hit. It wasn't, but it was, a great movie, but it was, not a hit when it came out.
I have a Fu Manchu book. I'm going to go get it.
Oh, yeah, here's Benjamin Franklin, The Autobiography and Other Writings. That's a book I need to read. Here's My Turn at Bat, The Story of My Life by Ted Williams. Here's Raise the Titanic. They made a movie out of this. They, at that time, they thought the Titanic they didn't know that the Titanic broke in half when it sank. So they thought they could actually, and they show it in the movie. It was a pretty good model. Where they actually brought the Titanic up and resurfaced it. But oh well.
Wow. I started delivery.
There's a new reprinting Cornell Woolrich. First publication in over 50 years. Raymond Chandler, Farewell, My Lovely. I'm actually seeing the floor in this room. It's really quite amazing.
Those little figures.
What are people saying here?
I don't have that. Heard of it. But...
Missing Mars says Liquid Death main marketing angle was that they use 100% recyclable container, unlike the plastic bottle. Yeah, but I'll never recycle it because the can looks so cool. So it didn't work, did it? Here's a bootleg of. You ever heard of this band Love?
It comes out in like 3 weeks. Yeah. I saw it. Cool. Thanks. Cool.
My little red book. Here's a whole box of cigarette lighters. I've never smoked, but my father enjoyed smoking.
I got some cool pins.
How does this? Oh, I guess that's a cap that's become separated from the. I don't know how these things work, man. wonder if it would still light today or if the fluid's still in it. How does this? Whatever. It says this was when my dad was a captain. And I don't even know how the ranks were as a captain he retired a colonel. So how many ranks are there in between? Is major after captain? I don't know. This one had a plaque on it and the plaque has come off. Oh, the plaque is just Pall Mall. I don't know. I don't think this one was my dad's. This is just a promotional Pall Mall lighter. You know what happened is one time I bought a box that had cool stickers all over it. It was a wooden box that had roller skates in it. And it was some girl's roller skates. And it had stickers of all these different roller rinks from the 50s. And that's what attracted me to it. But it had her roller skates and a bunch of cigarette lighters. So like this one was from that girl's collection. That's definitely not my father's. He always had these kind of cigarette lighters that open like one of the. He always had a cool, distinctive sound. Chuck Weinert, U.S. Dunham Army Hospital, Carlisle Barracks, Pennsylvania. So look at that symbol there. Yeah, looks like a little miniature refrigerator. Yeah, so I got this little box of cigarette lighters that I won't. You see all kinds of stuff here, man. Okay, well, I don't want to hog the camera. Maybe other people have incredible things to show.
Yeah, how's your radio working? Yeah.
So I got the copy of Dr. Fu Manchu I just told you about.
Oh,
Portuguese.
Yeah, sorry. Let me give you a little layout.
Yeah, the Insidious Dr. Fu Manchu, 1975 Portuguese edition.
Yeah.
Cover made for the Portuguese market.
That's a cool cover, man. Why'd you never show on the 4-color fossils?
I never thought about it.
Yeah,
I think this was supposed to be a collection because yeah, but this was supposed to be a new collection because they're advertising number 2, which is Flash Gordon and the Lion Man from Mongo. I don't know if they published it. Actually, let me look it up.
Do they show the perspective cover for the Flash Gordon?
No, just that number 2 is upcoming.
Micro machines, huh?
Yeah.
Well,
all right.
That's a shame.
2,500 overcast, 12 miles.
See if I can find any information on that collection. If it went anywhere.
There's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, there were other books they published. The James Fenimore Cooper.
12 miles life range.
Oh, you're looking at your computer screen.
Yeah. Let me.
8 miles.
This is The Lone Samurai, the life of Miyamoto Musashi. I have no idea. Musashi. I guess he's a real figure in Japanese history. But
right? Yeah, Toranaga from Shogun is based on that person.
Oh, okay.
I had the little play sets that opened up. Remember those? It was like this.
Train.
And they all connected, like there was a gas station. There was even like a fish.
I have to make sure it's not a book club edition because
that little drive-through.
Book of the Month Club. Yeah, see, that's when it says Book of the Month, it's no longer as valuable or really valuable at all. This is a story of Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis. Everybody loves somebody sometime, and it says especially himself. Arthur Marx. Oh, he's the son of. I figured he must be related to Groucho Marx. It says he's the son of Groucho Marx.
So it only has two.
Why didn't he write a book about his dad instead of about Jerry Lewis? His dad would be an interesting subject.
Somebody did. It is official, but they do recount the anecdote about the take your cigar out of your mouth, which Groucho said never happened.
Well, he claimed it never happened, but he says it really did.
Yeah, the thing is, everybody who claims to remember him saying it, they're lying. It's the Mandela effect.
Oh, okay. But then they didn't. But yeah, that's true. I mean, it could be possibly. Not they didn't say the kinescope of that, but yeah, I believe that's true. Meyer, you're here, so as he says, I'm back. Hey, Paulo, good to see you. Meyer, tell me the origin of this little hot rod thing. Maybe I should give myself full screen. I would figure you would instantly know the maker and all that of this. The bottom is very rusty. I don't see any manufacturer marks, but it's a very cool item to display. Since I don't have a Flash Gordon spaceship or something like that, this is a pretty cool object. I should have this downstairs. I should get rid of some of the, not get rid of, but move out of sight some of the crummy stuff I have downstairs and put more dignified things like that on display. This is Russian Coca-Cola. Does that say Coca-Cola or Coca-Cola?
It says Coca-Cola. That's an L in Russian characters.
Where is an L?
The thing that looks like an N is an L.
Oh, so it's literally pronounced exactly the same way.
Yeah, Coca-Cola.
Huh. Yeah, they did this for when the Olympics happened. It's a regular Coke can, but on the other side they would print, Coca-Cola in African or in this case Russian, and I saved a few of them. That's good. I bet it tastes a lot better in Russia too, just like the Mexican Coke tastes better too, because they don't use high fructose corn syrup. They make the Coca-Cola in Mexico the way it used to be made 50, 60 years ago. So here we have to pay extra to get these imported bottles from Mexico that taste different and much better.
There's a Coca-Cola bottling plant about 10 miles from my hometown.
Yeah.
They say that sometimes we go on school field trips, and one time we were supposed to go to the Coca-Cola bottling plant, but we didn't. But they say that if you're a kid and you go to a Coca-Cola plant, you will never want to drink Coke again in your life.
Really?
I suppose that's seeing all of that molasses being stirred. It's not a pretty sight.
Yeah, I need to go to a Coca-Cola bottling plant because I want to drink that stuff so badly, but it's an addiction, and I keep falling back into it. I want to see something horrible that will make me never want to drink it again. Meyer Greenblatt says he's not sure about the make of that hot rod. Maybe ideal, he says. My hair looks like Gumby. Well, I got some work done upstairs. Paul, did you ever visit the United States?
In 2006, I managed to con my boss into letting me cover the Indianapolis 500 on location, because I had an offer to move to a different publication, and my boss covered their offer. Plus, said you can go do the Indy 500, which normally, of course, then he said you can go, but you have to pick the cheapest place that you can find, and I did. I found a motel. I found a motel at an intersection. Was the motel, a White Castle, a McDonald's, and a Taco Bell. And I got on a freeway, and it was on the second exit to the right, going north, and I was in Speedway, and so I could go to the track. I managed to, not counting flight and hotel, I spent only $100 on food and fuel. And my boss said, "Are you crazy? Now everybody expects you to just to spend that little if you go do a report."
Wow.
I thought about trying to find a comic book store in Indianapolis, but at the time we didn't have navigation systems installed in rental cars, and so I didn't want to get lost, so I didn't go.
All right, yeah.
Basically, the average household mortgage in ATC Americans have to spend 45% of their
Yeah, so apparently the U.S. Post Office started to open mail now to see what's in it, whether they should charge more postage. It's the latest step down the road to tyranny.
But isn't that a federal offense?
Is what a federal offense?
Opening your mail.
Not for them.
But it has to be.
I don't know. They open. I guess there's something called media mail, and if you send, you're not supposed to send comic books media mail. You can send books media mail because comic books have advertisements in it. And if they have any advertisements in them, then they're not considered media mail. So I know that there was a guy I used to know that ran a comic shop, and he would sell his free comic day books to people that don't live near comic stores or in other countries. And he would send them out media mail, and he would take these packages into the post office, and the lady would yell at him that these are not appropriate for the lower cost of media mail because these have advertisements. And he said, no, these free comic book day books don't have ads. You know, and so anyway, so we took it to a different post office where they didn't care as much, but some of them, depending on whether they're run by some people are just real a-holes. Like you take it to a place that's run by someone like Kamala Harris, you know, just like they think they're really smart and they're going to prove that you're a bad person. But that was a different thing. But when you deliver, when the package gets to its destination and the receiving post office opens it up and sees, well, there's books in here, but look, there's some stickers in here. These stickers are advertisements. And so they were trying to charge Dr. Five $17 extra to get his books that it was sent to him by Kevin. So. And that may just be in that local post office, but to me, that is a harbinger of things to come. Wanting to see what exactly they're getting in the mail. Are they getting books about Donald Trump? You know, that's the next thing. It's like, what are you reading? Why do you want to read books? I can tell there are books in here. It's heavy. What kind of un-American person reads books? You know, that's how they think, I'm sure. Books are bad. They tell you about the past. You know, you need to just listen, shut up and listen to what you're told to believe. I don't know. Meanwhile, you can see this is what they don't normally show unless you watch these alternative YouTube channels, is the gigantic crowd that's there to see Trump. And when Biden comes to speak, he gets about 12 people in a high school gymnasium, and those people are either paid to be there or they're working for him. But here he's got thousands of people about to hear him speak here in a few minutes. And it's going to be an interesting few months, I think.
Funny
Not
thing.
to talk about politics.
Funny thing. Here in Europe, they created data protection laws that are so restrictive that there's no way that any European government can meddle in our mail.
I would think that I would completely agree with you. I would think that would be sacrosanct, and that would be completely wrong for them to open something unless they hear it ticking, or if there's liquid dripping out of it. Then I would say, okay, they have a reason to open it because clearly there's something wrong here. But if just because the box is heavy, because Kevin wraps meticulously in those, what are those little butterfly boxes that they send comics in? He'll have that, and then he'll wrap it, and then he'll put, I mean, there's boxes within boxes, and he wraps everything meticulously, and it's the safe. It's like mycomicshop.com is famous for sending everything perfectly. He sends everything perfectly. So it takes a little while to open everything. You know how you see those unboxings and it just takes a while to open it? These apparently they opened everything to see what was in it, and they found some free stickers promoting Gotham City Comics. And that, for that, it has to be $17 a month. Meyer agrees with Paulo on this one. I agree with Paulo 100% too. That's the way the United States of America should be, and I thought it was. But I think that the post office is an evil extension of whatever administration's going, because they sure were really shady in the last election, how the post office delivered the choosing papers. I don't think we're allowed to say VOTES on YouTube. At least we didn't used to be able to. Maybe they're more lax now. I'm going to wind up in the same crypt with the crypt keeper of Castle Hills, like talking about unapproved politics. Well, I'm actually turning that room upstairs into an office. It's going to be cool. And I don't know if you saw that I actually installed some doors today. I don't know how to do anything, so I'm proud of myself for that.
I came back that morning, they were gone.
When I moved in, there were all these doors in the garage. I thought they were just random doors because the person that used to live here was an auctioneer that had a whole house filled with antiques that he was going to sell. The garage was floor to ceiling with just junk that he was going to sell.
Then the pallets, they left
I
the
didn't know
pallets.
those doors. Then I later realized those doors came from this
They were all
house.
broken.
I
So then I
can
put
put the
another
doors
post
back
up.
and make the house look more like
And
it
it took
did
5 days for all 5
90
of them.
years ago. And so I got 2 of the doors and brought them up on the elevator and figured out how to slide the little pin in. And it's like, wow, I can do something.
Can you mute Kevin? The noise coming from his store is louder than everything that we're talking.
I know. I hate to mute people, man. I guess I should.
Yeah, but he's not talking. When Kevin comes back from ringing up customers.
Did I do it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just sometimes it's funny to hear the people in the store, but something about it, I kind of feel like I'm insulting someone when I mute them, you know. Missy Mars says, yes, mute Kevin, please. You guys are mean. Now, when Myers said agree with Paulo on this one, I guess he was agreeing with your point of view on the opening mail, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm making sure I'm following the conversation. Myers says, thanks, Paulo.
Yeah,
I
the thing,
try to be nice to people. I'm like the
right?
nicest. I think I'm a nice guy, but then I cause grown
No,
men to get
of course,
angry and
but
cry.
Kevin's not talking. He probably left the mic up near the register, and people
Well,
walk up, and
I'm
the noise
glad.
coming from,
I'm glad to hear that he's busy. You know,
yeah.
because he said the other day he had like 3 or 4 people come in and buy something.
Yeah, but
Uh,
even if you just you and him right now, and you were showing stuff, uh, you you would not, the noise coming from his store would
am
still
I
be
still
louder.
choppy like I was upstairs?
No, no, your image is much better now.
Okay, then there is a way to trick StreamYard into letting you have extra hours. Because I started the
Exactly.
stream, it said I only had 30 minutes left of my free 20 hours. So apparently they'll let you keep going with
Uh-huh.
I figured out a way to stick it to the man.
Yeah, turns out we can do 28 hours.
Well, you could probably do about over 30 because these streams, I think they cut you off at about 12 hours.
Used to be 8. Yeah, but I guess it's 8 now. It's 12 now.
But you know, if I pay the money to get a free, if I get an unlimited plan and pay the $20 like Micah does, I would just like do a 24-hour stream. I would just set it up and let people watch the. While I'm at work, they could watch the dog sleeping. That's the kind of obsessive stuff I'd do. There are people. Meyer showed me a whole world of people on YouTube that I had no idea that stream their lives, and they go to islands where the rich idle children of the ultra elite go to play, and then they just talk to them, and they go into bars and talk to them, and it's all live streamed, and they're on boats floating around and doing crazy stuff, and it's just they go, and I guess they make a lot of money through YouTube, and I had no idea that world existed. It sounds like you know about it, Paula.
Yeah, I know that there are people who do nothing but stream themselves playing video games, and they're millionaires. But yeah, Ice Poseidon, yeah, he's one.
Okay. All right. So you know about all this world. I didn't
Yeah,
have any clue.
Destiny 2, because some of them started doing political commentary while playing video games. So they ended up crossing over to the culture war side of streaming. That Destiny's a famous one for that. Yeah.
I haven't gotten your take on Ed Piskor.
Well, the situation was very, very badly handled. But here's the thing: the Whisper Network, those guys who are always looking for stuff to bring everyone down, they exist. And your boy Zach, he's been doing a lot of videos about it. The thing is
And
that there
your
were,
boy Zach is one of the people under Ethan Van Sciver, like his friend.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he started before Ethan took over the Comicsgate thing.
Friar Tuck says running low on funds means the post office will amp up package inspection, kind of like the state police speed traps. Okay, true. Okay, so your boy Zach is anti. Okay, what I saw is that Ethan Van Sciver didn't like Ed Piskor because Ed Piskor had always gone after him and talked about how bad he was.
He didn't go after anyone. Here's the thing: the people, most of the people just agreed with whatever, and he said something. Oh yeah, those Comicsgate guys are all assholes and stuff. But he never went after anyone. The thing is, you agree with the Whisper Network today, and if you do something that they don't like tomorrow, the day after they're coming after you and destroying your life anyway, even though you agreed with them the day before. So
right, of course, that's how they are. That's how people of that political mindset always have been. It's no different from Stalin's Russia or the Nazis, and you can't trust your neighbor or even your own children. Yeah, that's what it's always been. But what's creepy, I guess I don't have to say the way it is here because YouTube is universal, right? There's not like a Portuguese network of YouTube, right?
No.
I mean, it's just
Right.
YouTube. Okay, is there some Portuguese kind of thing like YouTube where it's all in Portuguese?
No, it's all on YouTube.
Okay, but okay, so you can find the Portuguese channels. Okay,
Yeah.
well, anyway, the weird thing about this is he writes his letter on April 1st, and then it's like, well, my first thought when Meyer told me about it, oh, it's just an April Fool's joke, and then and obviously it's real. But what's creepy is this morning there's a new video. It's been there 3 minutes, started 3 minutes ago. And I don't know how many videos they filmed in advance or when they're eventually going to stop. But it's so weird to see, oh, here's the new video, and you see the two guys, and he's perfectly alive, and but you're wondering, was this filmed during the week when he went through hell? Does he know yet this is about to happen to him, or is this a couple of weeks before? You don't know.
I don't know. I imagine that the backlog for him and Jim Rugg should be about anywhere between 2 weeks and 2 months. So we'll see how many videos the channel has left with both of them.
How do you get backlogged like that?
You just record it. I bet that, for example, when they go, they just did different videos on Frank Miller and Dave Gibbons' Martha Washington. I bet they didn't record one video one day and the other a week later. They just did the 4 videos all at once, and they put it out once a week. The same when they go over the Wizards or when they do the Lone Wolf and Cub videos. If they're doing a series on something, they record everything and it's done.
Sorry, I was just saying if you. Anyway, keep going.
Yeah, so yeah, it's not difficult. If you know that you have, and there was a time when they were showing how they produced videos. So they did a 6, and they did everything live, and people could watch. And it was a 6-hour video, and out of those 6 hours, they would extract 6 15-minute videos. So you can produce a lot for a full week of material. Just in one day.
Yeah, I guess it's no different from filming a season of TV shows and then they're released once a week, but it's still very weird, and you keep wondering, was this filmed after the allegations came out?
No,
or
everything
is it before? And then you're looking at his face to see if he looks or disturbed. It's like eventually they're going to show an episode that was a day or two maybe before he did that. I don't know if he was filmed, but it's just, there was one I watched the other day, but it never showed them. Sometimes they have the camera pointed at books and you just hear their voices. But it was an interesting one about why was Mad Magazine so angry in 1974. And they're looking at several issues that I remember buying all of them off the rack when I was 9 years old. And I think what it was is the people doing Mad were probably about my age in 1974 and were like, I'm disgruntled about the government. That was the Watergate era, and they were probably pretty pissed off that they were basically the World War II generation is what's happening to our government. And they were mad at Nixon and everything. And so the anger came through in the magazine because they're basically, at the ultimate moment with the cover, with the hand flipping off the reader was like the ultimate, it's like, holy smoke, what happened to Mad? It's just the giant painting of a hand flipping you off. And that was interesting listening to these younger guys talking about that with some older guy that was there at the time reading Mad as a teenager. And I don't know. It's I don't know, man. it's something. It's just all part of everything we're angry about. That we're
Here's the
living
thing:
in this fascist culture.
the girl that got this all started, even though she was only 17. The thing is, yeah, Ed did something stupid. Ed obviously always had trouble relating to people, talking to people in the real world. So he doesn't understand some social conventions and how they translate to the online world. So when she said she was 17, he should have stopped, and he didn't. I don't think he was being malicious, but the girl was not some mollycoddled young teenager who lived with
No,
mommy and
she drew
daddy.
the same stuff he does. And it was
Yeah,
in the
no,
GTL, and she was sick.
I made a comment several times. You've heard of Mike Diana, that guy who was arrested for.
Right. Okay. She was into that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Answer Me. Yeah.
It's the same style of it's the same art style.
Right.
The
Yeah,
first
there was
I saw her Instagram. Yeah, I saw her Instagram.
Okay.
The first thing that appeared there was a something that's a 4chan meme, which is called "shitting dick nipples."
Okay.
So yeah, you can see.
I think that what it was, I really don't think he was looking at her romantically. I think he was thinking, here's a young person that has the same sensibility as me. And it was in what he said in his letter. I kind of believe he was wanting to encourage this young person. Hey, this is because there aren't many people like him. They're that twisted. And he thinks, well, that, like R. Crumb encouraged these young artists in the 80s with his Weirdo magazine. He was like discovering new people. And it's like, hey, these are strange people like me that, I wish someone had come along and rescued me in 1959, 1960. That's how I interpret it. And when he says you're a naughty girl, I don't think he was meaning it in that way. I think he's meaning it like literally, like look at this stuff you're drawing. Because I remember the really that Mike Diana, and I think that magazine Answer Me, that was one of the most sick, twisted. I don't even want to talk about it, but that's a magazine you're embarrassed to even own, because what if something happens to you? People are going through your stuff. Why did they own Answer Me? Do you know what that is?
I haven't heard, I've never heard, but
It was a
I know
magazine
some
that
magazines.
came out maybe in the early 90s by this couple that were the most twisted couple, and they'd have whole issues devoted to different horrible crimes, and they'd have horrible photographs of crime scenes, and it was like what Ted Bundy would read in the bathroom. I mean, it was sold in punk rock stores, and alternative bookstores, and it was I remember seeing that at the bookstore, video store that I'd hang out with. It was a coffee shop, and it was but anyway, I don't want to see that happen to anybody, and it's just, I think this is a pretty important event in the history of comics. It's just interesting how the people are reacting to it. Seems like most people are kind of getting behind Ed Piskor on as far as the YouTube videos that are popping up for me.
Yeah, the thing is, guys like Rich Johnston, all of a sudden were whistling to the side. What Piskor deleted himself. Oh man, that's terrible. I wonder what happened. They were all acting like that, and I'm not surprised. The only person that he named in the letter that I was surprised to hear was Evan Dorkin. Now, Evan Dorkin also comes from the '90s indie scene. And from Milk and Cheese, yeah. So from his material alone is one cancellation waiting to happen again, as well. So let's see what happens then, if something happens.
Well, I thought Milk and Cheese was like some innocent comic. It isn't?
No. They are
really
murderous. They are murderous dairy products.
Well, okay, murderous, but it doesn't get horrible. I mean, like it's not R-rated, is it? Isn't it more like a PG kind of thing?
And no, it's not PG.
Oh, really? Well, there's one of my favorite YouTuber, what a stupid word. One of my favorite guys on YouTube who hasn't done a video in over a year was like the nicest guy in the world. You could tell he's very Christian, and he had an amazing collection. And I remember he was into milk and cheese, and I thought, well, if he's into it, it can't be bad, because that guy was like he came across like the ultra nice guy kind of thing, but I don't know. It was Silver Age Dave. That's what I'm talking about. I seem to recall him showing milk and cheese, and I thought, oh well, if he's into milk and cheese, maybe it's good because he seems to have good taste. But I never bothered even picking up a comic of milk and cheese because it looks stupid to me and poorly, like it was drawn by a high schooler. So of course that's the same thing I said when I saw Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the first issue, first printing. There on, I think I looked at it. So, this is stupid. This looks like it was done by a kid.
Yeah.
But I could buy a house probably with what that comic cost now. Same thing with Walking Dead. I thought that was terribly drawn. I had no interest in buying that. It's like, yeah. I guess I don't agree with the populace about what's really great.
Yep.
Walking Dead, the artwork wasn't good, was it?
Walking Dead. It is.
Is it?
It's just that it's some people don't like it because it's black and white, but
I could deal with black and white.
It's typical for a Vertigo horror comic, I guess.
I don't know. Maybe I didn't even look at it enough to acknowledge,
Yeah, I didn't really care because I've never been into zombies, so.
Oh, well, I have been, but let me see. Is there another guest in the? Oh, Graphic Man's trying to get in. Oh, I wonder how long he's been there.
Not long. Don't worry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I saw a red dot. Sometimes after I bring someone in, there's still a dot there, and so I thought I didn't know. Well, anyway, so what's up?
Nothing. I just saw you're still going. I can't imagine. Oh, 6 hours.
I'm trying to test how much I can get away with from StreamYard here.
I guess in the name of science, that's a good thing to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, can I follow a question?
Sure.
Yeah.
What did you think of Bone? I loved it.
Yeah, I've only read the beginning of Bone. I never went through the thing. Looks pretty interesting. It's one of those comics that I say, I really have to get this, and I really have to read this, and I ended up not doing it yet, and one day I'm going to regret not having done it. But yeah, it's interesting. I think it's something that you can show to your kids.
Yeah,
and Bone sells in other countries, in other languages.
2/3 of the way, the story takes a weird twist. It's like, hey, I thought this was a nice, cutesy, fun, but then it got real weird. I don't want to give anything away, but Jeff Smith did that. And it's like, I'm going to lure you in. Everything's all wonderful. And then all of a sudden, it got a little out there with the dragons and all this weird stuff. But
enough to make you stop reading it?
No, just like it was whiplash. It really was. Like I didn't expect it. I can't explain it. But marvelously drawn. Anybody who could have easily took over for Pogo after Walt Kelly was gone would be Jeff Smith. Yeah.
That's what I thought when I first saw it. I thought, okay, this looks like it's Pogo influenced, but kind of like
Bronco.
Paulo, I always thought, well, maybe I'll be interested in this, but I never bought it. And maybe I thought, well, I need to get it from the beginning, and this is not the first issue. It may have been how I felt. I don't know, but
I guess it was knowing that he's always been a fan of Captain Marvel, but his favorite villains were the Monster Society of Evil, and he did do a mini series with them. you know, you want to talk about monsters, but they are in the confines of an acceptable translation of the Brothers Grimm.
Okay. Well, it had a lot of things going for it that appealed to me. Cartoon books, CB, that was his imprint.
Self-published.
And so I'm a self-publisher in a much lower area. And so then for a while there, he does a deal with Image, but then he goes back to CB, and he redoes those images that were missed. So if you just want the CB version, you can get that without the image.
Yeah, and in other countries, Bone is republished by Disney, so so there's no issue there.
Okay.
I had the impression, and I don't know why, when I saw Bone, that it was a local artist that did it. And I don't know if there was a sign at Lone Star Comics that said that, or someone said it. And I don't think I'm right, but I thought it was someone that lived in the North Texas area that was doing that. Do you have any idea where the guy lives that does that comic
I
strip?
don't.
No, he started this in his college newspaper. But then when he got out of college, he said, I'll just do this for real. And it was much better.
At the time, if you did something good, you could go to SPX and get people interested in your comic, and the trade magazines would pick it up, and they would, if they liked it, they would say something favorable about you, and all of a sudden, orders would swarm in.
Yeah. Oh, anyway, thank you. I just wanted to ask that real quick. You go back to whatever you were talking about.
Oh, I don't think there's anything more to say. It's just there was a tragedy in the comic book world, and it was, and you know, I don't, all of this stuff, it's weird. I see the different factions and how they react to each other, and I know that Ethan Van Sciver was like, gosh, I endured this hell for 7 years, and this guy only took him a week. But then he said, but all the people mentioned in this letter were the same ones that went after me. So in that sense, I can relate to the poor guy, but I don't like the guy because he hated me and was going after me. He was one of them, and now they're going after him. And then I know that, you know, as far as all this comic book stuff on YouTube, as far as I can see, the big dogs are Nerdrotic, with like 1 million people following with their Friday show, and they get presidential candidates coming on their show like Ramaswamy, and then I don't know if Tucker Carlson went on there once. I think he did. I mean, they have major people go on their show.
Yeah, Alex Jones.
And yeah, Alex Jones is gone. And so, you know, and they have this guy that goes on that's, I think his name is Eric July, that's doing a self-published conservative superhero comic line. And then I see Ethan Van Sciver hates that guy, but I think it's because he thinks the quality of his comics is really bad. He's charging too much. So he was, and then I see, because the other night I turned on Ethan Van Sciver, and he's laughing at that Geeks and Gamers Jeremy guy, who was part of the Nerdrotic crowd, and someone in the chat was going after him about, they're saying that Ripaverse guy is ruining your show, and that he's trying to defend his friend, and he's like, and he's just watching it and laughing at the drama, because, and then. Okay, so, but Nerdrotic's the big guys. Then I think there's Ethan Van Sciver, and the whole Comicsgate thing. I completely missed out on all that when it happened. It was not a part of my world because I didn't like comic books at that time. And if they were suddenly turning socialist, and I didn't react because I didn't know what was happening because I wasn't buying them. I almost questioned people that were reading the books at that time. but I'm glad that they were offended and fought against it. But why were you reading that shit to begin with? Is what I'm thinking. But that's all right. So there's that
Everyone
group,
was
but they
was
seem
waiting
to
for.
have this snobbishness, though. I was
Yeah.
one of the original Comicsgate guys, and Ethan and Skyber. I've been enduring this for 7 years. You've only endured it for a year, and it's like in the punk rock world. Well, I was listening to the Misfits in 1977 or 78. I saw them in concert. And it's like, well, yeah, I was living in a small town in the middle of nowhere. I didn't discover them until years
Right.
later because I had
That's
no way
not
of hearing
the.
them. They weren't on the radio.
Yeah, but that wasn't the problem. Here's the thing. If Ethan was having trouble making connections in the industry, that was his problem. When the first guys started doing, which were called Comicsgate, they started doing videos. They did so from a reader's perspective, a customer perspective, and in the beginning they even tried being nice to the artists, to the editors. No, this is what we like when we do it. This is what we're talking about. This is what we like. This is what we want you to do more of. And the reaction from the publishing world was, well, you're bigots for not liking what we put in front of you. And then that's when Ethan took over, and all of a sudden, Comicsgate was not about buying comics. It was about selling comics, and they made it a brand. Hey, I'm Comicsgate. Buy my crowdfunded comics, and they all did videos about that. They would do a 4-hour video complaining about something, and every once in a while they talk about the comics that they were supposed to be doing but weren't, because it took. At first, I'm going to do a 100-page comic. Then a year later, my comic's going to have to be 48 pages. And then another year, it has to be 32 pages, and there's no spine. But I still have to charge you $25 for it.
Well, I don't know exactly how all that works, but I mean, I guess I really can't relate to it. I just know that there's a snobbishness, like, I'm original Comicsgate. I was part of that movement when it started. It's like it's just like I've caught it from some people here on YouTube. It's like, yeah, I was there. It's like, yeah, I wasn't there because I love comics. Why would you care about those comics that were being made at that time? They were so unreadable. And then, yeah, they start diverting over into communism or socialism. I never would have even known it. But because I was doing something productive. I don't know. I just don't like the snob. It's like, okay, I was part of that. Okay, well, that's good. That's respectable. But it's like, yeah, but I was part of Comicsgate. Yeah, I was part of that. Yeah, I and then it's like, well, okay, cool. And then it's like, then you're next thing you're explaining to them about Michael Fleischer doing Dead Man in the early 70s, and it's like, wait, you're part of Comicsgate, but you don't know about Michael Fleischer, but I'm teaching you about that. Oh yes, you're Mr. Comic Expert. I've got my own time here. I don't care about it. But if they're providing entertainment, and Ethan and Skyver has entertained me a lot during the pandemic, just listening to him is kind of, it's sometimes just kind of soothing. Just the pure hatred, I thrive on it. When he's like buying up all the, there was some little ugly girl that was put in the new Star Wars movies, and he would buy up all the action figures. And that was funny to me. I don't know what her name is, but it's just. I mean, she was Asian, but that's beside the point. She was an ugly girl. I mean, Asian girls can be beautiful, but this girl was hired just because she was ugly, and it's like, so that the kids watching it, I guess, that are ugly could relate to some. But that's not the way movies are supposed to be. You get heroes that are beautiful or handsome. You don't get a bunch of ugly people so the viewers can relate to it. That's not how movie serials are supposed to be made.
Yeah, it's the cheesy the cheesy message. Oh, I love you for who you are, and I don't care what you look like. That's BS.
Yeah, that's
Nobody
exactly what they were
says
going
that.
for. Wait, what am I clicking on here? Justin, for a long time, the publishers say read other titles. It is only woke in these few. Then it became more and more. So you seemed extreme to bring up the odd panel, then the odd title, etc. Maybe expecting more from Jeff Smith, but seemed like it should have been in a newspaper strip MO.
No, you got to have at least 20 to 25 pages of bone for it to work. You can't do 3 or 4 panels and then the next day do another 3 or 4 panels. You got to have a whole little adventure in one book. So I don't know if you could hear me.
Spider-Man comic strip in the newspaper sure was unreadable. Because I remember you got a collection of those comic strips, Micah, and I was thinking, I bet that's really hard to read. Let me mute him again. I thought maybe. What? I thought I muted. Okay. It takes a second to mute after I press.
Yeah, that's some weird rhythm beat.
I don't know what's going on. It says unmute. It says I've got to mute. I don't know what.
Something unmute.
How you guys doing?
Doing good.
Oh, there. Okay, he's still there. You talking to us or is the customer?
Yeah, there's a bunch of cool kids that came in.
Really?
Sarcasm?
Yeah, these one kids they're gonna build some rat fink models.
Oh, okay.
Oh, cool.
Do you have a TV on or something? Because there's a lot of noise, the background noise coming in. And it drops out everything else.
I lost my internet for a little bit.
Oh.
There is a bass backbeat to your broadcast, Gotham. I can't put my finger on it, but
I'll probably leave and come back, and maybe it'll probably fix it.
Oh,
okay.
I think I just got my wires crossed when the internet went out.
Yeah, it sounds like one of those horrible channels where they think a ghost is trying to talk to them.
Yeah, I'll come back.
What's that? What do I hear?
Yeah.
Spirit, do you have a message for us?
Yeah. And we got all this tape recording equipment, and then they play it back. Did you hear that? It said the word Matthew. No, it said, but you thought it said Matthew, and now you're going to do a whole stupid show about it.
So I guess there's Nerdrotic, and then there's Ethan Van Sciver, and then I can't remember where Cartoonist Kayfabe is as opposed to Comic Tom. I used to think Comic Tom was the ultimate, and then but no, he's kind of
you've never
down
seen
there.
Comics Explained. Comics Explained is one of those idiots who do nothing but explain the panels. But it's not like the Geeky Puppet Show, because the Geeky Puppet Show is funny. Comics Explained is not funny. It's just going about, oh, and in this panel, the Spider-Man, he swings from here to punch the Green Goblin, and yeah, we can see that. Shut up, Comics Explained.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's for people that can't see very well.
Well, no, it's a good excuse to not buy the comic, actually.
It's like Braille comic books. Yeah, I don't know. It's
and I was seeing some affiliated guys in it, but I was at the time I was still looking for comic book channels to watch, but those guys, you start seeing, okay, this guy seems to know something about comics. Then you go for a whole month of videos, and man, these guys are idiots. Not only are they idiots, they think they're geniuses.
Yeah. Paulo, how did I connect with you? Did I reach out and?
You saw me here once, because during the pandemic was when I was invading every time.
Okay.
One thing I did in the pandemic, if I saw somebody put a StreamYard link on their
I thought I saw you on Jared Osborne for a long time, but they were always talking, and some guy named Scott was always talking, and I never heard you. You just sat in the background patiently, listening. But
who did you
I
invade first here? Did you come into my channel first, or Micah's? Oh, you did
here. Yeah, here. I was talking about European comics, and Micah asked me if I knew Asterix.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Oh, that sounds right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, Scott is Howler Mouse's friend in his town.
I don't see him anymore, and I didn't know if anything bad had happened or.
No, he has some health issues.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a good idea for him to sit down too long on a video. Because the videos originally were Howler Mouse and Jared. It was on Howler Mouse's channel.
Yeah.
And they were 1 hour. And then Scott and I got invited to come on the show, and then we started doing 2 hours, and all of a sudden we were doing 3-hour videos.
Yes. And I would drop in more, but Jared loves the new stuff, and he wants to show you guys, and it's nothing I really, so. I try to drop in and say hi, and then I leave. Go ahead, Greg.
I don't know who that is. I hear you mention the name, but every time I hear it, I think it's the guy that used to be on Turner Classic Movies.
You've seen Jared's post on Instagram. He always has his fingers, and he's got these dice in them. For some reason, I have no idea why he's showing dice.
Yeah. I don't know.
Paulo, do you know?
He collects dice. He collects those dice. He doesn't do anything else with them.
Okay.
Is on his Facebook posts. He usually takes pictures of himself when he visits New York, because he has his own coats that he painted.
Oh.
So it takes them to the art classes that he teaches.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there was some guy that was a movie expert whose last name was Osborne that would talk before the classic movies. Might have been Turner Classic Movies or Movie Channel. I don't know. I could have sworn the guy's name was Jared Osborne, but I guess not.
No, for a while, Jarrett worked at Marvel, doing various odd jobs and stuff.
Yeah, He was one of the last people to work with George Russo's.
Yeah, otherwise known as George Bell. So,
and he's friends with Mark Todd as well.
Okay.
Mark Todd, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They were there in the bullpen at the same time.
Gratu, if you look at Fantastic Four number 20, 25, like when he fights the Hulk, and you go, man, who was inking Kirby's art? It looks terrible. That's George Russo, George Bell. So.
Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah.
He's who I think is the world's worst inker. I would rather have Vince Coletta.
Yeah.
No, the new story now on the anti-Stan Lee groups on Facebook is that Vinny Coletta was a procurer of entertainment, and that's how he got jobs. Now,
in Coletta's defense, when he came back in the 70s to Thor, kind of when Walt Simonson did his first little run in Thor, not the one in the 80s that everybody just goes too crazy for, but when he did that whole there's Loki takes a film crew up to Asgard and they start to do Ragnarok and all that. Coletta comes in and does a pretty good job. I'll give him that, but you could tell back in the 60s he's erasing lines and he's not doing everything Kirby did.
Yes.
So,
one thing I've read about him once is that he liked having a lavish lifestyle.
Yeah.
Because of all the mobsters in his neighborhood, so he wanted to have the same life. So he would be up to his eyeballs in debt. And so he had to ink that many pages per month to try to cover his spending.
Yeah,
but he had a studio before he was mainly inking. He had his own studio with Matt Baker and Dick Giordano in the late 50s. So they assembled art. So I guess it had to work.
Yeah. And those old Thors have a certain style to them that will grow on you. But he was no Joe Sinnott or Mike Royer, Chick Stone, Dick Ayers, some of the better inkers, I think, for Kirby.
The thing about Chick Stone, he does have a minimalist inking style over Kirby.
Right.
But it works. I always liked Chick Stone because of it.
And when Chick Stone inked for Commandy, when Kirby was doing Commandy, I thought that was just good stuff. But I don't know.
Yeah.
In the 70s, after Royer, because Mike Royer went to work for Disney, he was doing logo design. And the guy who Kirby got to replace Royer was D. Bruce Berry. And that guy was worse than Coletta on his worst day.
Oh, okay. I'll be back in a minute. You guys hang tight.
Sure.
You can see D. Bruce Berry working on the Hunger Dogs graphic novel, and I think he was doing Superpowers as well. But it's like he was inking something that wasn't there, and he wasn't inking what he was supposed to. That's how I describe his art, his inking style.
Yeah. And I always thought it was just a weird thing for someone other than the original art. I always thought penciling and inking should be done by the same person. I always thought that's strange to divvy it up like that, but it's just an assembly line, you know. They're putting out a product, but it's odd to see a fusion of two people's style. But sometimes it can be wonderful. Just the right person. Marie Severin could do great things with inking, I think.
Yeah, because when the Europeans, they have an assistant. The assistant is not the assistant doesn't ink. It usually draws backgrounds. So the inking still, it's always the same artist. You can see that it's the same artist.
Justin here says the one I'm thinking of is a guy named Robert Osborne that was always on TCM. And he would always say, "Hello, this is Robert Osborne." So when you say Jarrett, is it Jared or Jarrett?
Jared.
Yeah, so I immediately think of the guy on cable TV, because so that's just the way my brain is wired. But yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, because I sometimes find names in other places. Because I saw it, somebody who was also called Windsor Smith, and he used to draw. He was an engineer. He designed engines in Formula One racing, and I was kind of surprised because I was reading a short biography of him, and not born Windsor Smith, just like Barry. So I still have to try to verify if that other guy was Barry Windsor Smith's father or not.
Yeah, but see, I don't even think Windsor. To me, he was always Barry Smith. I never accepted when he put in the Windsor. To me, it just sounded like he's trying to be too fancy. So, because when I was a kid, it was always Barry Smith art, Barry Smith, and then I don't know exactly when he started to use Windsor, but it was
after he came back from because in the 70s when he was working in advertising. So when he came back to comics, he was already used to the Windsor Smith.
Yeah, well, it would be like Frank Frazetta. Then all of a sudden it's Frank Emiliano Frazetta, and it's like, no, he's Frank Frazetta. Don't.
But he did something to his name. He took out one of the Z's.
Yeah,
his real name has two Z's, not just one.
Yeah, and the other thing that I used to be amused by was in the early issues of Luke Cage Hero for Hire. You'd open it up and it's like, Billy Graham did the Billy Graham. That may not be funny. I don't know if you know, he was a huge televangelist, like huge.
I know.
and it's just like it's far more famous than the artist. So it's all right. I just pictured that guy with the white hair that I'd see on Sunday mornings drawing Luke Cage, you know. Oh boy.
And when I first saw Moon Knight, and Moon Knight, one of his identities was Stephen Grant. But then one day I see Stephen Grant writing a comic. Wait a minute, why is Moon Knight also called Stephen Grant?
Yeah, but I wonder where you're at on the Earth as far as lines of latitude. Was it latitude or the sideways lines, the horizontal, or is
The latitude are the horizontal lines. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering what part of the United States is on the same line of latitude as you.
About New York and Seattle.
So you have. Does that mean that you have cold weather?
No, the thing is, we get the South Atlantic stream brings brings the hot heated water from Africa up to the South European coast, and it crashes with the northern stream right between the center of Portugal and the Finisterre Cape in northern Spain. So because of that, we have a lot of hot air and hot water coming in, and we get warm weather.
Oh, okay. I didn't think about the airstream angle. Okay. I was just trying to think, where's your. Yeah, never mind. There's a lot more than just where you're located on. It's where the oceans are and all that. Yeah. I didn't pay attention during 5th grade, clearly. Oh, well.
Funny, geography was always something that I liked. And although I did start with knowing all of the country's capitals, that was a way to impress my relatives at get-togethers when I was 6 years old. It was the capital of something, and I would and I would blurt it out. But there are other aspects that I liked, because it's not, countries aren't just borders in cities. Their terrain, their weather, there's weather patterns. There are things that are rivers going through them. It's the climate going through them. So yeah. Knowing all of that, it was always interested me. The thing is, because I never cared enough about physics, I was never going to major in geography in college. I was never going to take a geography course.
Yeah. Well. So, what's interesting now, comic book wise? Anything at all coming out of the United States?
Pretty much stuff from the United States. There were a couple of series that I bought, trade paperbacks. Once in Future was interesting, and in the Department of Truth that caught my eye. But there's not much going on that I want to take a look at. I thought about trying the Geiger universe, but I don't really know where to start. It's supposed to be able to read every series independently.
Well, I'm interested in that too, and I've gotten a few things from Kevin, but I've got some stuff in my hold pile that I've got to pay for and get sent to me, and then I'm going to try to start reading it maybe this summer. It looks very interesting. He was telling me that's the most interesting thing coming out, and everyone was talking about Stray Dogs a couple of years ago, and I bought a collection of it, but that was right before I moved, and I don't even know where it is now. So I'd like to read it, but I still haven't read it, to be honest with you. But the concept sounded interesting, and I'm not trying to be a contrarian and say I hate everything and nothing new is good. I'd like there to be new good stuff. It's not my fault. It's their fault. Why don't they make something I like? I mean, I'd like there to be good new music. I've discovered some good new music. I mean, this Sir Chloe is really, this band called Sir Chloe. I think they're really good, and I'm finding some stuff on Instagram that's good. But it just seems like everybody's into Taylor Swift, but I want the world to be interesting. I don't want to live like Seymour in Ghost World, which is basically what I am. I'd like for there to be lots of great stuff coming at me from all elements of culture, but it just seems like as this socialism comes in, everything has to be ugly and drab and messed up and perverse, and it just then you just want to shut yourself up in a bubble. Bubble. I was about to say bubble, where you can just be isolated from all this horrible stuff happening. But
I ended up never getting into Black Hammer. That at first that looked interesting. There are things from Rick Remender that I always say myself that I should get, but then I ended up never doing it. The Ed Brubaker things are beginning to get tiresome, so they're not as interesting as when the Brubaker got famous.
Yeah, Ed Brubaker, Eric Breen's always talking about him, so that made me realize, okay, but is he still currently doing things?
Yeah, every once in a while, either a new series or a new graphic novel pops out. Actually,
but he doesn't work for Marvel and DC anymore, right? He does his own independent stuff.
Yep. What was the last thing that he did? Let me check.
And the other stuff that's interesting to me is just old stuff being reissued. Like all these facsimiles are fascinating to me, and stuff that's being done by Tomorrows, the Roy Thomas's and those people's reprinting stuff. It just seems like I'm interested in new stuff that reprints old stuff or is like the old stuff, even though it's new.
Yeah, but the thing, and then here in Europe, I don't know what's. I noticed that I'm buying a lot of literary adaptations and biographies, and I don't know why.
Yeah. What does this mean here? You should listen to some Cream. Oh, the band Cream. Is that what you mean? Oh, is he talking to you or to me?
Maybe to you. You're the one who's showing records.
Oh, okay. It's like way delayed comment. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. I didn't know what that meant at first. I was visualizing actual Cream, the product. Yeah. Yeah, Cream is great. I just didn't happen to show it today. I happened to show Monster Mash. But yeah. Yeah, there's nothing good coming out of this country, really. What is the deal with this Ripaverse? Is it bad?
It's average July stuff. I don't really care. I mean, it's the same problem with all of it. Doesn't look like it. It looks serviceable, I guess. It's not typical. It's not traditional. But it's like I said, serviceable.
So, but when Ethan Van Sciver has a distaste for it, you can kind of know why he does have that, because I've never seen
it. Ethan should focus on finishing his comics, which are taking him like 2.5 years to complete a 48-page story, and he's not French, so he doesn't get the pass.
Why do French people get the pass? Are they culturally slow or something?
The every comic that they produce must be the best thing ever. But besides, when you're the artist, you do everything. The art pages are much bigger than in the US, and you have they take one page in a French comic takes up the same area as two pages in the US comic. So a 48-page graphic novel actually has the same amount of storytelling as a 96-page which is a 4-issue miniseries.
Okay, so have people given him money in advance to do the comic? How much money does the average person give him? And what is the expectation of when they're going to get the comic?
The expectation is usually a year, but it's never a year. So the comic, they all understand that the comics are overpriced, so they throw in original art and buttons and other stuff that it can as merchandising that you can justify paying $25 for a 40-page comic.
Okay, what is the comic cost? My overpriced, what is it, $50?
There are $50 tiers. Usually, you may get a sketch with that or a piece of original art. The pay scale in France, there's no pay scale in France. You get royalties only. It's like the book industry.
Okay, so are people mad at Ethan Van Sciver because they've given him money and it's taking so long to get the comic? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah. That's exactly the problem, because what Eric July is doing, he ended up creating his own publishing venture. So he pays the artists as they produce the art, and then he puts out the comic. Ethan first takes the money and then he starts creating.
Okay, well, Ethan Van Sciver seems to be saying that other guy is kind of ripping people off.
Yeah, but he's not.
But he is.
The other thing with all of these guys, they spend too much time as YouTubers, which is why they don't get the comics out.
Yeah,
but when they're YouTubers,
streams like what I'm doing right now.
But people give him super chats and they give him Patreon money, so he's making more money not doing the comic.
That would be great if I was just doing a live stream and people were just giving me $20, $30 every few minutes. That would that would be fantastic, man. But I'll never get to it. They'll never let me get to 1,000 subscribers. There's no way. But boy, would that be wonderful.
Yeah, 8 years ago it would be easy.
Let's see, 8 years ago. That's what, at the end of Obama's presidency?
Yeah, because the algorithm was different, and the people in charge of YouTube were different. They wanted to have more interaction. There was a time when there was the reply to this video feature. So somebody would say something, and somebody would, for example, you would say something, then somebody that didn't like you would do a video saying that you were stupid and you were wrong, and you were stupid and wrong, and here's why you're stupid and wrong, and then there was the expectation that you would answer back and say, no, you are stupid and wrong, and it would keep going. It's like the old debates between what was the guy's name? Thunderfoot and Venom Fangax.
Yeah. Friar Tuck says, create more art, Gratu. For a while I was doing paintings on commission to try to raise money last summer when we were it was bad then too. And then post on your live feeds. Yeah, a few people were willing to give me about $100 to do a painting, but but then people say, well, I paid $100. Well, it's not for Zeta, but that because I was like saying, well, I'm not Frank Rosetta, but I do my best. Then I see the person get the painting as well. It's not for Zeta. Yeah. It's one thing when you're self-deprecating and you're saying it about yourself, but when someone else is saying it, of course it's not Frazetta. You're not going to get a Frazetta for $100, man.
Yeah, I think it was understood that you were not Frazetta.
I mean, But you know, Meyer Greenblatt paid me a real compliment the other day. He said, "What you're producing is art on YouTube." And then my wife was kind of like saying, "Yeah," and it's like, "Thanks, Meyer. That's good. You're getting my wife on your to agree with you about that." But you know, he's saying there's not anyone doing a show like what you do. I don't know if that's good, but I think he's saying, yeah, it's good. But you know, because there's been the show's been pretty weird at times. Like I blew up a couple of shows ago, and I just because you know I can be real sorrowful and sad and apologetic and actually be in tears with snot bubbles coming out of my nose over those silly little jokes at the end of that last episode of Four Color Fossils. And it's like and then you go through different phases of emotion, and then you're like, well, why did I feel that bad? I didn't do anything wrong. We were just trying to be funny. And then it turns into this, and it's like, oh my God. And then I start getting pissed about it. You know, it's like, why did I go through all that emotion and go through several nights without sleep and all? It's like for absolutely nothing. And you were even brought into it. You said absolutely nothing. You were just you were like nervous there. You didn't say a word, and you were counted among the number. I shouldn't talk about this. I'm sorry, but you were completely guiltless. But you were lumped into the number of evil people. But I shouldn't talk about this.
No, bro. It was just a case of misunderstanding. And sometimes if we say okay, if we all say some misunderstanding and nobody means okay.
I was very clear in what I said. To me, I that's my sense of humor. But if you've ever watched my show, you either understand my sense of humor. I joke about things, and I don't like laugh after I say something funny. I say it completely seriously because I don't like do a little rim shot afterwards. You get it? It's a joke. It's a joke, son.
Yeah.
That's not. I never thought that was funny when people. They have to tell you that was funny. That was a joke, you know. But yeah. So
now you say that.
Huh?
So now you say that. So yeah.
So, yeah.
One day you were.
That's the new thing in America to say. So yeah. Actually, what pisses my wife
go get some water.
She grew up in Los Angeles. Are you still there, Paulo?
Yeah. Just going to get some water.
He's picking his nose. He just my wife in Los Angeles when she was young. Someone saying you're good was a threat, and now everybody says it. You know, that's all I hear all day. You're good. You're fine. And she hears that, and it doesn't trigger her, but the way that started is like on the streets of Los Angeles. It's like, you're good. I'll let you live this time. You're good. You're fine. But you know, I may have to take care of this other person over here, but you're good. It's like letting you know, okay, I'll let you live this time, instead of pounding your head with my boot into the cement. But now it's just like, instead of saying, oh, excuse me, oh, you're good. It used to be like, this time it's okay. But it started in the inner city, and now it's like in middle America. But she knows where it started, and the average person doesn't know that it started in a different way. But anyway, I'll joke with her sometimes because she just goes off on a tangent about it. I sometimes will say, you're good, you're fine. She's like ready to kill me. But
I'll try to remember that. It's been a long time since I've been on the phone with her. I should try to remember that. You're good.
I don't think I've ever heard you say that. That doesn't sound like a Mike.
I would not think anything of it. That's news to me. You're saying it. I had no idea.
No, I would just say, what do I say? Someone says, "Excuse me," it's no problem. I think "no problem" doesn't sound as threatening, but it's as opposed to "you're good, you're good." This one's good. That one, I may have to take care of them to put them in a coma. So what should one say? I say you're fine probably twice a day at work. I think it's more "you're good" is the one that started culturally amongst dangerous people.
I think also it's the person saying it, because if one of us says it, no one thinks anything of it. But if you got a real tough guy snarling at you going, "That's okay," well, you would know that's not really okay. He's going to kill me as soon as I turn around. So
But
I think
it's yeah. I mean, but that's where it started. So I don't know. Maybe you have to grow up in Los Angeles to get it, because it doesn't never really affected me. It just kind of sounds kind of stupid. You're good. You're good. I just hear it so much. It's just like I can't.
Yeah,
take
you don't really think about it, but the metropolitan areas in California have their own dialect. We just don't think about it too much because outside the U.S., since everything is made in Hollywood, we're used to hearing a lot of California slang, and we don't think that it's not normal, and that it's only localized.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Sometimes things just spread and they're horrible, and then you realize that you're picking them up in your own speech patterns. But that is something. I don't think I do the "so yeah" thing, but I'll sometimes say "yeah," and it's just a way to avoid saying or but and I see, and then that's another one. But you get too hung up on things like that. I guess sometimes sometimes things can really irritate me, and I can't really explain why. Um,
I get irritated by people who say, "I literally died." No, you didn't, because you're still alive and talking.
Oh yeah, literally. Friar Tuck says Dick Tracy would throw you out of a window onto a flagpole.
Yep. He watched my show the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never imagined it was possible to talk so long about Dick Tracy, but
and then after it was done, I found little stacks of stuff I forgot to mention. So yeah. No.
Have you watched that Dick Tracy pilot yet on YouTube?
No.
That I showed you the opening credits to. Yeah.
No, I just like the beginning, 1931 up until the 60s. So, and they kept going. But I didn't look into it.
No, I'm talking about the TV show that almost happened from the Batman folks.
Right. I'm just saying.
Just
if it's not that those first few decades of the strip, I'm not really interested. I mean, I did watch the Warren Beatty movie.
They're not on the moon on it or something.
Right.
Oh, get you. Yeah. Wonder if my wife's annoyed by "I get you." I get you. You good. You good. You fine. You good. You good.
We could all start speaking like exploitation stereotypes. I dig it, brother.
No, thank you. I'll definitely get canceled for that.
There's a movie. It's called 3 the Hard Way, and it's got Jim Brown in it. And the whole plot is these evil white people have discovered something they could put in the water supply that will kill all the black people and leave the white people okay. And so they're going to poison New York, Detroit, and Los Angeles. And so these three good brothers they have to go and karate chop their way through, everything. And it is a one weird movie. And then now we live in such a world where I bet there's
That sounds
somebody,
like reality.
yeah, working
I
on
would
something that
completely
would.
believe that Bill Gates came up with something like that, because all these liberals are more hateful and racist than I mean, they always accuse the other side of what they're actually doing. It's like Trump's in bed with Russia while they're getting all
Yeah,
this money from Russia. Whatever
yeah,
they accuse Trump of doing, he's with the porn star. That means that they've got dozens of them.
yeah, yeah.
Whatever Hillary Clinton or those evil people accuse someone else of, they're in it 100%. And it's just like, look over there, don't notice this. That's always the way it is. And all of this stuff that seemed crazy in these old Ian Fleming novels,
Yeah.
these shadowy organizations like Spectre, it's all real. He
Mhm.
was in the Secret Service. He was really writing about reality, just throwing in some cutesy names for the characters. But what he wrote about is really stuff that they planned to do, and they've had this on the agenda for over 100 years. Back to Brave New World, all of that stuff is the stuff they're rolling out. I don't. And they just wanted to. It's just, oh, that's silly. That sounds like a comic book plot. That sounds like a James Bond. That's because, and that's the other thing. They always these evil people that's part of their religion.
Yeah.
Their satanic religion, and I know I was about to say atheist. I know, Paulo, that you're an atheist. I was about to say, I know you atheists. No, you don't believe, but it doesn't matter. They believe in Satan. You can say, oh, it's all nonsense, but if the government's run by people that don't think it's nonsense and they want to, sacrifice to Moloch, then that becomes a concern whether Moloch really exists or not, or Lucifer. If Hillary Clinton wrote a college thesis on a book about destroying the government and it's dedicated to Lucifer at the front, maybe that should be a concern. But anyway, I forgot what I was even talking about, because I almost just said, hey, atheists.
Bill Gates, the water supply.
Oh, Bill, yeah, because it's all so it's all real. I had some point I was going off on. It's right down to the earliest comic book. It's like the Joker's in the first issue of Batman. It's like, I will, Commissioner Gordon, or I don't know if he was called Commissioner Gordon in the first issue. Tonight at midnight, I will kill blah blah blah. And it's like they always have to tell you what they're going to do before they do it, and then if then that's the way they do it. They have to tell you in advance.
Well, yeah, 1989, that Batman movie with Keaton and the Joker. He's put chemicals in all the beauty products or the hairspray or the whatever, and it kills people. There was an X-Files episode where somebody tampered with all the asthma inhalers that was going to cause trouble. So these ideas of them messing with stuff have been around for a long time, and our water supplies are not really protected because we think no one's ever going to mess with water. But
well, these killers, sometimes they would taunt the police with notes, just like the characters in these comic books, and the James Bond villains. People say, why do they have James Bond tied down with a laser about to go into his crotch, and they're telling him everything they're about to do? It's like, why do they always tell him their whole plan, and then he escapes and knows their plan? Because they have to do it. It's because then it's like, then they can say they deserved it because they couldn't stop it. So therefore, I have earned my place in the throne next to Satan in hell. And so that's
regarding the water supply. Have you ever noticed that people in high positions of power have a tendency to drink a lot of bottled water?
Oh yeah.
Everybody drinks bottled water
Yeah.
now, but I don't think this is
No,
something we
no.
really should talk about.
In Europe, nobody drinks bottled water. It's expensive.
Yeah, well, I was talking with Mean Baby about 16 hours ago on the stream, and we were talking about how water used to be just wonderful. Drinking it out of a hose, it was wonderful, and it's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
when we were kids, it's like, why am
Mhm.
I only drinking water bottles now? Well, it just used to be great. I remember in second grade putting my mouth down on the faucet. My mom thought I was crazy, just drinking the water out of the faucet
Yeah.
like a dog. No offense, Drew. And I'm talking like she's right next to me, and I'm insulting her whole race. So I don't
Right.
know, but that's what they do. That's in reality. Politicians always tell you in advance, and sometimes they tell you through movies and
Yeah.
comic books and things like that. They'll get it out. It's like before they did 9/11, they go in and they tell, hey, you guys are making this TV show here. Put this plot. We have a script idea here
Yeah.
for what was that the
It wasn't X-Files, but it was that.
X-Files
It was a
spinoff where they
spinoff.
did
Yeah.
the whole thing with the plane coming towards
Yeah.
the Twin Towers, and they said, well, the government came and told us we ought to do an episode about this. Oh, really? Okay. The Lone Gunman, I think, was the name of the show. Oh, let's see. Gotham is here.
Is he in
with
this
an
backstage?
eyeball. I don't see him. He says, I
Okay.
drink tap. Let it evaporate before you drink. Might kill me, but everything will. Yeah, really.
There was once I actually met a guy who believed in contrails, and he was going on.
I believe in them.
No,
Me.
they're spraying. No, there's not. Nobody's spraying anything with chemicals in the air. That's the least efficient way to spread mind control drugs.
Oh, I'm
'Cause I
not
told-
saying it's
it-
mind. That's not mind. I don't believe it's mind control. But
Because I told the guy, why do you know it's expensive to put a plane in there? Then you have to spray it in over a determined area and make sure it goes to a specific place where the people are. And just going over there, it spreads out. It loses all of its effect.
That's not.
If I want to do something, I would put it in the water supply. It all goes back to the water.
That's not what they're trying to do. They're not trying to. They're trying to control weather ostensibly, but I don't know. I mean, I whenever I hear something on the news that something horrible happened, I figured who did it. If I hear there's an earthquake, I assume it was man-made. If I hear a bridge went down, I assume someone did it intentionally. That's always my first thought. It's just my go-to. It's like, okay, a bunch of people, something happens to a bunch of people. I figure, okay, are they trying to pass a law about gun control? And they send some. I just immediately assume the worst, and I'm probably usually right. It's not that earthquakes don't happen naturally, but when I got a huge snowstorm a day or so before people go vote for Trump or one of his rivals, that seems, it could just be a coincidence. And then all of that Maui, that could have just been natural, sure. But let's see who starts buying up all that land and what gets put up on that land, and then you'll know who did it.
Yeah,
that's how I look at the world, is through a conspiratorial lens, and because we're ruled by a bunch of evil sons of bitches. I mean, they're evil. They're they're not good people, and they do not have our best interest at heart. They want the population of the earth to be 500,000 people. No, 500 million. They want it. Is that what they want?
It's 500 million.
Which is they want 500 million people, and unfortunately, there's 7 billion.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a little inconvenience. So they've got to. and they had this little fake little Stonehenge down in Georgia, and with their rules about how a perfect society we will in the future we will only have 500, and then someone sent a missile in during when Trump, I think Trump was not president anymore, but someone blew it up, and it's like, and people say, well, there's some footage I saw where you can see something coming in, and it was like to me that was maybe some of the good guys saying, hey, you're not going to get away with that, you're not going to do that. But I'd always heard about the Georgia Guidestones. Someone took it out. Maybe it's just some guy in a pickup truck drinking beer. Let's knock some of those pillars down. But I think that was.
I was bored.
Up there. What's that?
I said I was bored.
Oh,
yeah. Paulo, did that socialist win your election up there?
The Social Democrats won.
Okay.
But the Social Democrats are actually conservative. They're not socialists. But the problem, it doesn't really matter because they only have a minority, and we'll have new elections in 6 months.
So, but was this the guy you predicted was going to win?
Yeah, although I was expecting him to fold to the far right guy, and he didn't. So now the far right guy said he's going to sabotage everything that's not his ideas. So anyway, the guy's in the first week. The prime minister is in the first week, and he already committed a faux pas because he announced reduction on income tax, but instead of basing it on the income tax that was already reduced for this year, he's basing it on the previous year's income tax, which means there's no reduction.
Oh, he gets to say it, but no action.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's and this is and this guy is the Social Democrat or the Social Republican?
We have the two main parties are the Socialists, who are Social Democrats, and the Social Democrats, who are conservative. Confusing, I know.
And there's no difference, right? They'll both do the same thing. That's what
ultimately, no. Yeah, I think I explained it once. So basically they're two mafia families, and they have their own customers that they have to divert money to, and the socialists are with the public works and the communications, and the Social Democrats are with the energy companies and the banks.
Okay.
Over here, it's Moderna and Pfizer and Boeing.
Man, you're gonna kill me, man. Yeah, those are names that you can't really mention because we don't live in a free country, but they run everything.
But they're wonderful companies. Yeah.
When James O'Keefe exposed one of those that starts with P, immediately the next day his company that he created was kicking him out, and it's like it's amazing how many of these companies. And then the other day he got some government guy from an agency. And no, that wasn't him. That was a different company. What they do is these people they just set up dates, like through I don't know, dating, whatever way people date on the internet.
Yep.
That's they and then they go out on a date with the person, and they say, "Gee, that's really interesting that you work for the C blah blah," and tell me more about it. And then they just say, "Well, I know some of this might be confidential, but I'm sure I'll tell you everything because you're a cute guy," And it's like, and it winds up being James O'Keefe pretending to be interested, like on a date with this guy, and or they're with the girl that they're trying to impress. But usually it seems like they send guys to talk to the guys because that seems to be their inclination. But they're just willing to say everything to impress their date. It's like, yeah,
Yep.
this is how we're set up Trump, and this is how we set up Alex Jones, and this is how we did this. And it's just like, yeah, we do this to anybody. And it's just like, and it's hilarious that they're, and it's just, and again, that's right out of James Bond, because, and it's like, well, gosh, that was really, why'd they have to put all those scenes in the James Bond movies? Because when he's sleeping with, because that's how spies really work. They know that's the main weakness of human beings is the opposite sex, and that's how they get stuff out of people, or the same sex if that's their inclination, and that's how a lot of spying is actually that. So that's why that's in those movies. I always thought, well, it's just there just for prurient interest because guys are reading the books. But
You've got
that's
two
how it
important
works.
messages in the chat. One from your wife about your food. The other is
Oh,
from
food.
Dr.
That's
Fides.
important because I am hungry. Right
Dr.
as
Fides.
Trump comes on stage, she asked me to go get food. Should I order some food or just make a meal here? I wouldn't. If we've got enough money, I'd love. We don't have much. I'd love to go get the food, and if they don't have a special, get me that deluxe burger. This means that the live stream's going to end here real soon, but unless I just put the Trump rally on for people to watch while I eat. And then
what do you see the other
Dr.
message?
Five says, Iran just launched a drone strike against Israel. It's all over the news. Oh, no.
Yep.
Well, oh my gosh. I knew it would happen during my live stream. Oh my gosh. Well, it's not really that surprising, but here's where I'm glad that I'm almost going to turn 59 next Saturday and I'm not draft age. But I can joke about that, and then it's like, that Gratu's such an asshole. Doesn't he know I have a son or daughter that's draft, and most people are my age probably do. I mean, this isn't good, man. And all of this, just shit, man. No specials yet. But war is never, it's just
No,
it's
they're bringing back conscription again in Europe.
Well, this is one way to get the population down to 500 million. Just have a war. And trust me, none of the Bidens will ever be, drafted. Just like that Creedence Clearwater Revival song, I ain't no senator's son, so it's gonna be me, So, yeah, that's horrible, man. It's so. And Trump is, I'm sure, going to mention it because he's coming up on stage. Just happens to be right when did all this start? Because I have no way to access news with my phone. I can't get to anything.
I've switched over to Twitter, and I'm seeing videos of incoming out in the desert of Israel. So I don't know what incoming is.
Best way. Listen, guys, the best way to get coverage whenever horrible things happen is it's a little guy. Why do I don't mean to insult him. He's just this kind of unassuming guy. I forget what his name is, but he's got a channel called Blazing Press. And a lot of times he has on glasses where you can't see his eyes, like Night Tiger. A lot of times has those purple glasses on. They're round like John Lennon.
Yeah.
But he's a very religious guy. That's not the right word, is it, Micah? You say a Christian guy, right? Religious is that kind of a slur?
It's probably accurate.
I'm getting all politically correct because these people have affected me. Anyway, he's very biblical. Sometimes he'll just do a live stream to pray. But when bad things happen, sometimes he comes across like a fear monger because I think he kind of wants the world. He wants Jesus to come back, so he kind of gets a little excited when something horrible is happening. It's like, oh, what's happening now? This is why we're out here in the middle of nowhere, with our cows or whatever. But anyway, his studio, I think he's just got. Sometimes you hear the kids come into the room.
Yeah,
he's in a house.
Yeah.
But anyway, here's what he does good. He knows where all this. he does real good when there's an earthquake or a hurricane. He knows all the people that stream, and so it's like you're the president and you're watching, not like it's like Four Color Fossils, where like this, where you've got all the different screens you look at, and you're looking at everything. Like you're seeing what happens. Like if there's missiles coming in, you see the missiles coming in. You see a night shot of is it nighttime over there now? Probably.
Yeah, it's about almost 3 in the morning, I think.
Oh man, they gave them warning though, which is again that satanic thing. You always tell them what you're going to do, but that means a lot of people evacuate. They've had over a week to evacuate. I thought this was going to happen a week and a half ago. But the bottom line is, you think, oh, Trump's a blowhard. He says this wouldn't have happened if he was president, but it wouldn't have. No war started when he was president, and so that's terrible. He's friends with Putin. It's best to be friends with someone that has as many nuclear missiles as you. It's just not necessarily friends, but why not just talk to the people instead of, no, we absolutely won't talk to you. You're a bad man. Maybe you can talk to him and see what his side of, maybe you can compromise on some of the land. I don't think Putin wants all of Europe.
No, I've seen the map. The idea is to occupy the entirety of the Ukraine. Ukraine will retain an independent territory around Kiev, which will be completely detached from the sea. The president of the Ukraine will be approved by Moscow, and everything up to Odessa including Odessa up to the border with Romania will become Russian, so that there's a complete line going all the way to Transnistria, and then they can invade Moldova.
Well, I tend to think that Trump could have ended this really quickly, and
the other thing is, we are happy buying our cereal from the Ukraine. We don't want to buy the cereal from Russia.
Okay, well, I don't know who's going to grow the cereal in the Ukraine when every single guy between the age of 17 and 60 is no longer alive, which is basically what's happening now, and they're pulling 14-year-olds off school parking lots.
Yeah.
And
that's easy. Africans.
Well,
which the Slavs love. The Slavs love Africans. I
kind of agree with what Trump says. And he's like, "Are you for this side or this side?" He says, "I'm for people not dying, because the war is never a good thing." And then it's like, we hate those dirty, blah, blah, and then 20, 30 years later, they're our best friends. I mean, it's like when I was a kid, it's like, oh, that toy's made in Japan. That car's made in Japan, because I was around my dad, the people of that generation that were the World War II generation. But now, Japanese culture is the coolest thing, and the Germans are our friends. And it's like, why was the war? What was the? And a student comes to me and says,
"It's kind of funny that you think like that." Nobody in Europe says that. Not even 50 years after the war, and even now, we don't think the Germans are our friends. We don't say that. The Germans are not our friends. They're Germans.
I know you don't like Germans, but
no, but it's the same thing. The Portuguese and the Spaniards, you can't tell them apart genetically. Yeah, the guys we hate the most throughout for the last 1,000 years, the Portuguese, the ones we hate the most are the Spaniards, the ones who are most like us. They're not our friends. Nobody is.
The German people are not bad people. They had a bad
leader. But that's not the point. The point is they are not us. This is Europe. The other guys are not us, so they're not our friends. So we will always have to be ready.
When I say the Germans are our friends, well, I have German toys.
The Irish still hate the British.
The who hates the British?
The Irish. The Irish still hate the British.
Well, that's good reason.
And the Dutch still hate the Belgians. Actually for no reason at all, because they've never been at war.
It's ridiculous to hate people because of the borders that they live inside of. There's good people everywhere. Where I live, I'm half German. Most of the people where I live are of German or somewhere around in that part of Europe, because everybody here, like if there's a group of 20 people, probably 15 to 16 of them are blonde, and most women are at least 6 feet to 6'1". I'm looking up in Texas. I was the tallest. So I've never, if you're a single guy and you
every time we hear
giant blonde women, this
every time we hear a solution that says, "Oh, we just don't want anybody to," shut up. You're a child. We don't want to hear politicians say that. If you're a politician and you say that, you're a child. You're not supposed to say that. You are supposed to come up with real world solutions. So the real world solution is how do you protect your territorial integrity?
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can hear me. You guys are breaking up.
Food, but if you guys want to talk, I could come back and talk with you in about
I'm
20
secretly
minutes.
I'm watching Twitter. I'm seeing a lot of interesting videos over in Israel. So
do you guys want to be the commentaries about the war, but don't
No.
insult all races of people? Or you want to go? Don't
you have
say
7 hours.
I hate all Germans. Well,
but do you agree with the concept of Greater Germany or of United Germany of two Germanys? And I don't mean West and East Germany. I mean Prussia and Austria. Prussia is.
To me, okay. Well, you're getting right into what Hitler wrote in Mein Kampf. Mein Kampf.
I'm going back to 1864 actually.
Man, I don't know all European history, but when I've met people that are from Austria, they sure sound like Germans to me. I don't know that. I don't hate people from where they're from.
So
there are bad leaders. All I know is you're talking about leaders talking to people like children. I hear Biden saying, "Sit down, fat.
Yeah.
I could take you behind the gym and beat you up like I used to when I was a football bully back in high school."
Yeah, that's also.
Wish I could take Trump behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Yeah, that's also
the most
childish.
Retarded shit I've ever heard, and that's
of course that's also childish. You never say that you're going to beat up someone. You just do it.
Yeah, I know. But right, but
right. The thing is.
I don't think
the thing is
would threaten people. I think.
Yes, he would. Yes, he would, because that's the point. The idea is to bring back the Russian Empire. He already uses the symbols of the Tsar. You can see every time he shows up for a cabinet meeting, he goes through the door where he goes through the double-headed eagle, which was the symbol of the Russian monarchy.
Yeah. Well, all I could tell you is that Putin and Biden, if I had to choose someone as a next door neighbor, I'd choose Putin. If I
propose a different solution.
Choose someone to be a friend, I'd choose him over Biden. He just
I have a better
solution.
Guy
to me.
You send both of them to the Mojave Desert and leave them there.
And when I see people doing live streams from Russia on YouTube, it sure looks like a nicer place than what I'm used to back in Texas. And it looks spick and span and no crime, and there's low prices.
No, there's not low prices. Here's the thing that Tucker missed out on. Things are about a third of the price there, but people make about a fifth of what an American makes. So everything is actually 200% more expensive.
Yeah, well, maybe, but I certainly, when I've heard Putin speak, when they've actually allowed us to hear him speak, I hear him talk about how the United States is going through what his country went through decades ago, and about how they're all the stuff that I see happening around me. He's talking about how the United States needs Jesus, and it's like, wow, that sounds right. And I don't believe what people tell me about people, because I know I've been lied to all my life. And so I wonder, was Nixon the bad guy they said he was when I was a kid? Or
Yes,
was he actually a
did
great
normal.
president? Because
No,
I don't
it did.
trust anything
No,
anymore.
no. There's no such thing as a great president. If you become a president, you already are a criminal. By the time you're elected, you already are a criminal.
Well,
because that's how you move up the ladder in politics. It's a mafia family.
Maybe now, but
In the
George
1920s.
Washington was not a criminal.
Ooh, yes, yeah.
Oh,
Well,
no.
Well, yes, he was. He betrayed the English.
No.
He's a traitor.
No. No. We were not getting any representation, and that's what the whole thing was about. So we forced the issue. I believe John Adams was a good man and all that. So now, in the last so many years, yes, the odds are they're going to be corrupt. I totally understand that. But there was a time our country had some pretty good guys. And anyway, I would trust them in a heartbeat. But I wish I could live back then. So
the politics, we're used to politics as coming from the upper classes. So coming up when the liberalism movement started, the aristocracy protected itself by going into politics.
Well, yeah. I think also America tried to break away from a European model. I don't mean to be insulting, but
sure, I understand. I understand, but that's why when it's easier to corrupt your system, because you're not used to seeing people who game it. To us, that's normal because it's been normal for over 1,000 years. We expect them
on a small level. What I'm getting at is there was a time. I'll take England for example. If you wanted to be well off, you were good buddies with somebody that was around the king. Yeah. And so you got benefits by, I know a guy and he'll get it done. Whereas your average guy on the street doesn't know anybody inside that inner circle. And so I'm afraid our country here is starting to get like that. And that's what I would call a European mindset, because of all the monarchies that were all over. That's the way it was. You wanted something done, you have to know somebody or do them a favor. And so now in America, it's you got to spend a lot of money on a congressman or a senator. Now you know somebody on the inside and you might get something done. Sadly, it shouldn't be that way. We were supposed to have representation, and you get enough people to sign a petition and you take it to your congressman, and the congressman moves on the behalf of all the people behind him. Now they move on behalf of who has the most money. And so sadly, now it's more like it is in the old European model. And maybe Portugal was spared some of that.
No. We never left it, actually. We still have a very aristocratic mindset in the way that we think that people in charge have the natural right. Even though we complain about them, the average person here's the thing. Whenever the politicians are schmoozing the electorate over here, the people walk up to them and they, oh, please, won't you do something to fix my problem? Oh, just give me just a... And instead of walking up to them, hey, dude, you work for me. You do what I say. You don't do what you say. I don't care what you say. You're going to be hired to do what I want. Nobody walks up to them and says that. It's almost demeaning in the way that they approach the lord of the manor.
Yeah,
and that's something that people seem to not want to get away from. Although your economic systems already made sure that by the 1920s, you already had favor exchange, especially during that time of prohibition, the politicians were, I wouldn't say extremely vulnerable, because they accepted bribery as a very matter of factly. They were very easy to corrupt. So I think that was already there by that time. And during World War One, there were a lot of European aristocrats moving to America, but they were dispossessed, so they ended up marrying rich people in the U.S. and extending the privilege of title to them.
The best way I can explain an American ideal or thinking is when George Washington served for 8 years, and before that, his army wanted to make him king. And he could have been. Nobody could have stopped him. And he chose just to be the president. And then we had something that's kind of unheard of. After 8 years, he stepped aside. And he could have stayed. He could have just said, screw this, I'm staying. But he stepped aside. And then after John Adams, then you had Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson, his big accomplishment, he thought, was being the governor of Virginia. So the idea that, I want to be president, I don't want to be power, it wasn't so. And I know you may have read some things about some of our, what we call forefathers, but there was a time when these were really good men, patriots, and that's what I have some American pride. I wish it were that way today, and it's not that way today. That's why so many people love Trump. He's as close as we will probably ever taste of that. And by he's definitely not a perfect man, but what a lot of us think that he got a raw deal back in 2000, and but he didn't force the issue. He stepped aside, and so, but a king won't do that. And you know all this. I don't have to tell you what it's like to be an American, but that's why I rebuffed at the once you're president, they're automatically corrupt and blah blah. Maybe now, but and as far as Trump, I'll take him any day over a handful of the others that want that job, and they want it because there's a certain group behind them that are corrupt. The current leader or the occupant of the White House now has no idea what they're doing. Someone tells them what to do and what to say. And as long as they're in bed by 8 o'clock, that's the sad state of America. So America has no right to tell anybody anything because of where we are. But there was a time, Paulo, I call it the golden age. I wish I could have lived back then. I mean, we didn't have plumbing. We didn't have a lot of the great things we have today. But I just, that's where I belong mentally. We didn't have income tax. We didn't have a lot of things. But I had to go buy a horse everywhere, and blah, blah, blah.
Well, given that the need to heal the nation after the Civil War, that solidified the idea of the American citizen. So and that included centralization of government, because effectively by winning the war, Lincoln made sure that the federal government always has power over the states.
Sadly, I'm a big states' rights supporter. I think my state of Missouri, if they don't agree with the other 49, that we ought to be able to leave. But unfortunately, the federal government would not allow that and would probably shoot us all to death if we tried to do that. And that's unfortunate. When our country was formed, it was these 13 nations. We called ourselves a Commonwealth, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the Commonwealth of New Hampshire. It was thought of that they were their own entities, and they could come together and unite in case of stopping England or stopping France or whoever we needed to stop. But we should go back to individuality states, and that's what I support. I don't know if Portugal has something like that, or it's all just federal.
Well, the territory is pretty small, so before the Republican Revolution, when we became a republic in 1910, we were divided into provinces, and but the Governor General of each province did not have any specific power over any political power over the provinces. And when they were replaced by districts, which had a slightly different organization model, in terms of territory, they were definitely different because they use different parts of each province. But it was always central government who was in charge of the territory and of the divisions of the territory. It wasn't until 1974 that, for geographical reasons, we decided that the islands of the Azores and Madeira have their own internal organization. But the rest, even though we've been trying to create a model to divide the country into workable regions, we can't, because nobody agreed on what's the level of power that would be distributed over those regions. Also, neither of the two ruling parties are sure of who is in charge of each of the regions, because there are political affiliations by territory, just as there are in the United States. And they would want to make sure that the current system of rotation, which is implemented at a national level, is not upset by the notion that the regions would always have the same people running the show.
What is the well, you can't speak for all Europeans. What is maybe Portugal's opinion of Switzerland? They are not part of the European Union. They are their own thing. Do you guys think of them as being better than us, or they think that because they don't want to be a good European? Or
well, we already agreed on something, which basically means that they lose some of their independence, which means the Schengen Agreement means that we don't have border controls. And even though Switzerland is not part of the European Union, they have signed the Schengen Agreement, which means that everyone can come and go, and and commercial products going through the border are not taxed. They don't have border taxes. So they're effectively part of the European Union without being a part of the European Union. In terms of business,
the best of both worlds, then, is what we
Yeah.
would say with our slogan.
Yeah, the thing is, they have a lot of power distributed locally, at a city level, even more than canton level. So the cantons are their divisions, which are more like the size of counties than of states. But there's a lot of power concentrated on the local level.
All right.
Even so, there are things that they do, which has to do with the notion that the Swiss are perfectionists. They will call the cops on you if you're watching TV at 10 at night and people can see the light in your apartment.
So that might be the term here in America would be a busybody.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. They're in everybody's business. A little too nosy. The nosy neighbor.
Right.
Okay. Well, I wondered because they have their own banks and people like that Swiss bank account. They were well known for their knives, their gun making, their you know the clocks, the timekeeping, the timepieces.
Yeah,
So
in that regard, they are they're the symbol of efficiency. But I'm not sure that for me it would be a good place to live.
Okay. Did they always kind of stay away from the Pope, and where most of Europe did whatever the Pope told them to do? Did they?
No,
just
they're no, even their German-speaking populations are mostly Catholic.
Okay. But I meant
the thing with Switzerland, it's Switzerland is very hard to invade.
Oh, yeah, the mountains around them. You bet.
Yeah. Which is why even the German cantons were never part of the Holy Roman Empire.
Okay.
The Holy Roman Empire was a political entity that basically gave the King of Austria power over most of the German-speaking nations. The balance of power tilted after the Napoleonic Wars because now Prussia saw itself stronger. They were in charge of Germany was Austria, and then a few duchies that were larger. Prussia, which was on the far end and was outside the Holy Roman Empire. And then there were a lot of little villages and towns which were independent, but they had no military power to speak of. So they would have to vote on who the Holy Roman Emperor was, and it was always Austria.
Well, I would come from things with a more Protestant mindset, and I often wondered how would I have survived not being a Catholic in Europe, and I always thought I'd probably make it to Switzerland, like Geneva. And
the best place for you, okay, depending on where you came from, the best place for you would probably be the Netherlands. Even though the Spanish Netherlands were part of the Austrian crown and the Austrians were the Catholic Germans, a lot of intellectuals were the religious intellectuals, including the Jews, took refuge during the Reformation in large Dutch cities.
Okay.
So that was probably the best place where you could say what you wanted without having the religious authorities coming after.
All right. Yeah, because I probably wouldn't been able to keep my mouth shut.
In Portugal, you would have been burned to death.
I'm afraid so. Yeah, afraid so.
No question about it. I don't understand why the Spanish Inquisition is famous. We were much meaner with our Inquisition.
Well, that miniseries, of course, it was a book, but most people know it was a miniseries called Shogun. It was the English versus that one boat captain, John Rhys Davis. He represented Portugal, and they allude to that. That they're Catholic over there, and blah blah blah.
The funny thing is, during that time period, Portugal was not an independent nation. There was a succession crisis in 1578, and in 1580, the King of Spain took over the Portuguese crown. So even though they called themselves Portuguese, they would have. Of course, they were Jesuits, and the Jesuits were always political expediters.
Yeah.
And being in the Far East, they were free to do what they wanted without the crown being all over them. But when it comes to mainland, Portugal was under attack from our former allies. Because now we were considered part of Spain, so we were now under control of the enemy, which is how we lost some of our colonies to the English and the Dutch.
Did you guys find that interesting that John Rhys Davis, an Englishman, is portraying a Portuguese?
But that's not a problem. You see, John Rhys Davis is Welsh. And the Iberian Peninsula was a refuge for human beings during the last ice age in Europe.
So you're saying it
and
could have been a lot worse as far as an actor
no,
choice.
it was actually very good. It was actually
Okay.
very good casting. You see the dominant Y haplogroups in Western Europe came from the Iberian Peninsula, but they are no longer dominant in the Iberian Peninsula. But they are dominant in northern France, French-speaking Belgium, and in Wales. So John Rhys Davies is Welsh. He's perfect to play somebody who comes from the Iberian Peninsula.
Okay, good.
He's got the curl. He's short, stocky, and he has curly black hair.
Yeah,
it's us.
Sadly, most people just remember him as a dwarf now.
Hey, to me, he will always be in the Indiana Jones'
Indiana Jones, yeah.
And
Or
Professor
Sliders.
Arturo and Sliders, yeah.
I think somebody's home now. I hear the dog.
Mm-hmm. Let's get a burger.
Well, this conversation probably took a bizarre twist.
Well, it's quite interesting to talk about this.
Oh yeah. I always thought Geneva would be the place because,
the Calvinists started there, but they were not stronger there. And
John Knox, William Tyndale, these people were fleeing England and going there, and there they could translate and do. Leading up to, I'm a big proponent of the King James, so the Geneva Bible and things like that all came from that area where everywhere around us we're being persecuted, but right here in Switzerland we're okay. So I didn't know I consider you an average European or someone who's better minded to answer what they thought of Switzerland as a whole. You guys don't think they're I hate to use this word, it's kind of a bad word here in America. You don't think they're uppity or
no, not like that. Not like that. It's easier to find uppity, low-class Englishmen, mostly because of all the beer. The worst tourists in Southern Europe during summer are always the English. Always.
Maybe from Liverpool?
From everywhere.
Anyway, okay.
Yeah. We start getting into fights, and the Germans are okay because most of the Germans who come to Southern Europe are older, and so you can spot them with their socks and sandals. But they just want to be left alone, and most of them are. If they're in their 70s, they used to smoke pot back then. Of course, their Volkswagen vans are long gone.
Oh boy!
So they have Heimer caravans.
Never heard of those.
Heimer are they modify Fiat Ducato and Mercedes V-Class vans and make caravans with those.
Okay.
They're the best because since there are limits to what we can drive in terms of size and weight with a regular driver's license, they have to weigh under 3.5 tons, and the best way to make sure that they don't go overboard in terms of weight and size is to have a front drive model. And since the Fiat Ducato is a front wheel drive van, it's the best for conversions.
Okay. By the way, speaking of Germany, I'm sure every German will cringe because they know what I'm getting ready to talk about. Oh, we brought up Germany, so guess what the taboo subject will be? I got this pulp. It's reproduction, and I know I can't make the screen larger. You'll have to. So this is the ghost that haunted Hitler. Well, I think the ghost is haunting her, but the ghost that haunted Hitler. I haven't read it yet, but I'm gonna get a good kick out of that. But so in 1942, so you can imagine. Now we're starting in America. We're starting to put together, references to Hitler and that terrible, all that stuff going on there, and blah 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 blah. So sometimes I'll read some of this, like from 1939. I'm thinking, oh, you poor people, you have no idea what's coming. And I wish I could go back and tell you guys, hey, you better stock up, buy tires for your car now, and stuff like that. So silly. But that's like a typical meme you'll see on Twitter. It'll show the difference between men and women. Women want to go back in time and talk to their grandmother. Hey, how are you doing? Men want to go back and go, hey, watch out for that Hitler guy.
Yeah.
So we think differently.
I'm going to go back to the Roman Republic and tell Augustus before he becomes emperor, dude. So there are some crazy Hebrews there who in that place you're conquering now, Judea. Try not to crucify many of them. Otherwise, they're going to replace your religion.
Tell you, Titus sent in. Boy, did he crucified many of them in 70 AD. Boy, it's all over the place. Yeah, I would warn Augustus. Hey, your wife, you might want to keep her out of the food area because we think she's poisoned a lot of people in the past, and I think that's how Claudius died. So I don't know. I wasn't there. I can't prove it. But hey, there's a Fireball. Yeah, it is a marathon. And where is he going on? 7 hours and 46 minutes. Oh boy,
amazing.
He'll easily do 8. So earlier in the day, his phone died, and it was just me, and I was showing paperback books.
Yeah.
So.
And you could do nothing but talk.
Yes. Oh, you were there. You were in the chat.
Yeah, I was there.
Oh, okay.
It was still daytime. Now it's 1:30 in the morning.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, we'll see. I think America is sending over a warship now, and it might get pretty bad real quick. So
they captured a ship which was registered in Portugal, although the shipping company was not Portuguese, and neither were the sailors. And I think they went from the map I saw, and I can't confirm, but it seems that they invaded the United Arab Emirates territorial waters to capture the ship.
Yeah.
Not a good idea.
Oh boy.
Okay. I see a lot of trending in Persian.
Oh, yeah, I bet. There's great little pictures on Twitter of mushroom clouds in the background while Joe Biden has an ice cream cone.
Got pulling balls.
Now, even though I predict that Kratu is back, he's probably watching Trump. Yeah.
Okay, Ian Mouse Chung is being an idiot.
Oh, Dr. Fibes, did you see all those? Yeah. That's just a little stack I had over here. I have a lot of science fiction paperbacks. So much so that I don't really have room for mystery or anything else. I just science fiction is my my first love. So that's a silly phrase, first love. But I count Tarzan as a science fiction. It's in the fantasy, which is a cousin of science fiction, but probably because of all the John Carter and Cars into Venus. So. Well, Paulo, I don't know what else to yak about.
Yeah, I was going through Twitter trying to. I have a lot of news about auto racing in the in there. Yeah, so it's stuff trying to get to the political stuff. Chris Dyson won the first Trans Am race in New Orleans. So okay, good one, Chris Dyson.
I haven't seen a Trans Am in a long time.
No, Trans Am racing has nothing to do with Trans Ams.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The Trans Am was named after Trans Am racing, actually. It was homologation.
Okay, okay.
It was a homologation special.
I believe that's Trump I hear in the background at Crowd 2's house.
Instagram is terrible to discover stuff. Let's see. Oh, well, I'll wait. I'll wait for a Sargon of Akkad to do something on the Lotus Eaters, and then I'll find out what's going on. I don't think anybody's going to launch a missile. You know, we could have eliminated all of this problem if Major T.E. Lawrence had not given concessions to the Arab tribes, and all of that place would still be a colony. Colonialism was a great idea. I don't know why they got rid of it.
Fireball, while you're out there, you're posting some pulps on Instagram. Are those ones you own, or are you just grabbing someone's picture and putting it in there? I'm enjoying them. I just wanted to know ownership. So.
Oh, there is a comic that I have to buy. There is a comic that I... Yep.
You're going to see my screen go black. I'm just going to blow my nose. So
okay,
I'm
no
still
problem.
here.
Yeah. Remember I was saying that I've been buying too many literary adaptations, and there's a new one out here in Portugal. Artist Manuel Latsune adapted Cormac McCarthy's The Road in graphic novel format. So I'm gonna have to buy that when I have money. Should be interesting. There's going to be an English, U.S. edition sometime before the end of the year. So.
Fireball owns those. Cool, Fireball. That's great. One day, Fireball, you and I should get together and do a pulp stream. But and to Paulo, I asked you a few months ago, was the comic Tarzan versus Predator good? And you said it was all right. I haven't grabbed it yet, but I did get 2 of the 5 Tarzan on the Planet of the Apes. I haven't read them yet, but looks very interesting.
Yeah, it's actually an idea that should work.
So Tarzan's gone into the future of the Planet of the Apes future, I'm guessing. So, It'd be like, Charlton Heston, just more wild and berserk. I'm guessing because I haven't read it yet.
I'm surprised that there's not more. Well, I mean, it's not in the public domain in the U.S., right? No, so the first 9 novels are in the public domain. I think that's it. But they should be doing more things with Tarzan. The thing is, they should not have kept the trademark. And it's the trademark that's preventing the more use of the Burroughs characters.
Well, one day I'm going to do another paperback video, and I have enough to do a Tarzan episode all by itself. I have a Tarzan book, unauthorized, called Tarzan and the Snowmen. And of course, he got a big cease and desist letter. But I'll be showing that. I was hoping it was nearby. I was going to grab it, show you, but I have so many paperbacks. I have to segregate them. I don't mean to make that sound braggadocious. I have too many paperbacks.
That's a good
really
problem to have.
sad, yeah. I can't get to it. A lot of the Mars stuff here. I need 3 hands.
I do need to read more original Tarzan. I liked the Johnny Weissmuller movies when I was a kid, but I mean, they were always the same thing.
You heard me talk about them earlier today.
Yeah.
He really was intelligent, but the movies didn't always portray that.
No. I mean, in terms of language, it does make more sense to speak a broken language. The adaptation, Tarzan's adaptation in the original novel to a civilized lifestyle, it shouldn't happen. He shouldn't be speaking so well, so fast. He shouldn't know the social conventions. Even learning how to recognize symbols all alone, or reading in his father's cabin.
Found it. And the apes should have, beat his brains out upon finding him. But then we wouldn't have a whole series.
Yeah.
24 novels.
Well, I do accept the idea that those were not. I mean, those were not chimps. They were a more human-like ape. So.
Okay. Tarzan.
Yeah.
We've been all over the place.
They were a different. They were not gorillas. They were the great apes. They were. But I don't know.
I found it. So.
What?
I'll hold it up.
Coming in the middle of a conversation. Bear in mind, I haven't heard anything said since I was last here. So. Okay, so what are we talking about here?
Unauthorized. This is in the Abominable Snowmen. So after Burroughs passed away, this guy quickly wrote this novel, and he got told not to do it. So you can still pick these
there
up.
were people that.
So.
Dr. Five says George Washington was a man with a lot of integrity and was very intellectual. A lot is known about him, and much is written about him, much deeper subject than most people know. That must be when you said all presidents are corrupt. Fireball says, doggone it, this is a marathon? Is this a marathon? Kevin
2 minutes.
City says, hello, Drew, and love the paperbacks, Graphic Man. Hey, Drew, I'm backstage in the green. Oh, shoot. Well, you didn't look like you're there anymore. Let me see. No, he must have given up. You can come back now, Kevin, if you want. When they do launch missiles, it'll be Trump's fault. Oh, they're being sarcastic. In other words, they'll blame it on him. Yes, sir, I own.
I asked him about the pulp magazines that he's been posting in Instagram. I want to know if those were really his, or is he just grabbing an image? And they really are his, so good.
Tarzan, Conqueror of Mars is fun. Brian Werper.
Oh, that must be the gentleman.
Did you like the Filmation Tarzan cartoon series from the 70s? So I watched it as a kid.
Yes, I was huge fan. Yeah.
Yeah. Filmation was doing a lot of stuff from their generation that they loved as kids. Captain Marvel, Tarzan, Lone Ranger, Zorro, Flash Gordon. You could tell that they loved the material. Some of them were better than others, though. Drew, wait, don't leave. Did she must have left right?
Yeah.
There were 5 of the Brian Werper novels.
I have one. Fireball's probably got all 5, but I have one. So, which I didn't necessarily want to go grab them all because I really want Edgar Rice Burroughs, but I thought it'd be neat to have one. So. Did you say you have them all, Gratu?
Oh no, I don't have any of them. Okay. What about film adaptations? Which there was a movie that came out about maybe 7 or 8 years ago that I thought was really good. I don't know what it was called. Of Tarzan.
Yeah, was there a scene where a big gorilla is menacing and Tarzan kind of has to just lay down and play dead for a while? If that's the one,
I have no.
Okay.
It came out about the same time as that Wonder Woman movie. That first.
Yeah, about that time. Yeah.
Okay, then that's. There was a TV show in the 90s that tried hard, but it was in the early days of CGI, about the same time as Tarzan. I mean, as Hercules and Xena. There was a Tarzan series, and there were action figures made from it, and they had Tarkus and I think a John Carter and a.
Well,
it made you think that they were going to appear in the TV show, but
I don't want to insult anyone in the chat, but whenever I do an image search for Tarzan, I am inundated with this Disney cartoon Tarzan.
Oh, that's terrible.
And I don't want to see that. I want to see old images so I can find a cover. So
that one
nowadays no
chance. In the chat. If anyone liked the Disney cartoon, they are assholes. So we can insult them and we can flip them off. Because
some of our friends may like that. I don't want to,
Well,
but it's not my cup of tea.
And I'm not. There are no someone that could genuinely say they like the Disney cartoon is no friend of mine. I mean, I could tolerate them. I could say, "Hi, how are you? You good?" But I could never. No.
Watch Dr. Fives out there is probably horribly offended or Fireball or Gotham.
Come on. It's like when Disney did Hercules and they had to make it wholesome. So Hercules' parents, I don't know, they changed who his parents were. I think maybe he was all God. It was Hercules. I'm sorry, Hercules was Zeus and Hera's son, probably. I think I never watched it, but they didn't want to say, okay, well, Zeus had an affair with a mortal woman, so Hercules was half God.
They didn't have a problem with that, especially because there was the episode where Hercules goes into Tartarus and he does have to see his dead wife and kids.
No, I'm talking about the cartoon.
Oh, the cartoon. Oh.
Disney had a animated cartoon
Hercules
film. Yeah. And in that, he was just the son of Zeus and Hera. They didn't want to explain that to kids. And I don't know what are you talking about the Hercules of Hercules and Xena?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was fine. I mean, it was kind of. I enjoyed the series. He was just like an ordinary guy that you'd see in a mall playing. I liked the guy. The actor was very personable, and he's a real nice guy in real life. You know, he's one of the
Dr.
few people
Phibes.
in Hollywood that's not a Satan worshiper. But I
The
mean,
thing
he was just like a guy that drove up to the set in a van and then just walked out. Hey, he didn't try to talk in Shakespearean way. He just was like, "Hey, how are you? Hey, I'm Hercules. Hey, feathered hair." It was kind of funny. And the first season, Xena was a kick-ass. I hate to use that term. It was a great series in the first season, and I think Roy Thomas was writing the scripts, and it felt like a Marvel Conan comic. And then they had the second season. It's like, oh, they're not just friends.
Oh, yeah.
Xena and her friend aren't. You can't just have them. You know, they
Yeah.
have to like, oh, they're actually. Oh, thank you. I don't care about that. But it was, and I thought that Lucy Lawless was a beautiful. I thought that was great. You know, that series.
Paulo, are you familiar with there was an ABC News movie critic named Gene Shalit. He, white guy, big poofy hair and a very fuzzy mustache. I'm just saying that because I know Gratu knows who I'm talking about. He did all their movie critics. And when the Hercules cartoon came out, Gene Shalit says, "Oh, this is a great movie. You'll go see it. Thumbs up." And I'm thinking, ABC that you work for is owned by Disney. Of course, you're going to say, "This is a great movie."
I didn't know Gene Shalit was still alive at that point.
Oh, this was way back. Yeah, it was near the end of his career, probably.
Well, yeah, that was a terrible movie. And
that's like NBC will never do a story telling you that General Electric light bulbs are bad for you because GE owns NBC. So,
oh yeah. Well, you know, there were the Tarzan TV show in 1966. I liked how he was portrayed. It didn't really ever get into epic, fantastic adventures, and I hated the little sidekick, Shy or whatever his name was. It was very much, you could tell it was filmed in South America. It kind of came across that way. The one that had Doc Savage, Ron Eli playing him, that was good. And there were a bunch of movies in the 50s that where Tarzan sounded intelligent. And Greystoke was really good when that came out in the early 80s.
I remember a scene. He's holding the big monkey or the big ape, and the monkey's talking to him. And I didn't know if that was a motor in the mouth or a real actor. I don't remember, but that's the only thing I remember. Yeah.
Oh well, and if it was in Greystoke, it had to have been practical special effects. The CGI wasn't even a dream then. But my memory's not good enough to tell you. I mean, something about the way the actor looked. He looked a little bit looked like he had a little bit of brain damage, possibly just a Frenchman. So he looked
you know, like you said, he had his whole skull ripped open. So
oh yeah, I was telling him earlier, Paulo, that I remember in one scene in Jungle Tales of Tarzan, it's like they describe this the whole top of his head's ripped off. Like it's like, how did they fix that? Could the monkey stitch it back into place?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they were brutally violent books, but also very moral. It's very good stuff for kids, you know. I'm not being sarcastic. Because I think that because little boys want that, and then they have the morality thrown in there. What is going on here? Oh, Dr. Phibes said he would have never watched any Disney movie in the last 40 years. And then he says, I was a bad father because my son never saw any of the Disney movies made after 1970. So now he has no nostalgic connection with Disney movies that his peers know. He's not a Disney fan. And then Fireball says, Jai. Yeah. What was I calling him? Chai? Something like that. Yeah,
Have you guys seen
I saw
Luke
something on
Wallace's?
Instagram where a guy's in the water, and he was someone that it was a real footage of a guy that has. I guess he was worked with elephants, and he was out there in the wild, and he came out into the water, and these elephants from a distance of about a football field away see this guy, and they run to him and just smother him with elephant kind of kisses. And I thought this would be a great scene in a Tarzan movie if they could
Yeah.
get that guy as a stunt double for whatever actor's playing Tarzan. And because it wasn't CGI, it was real, and there was a stampede of elephants coming to love this guy. That would have been a breathtaking scene in a Tarzan movie, like unlike anything ever seen. And there's so many opportunities in these comic book movies, scenes in like in the Aquaman origin in the comic books, and the way it was played out in the record I got when I was 5 years old from MGM Records, Leo the Lion Records, when Aquaman first, comes into his power, and they have there's a parade, all the sea animals parade in front of him and pay homage to him. It's like, why didn't they put that in the movie? Or maybe they did, but that was in the way they had the music swell up like an old radio show, and it just like it was so cool. And then the first movie, actually I've never really seen it. Did I tell you what happened with Aquaman?
No, I have no idea.
Because I don't know, because I do this show and I tell the same stories over and over again. And one time someone was getting pissed about it. Same old stories,
Oh, really? Wow.
Someone was, they are in the chat. They're all assholes in the chat. But no, it was, we're coming back from Houston. Houston's, I don't know if how things are laid out, Paulo, because I sure don't know anything about Portugal, but Houston is down south in Texas. And where I was living was up in north in Texas. It's a 4-hour drive. And we'd go down to visit Cleo's mom and sister at Christmas time. And we usually come back the day after Christmas. And 3 years in a row, for some reason, the day after Christmas, there'd be horrible storms and tornadoes jumping up and down the highway that we're trying to get. And who thinks that would happen around Christmas time? But I couldn't even see the road at all. I'm surprised I'm alive one time. And we pulled over to some fast food restaurant, and Cleo ran in, and I guess the tornado was like right near us, and somehow her glasses just disappeared off her face. So they may have been grabbed by a part of the tornado, because it was dancing around the high. Anyway, the next year after she lost her glasses coming back, we're coming back along there, and it's really bad rain. And so, well, let's pull over. There's the Galaxy Drive-In movie theaters coming up here. We'll stop and see a movie and wait for the rain to stop, because we're not survive this on the highway. So we go in there and Aquaman's playing, and so we pull in, and then it's most of the movie's underwater, and then it starts raining horribly, like where you can't hear anything because the rain hitting the top, so you really couldn't hear the people on the screen. And I have my windshield wipers going so I can see the screen, and there's water all around us hitting us. The people in the movie are underwater. It was like we're watching it underwater with Aquaman. And so I could see that the special effects are really cool, and I could tell this is the first Aquaman movie. I don't know anything about the second. I thought, well, doesn't look anything like Aquaman, but this is probably an entertaining movie. I bought it on disc later, but I still haven't even watched it. So I really haven't seen the movie, but except basically I was underwater watching the movie, and then by the time we left, the water, it was all mud and pretty deep, starting to flood in the drive-in. Anyway, I don't even know why because I was talking about that Tarzan scene that never happened, that would have been spectacular, and how, some of this stuff in the stuff that they could put in movies that would just be really cool, but they never do. Oh, well. What was the last superhero movie you guys saw?
Captain America: Civil War.
That hideous Black Panther movie, because of that, his sister is apparently the genius. That just irritated me. But
you mean the first one or the second one?
The first one. I never saw the second one. I had no desire to see the second one. I kind of knew when I saw the first Black Panther, I knew this will be my last. I'm tired of it.
Well, the first one wasn't as bad as the ones now. But,
I agree, but the stuff was there, and it was already getting too much for me.
You can see, well, because didn't they have Bruce Banner in it, and she was smarter than him?
Probably.
Did he appear in Black Panther?
I don't remember him being there, but you could tell. Oh, she invented all this, and she did. And I was thinking, okay, they did this all so many years ago. Okay, she's supposed to be 13 now. That means she was doing all this at age 8. Come on, that she is not Reed Richards at age 8. I'm not buying it.
I don't know what movie it was. It might have been an Avengers Endgame or something. But the little girl, I think her name is Shuri. She says something, well, blah, 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 blah. And then it's like Bruce Banner says, gee, why didn't I think of that? It's
goodness. Yeah.
But, he's supposed to be right up there with Reed Richards as far as intelligence. But, of course, in the movie, it makes sense. I don't think people watching the movies know that Bruce Banner's supposed to be a super genius, because that actor seems really stupid. And he's got TDS and everything.
Yeah.
It's just he doesn't he just comes across as a real dullard. And so yeah, I could believe that this teenage girl's smart. But the second Black Panther movie, I saw a little bit of it, a good majority of it on cable or whatever you call the streaming shit. Oh, it's far worse, because Black Panther's dead. He doesn't appear in the movie at all.
Yeah.
Because the actor died, so Disney thinks it would be disrespectful to recast him. It's like, what? He was pretty good as Black Panther, though.
Agreed.
When did he first appear? Civil War?
Yeah.
He was good in that. But then by the time Black Panther came along...
He was doing a South African accent, which is not sure how I would do. I'd probably do something closer to Nigerian.
Well, all I know is when the first Black Panther movie came out, the teacher across the hall from me was from Africa, and he was really impressed with the movie, because I guess they use a lot of real elements of African culture mixed in with all the
but it was like going to a Chinese buffet. Everything, they put everything in it.
Well, he liked it. Maybe he likes junk food, but he was like, plus maybe he was like, there's no other Hollywood movie that has this much of my culture in it and everything. Of course,
including cultures that aren't his. It's like they're using, okay, let's represent American culture. So let's have an Alaskan cowboy hunting moose while going to a Hollywood audition in a New York cab.
I think he heard a lot of words from his language, and the accents were believable to him. I don't know. I'm not from Africa, so I have to defer to him. But
I think since the Dora Milaje speak Hausa in the comics, they probably went with Hausa, which is spoken in northern Nigeria, northern Cameroon, in southern Niger. So that will not be a problem.
All I know is Civil War was a great movie. Winter Soldier was a fantastic movie. There have been some great. The first Iron Man, and for a good 10 years, they weren't 100% perfect, but they were a lot of fun. And I would put on the calendar when these movies were coming out that year, and I'd look forward to them. And now they've completely destroyed everything. Completely destroyed it. They've completely, as far as I'm concerned, they're just agents of chaos. They're doing it on purpose to just trash the stuff.
Yes, That's
their
why Silver
socialist
Surfer.
agenda.
Yeah, the Silver Surfer is going to be just horrible.
Yeah.
Now, I have seen the logo for Fantastic Four. They've done it in a not like the comic book font, but it looks very 50s, early 60s. They're apparently setting it in a world that looks like a futuristic New Frontier 1960s Kennedy looking era and all that. I'm not impressed with the casting of the Human Torch. I guess that guy, I don't really, at least they're not casting a guy with dreadlocks to be Ben Grimm. And they said, well, it's okay because we're casting an act because, because Ben Grimm is Jewish. They figure, well, we don't want to. So they found a guy that was African American but was Jewish, and then they said, well, then that'll be okay because the important thing about the thing is that he's Jewish. But it's just ridiculous. But the Silver Surfer thing is pretty weird. I don't know what they're doing, what they're thinking. I can't imagine it'll be good in any way. They're not capable of doing it. I mean, they got Sam Raimi in to do a Doctor Strange movie. How would you have ever thought that would have been a shitty movie? Sam Raimi, the guy that made Evil Dead, is going to do a Doctor Strange movie. You told me that 30 years ago. Like, it's going to be great. But then so much studio interference, it turned into a horrible movie. And every opportunity, all male heroes are degraded and cucked and made to be impotent and worthless. And Doctor Strange, and first of all, talking about predictive programming, and I was talking about earlier how the Hollywood will put stuff in the movies and then to kind of condition you, and then it happens in real life. Like yesterday, a Civil War movie comes called Civil War about the United States breaking into, and it's like, and it was financed by the Obamas to get people thinking about it, like how bad it's going to be when these Trump people do this. But when they did the Thanos deal, and then half the population of Earth dies, and then they get brought back 5 years later. Well, in the meantime, they show Thor being a fat guy, and so it's a big joke to do that. And the fact that and they call it the blip, which it's like in comic books, epic things happen, and it's where the world, but they don't do stuff in the comics I read. Maybe they do now. When you kill off half the population and then you bring them back 5 years later, that's a mass traumatic event. So, oh well, they all came back. That's basically, to me, that was a metaphor for the pandemic, for COVID, and how people were either lost their lives or lost their careers, lost their businesses, lost their trust in doctors and humanity, and so someone's wife or husband disappears, they get remarried, and then they come back 5 years later looking exactly like they did, and that's a very unpleasant. That I don't go to these movies. Maybe in some deep science fiction novel you could get into that, but they didn't really explore all that, the psychological trauma that would cause. And I don't want to see a movie about that. These are comic book movies, and that's why it took the fun out of it. That sucked everything out of it. That one thing. If they had just brought him back, like they went back in time and they took out Thanos the day before he snapped his fingers, then it would have been great. But what they've done is they've created this world where they set up Doctor Strange with a girlfriend in the first Doctor Strange movie. In the second movie, he's sitting there in a church watching her get married because he just came back, and while he was gone, she starts dating this guy. And of course, I won't even get into that. But and so he's all depressed, and then Spider-Man comes back 5 years later, and he's still in high school, and half the kids have gone on, have already graduated, and it's just, and you just expect me. I don't want to see all this trauma. What is the point of it? It's just they're, and then they kill off Iron Man. They take Captain America back to his girlfriend in another time period, and they strip you of all the characters that you only just introduced. They've only been in a few movies, and then you kill them. The Avengers, according to the movies, have only done 2 or 3 things in their whole careers. Instead of get another actor. Maybe they'll be better. Maybe they'll be worse. We'll go from Sean Connery. Well, we'll try out George Lazenby. We'll try out Roger Moore. That works for a good 10, 15 years. Then we get, but you just kill off your character because the actor's going off to do something else. And I love the character of the Falcon. I want to see the Falcon. I don't want him to be Captain America. I have no interest in a Captain America movie where Captain America's the Falcon. I don't want to see a Spider-Man movie where he's Hawkeye. It's just, and now it's just going to be a bunch of teeny bopper little kids filling in for bullshit.
Here's the thing. I stopped caring after Iron Man 3. That was the last one I saw in the movies.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. I only
a lot
saw
longer than that. You didn't see the I forget.
He says
the
stop
names of the
caring.
movies were.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I saw Captain America as a Winter Soldier in Civil War at home. I didn't see any of the Thors. I saw the first Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
And that's it. No, I saw the 2 end games back to back, and I thought, why is this 2 movies? Everything, there's a lot of filler here. I would cut it down. I wouldn't even do a 1.5 hour movie. It fit all of it fits into a single less than under 1.5 hour movie. I don't need.
Well, I think you get more than an hour and a half out of it, but I could agree that it could have been cut into one movie. I thought the Guardians of the Galaxy movies were very entertaining. The third one, I really liked it, but I didn't like what they did with Warlock. They just made him just another worthless male character.
Yeah. Paulo, Gotham was
really poignant stuff with Rocket Raccoon and the other animal friends that were being tortured by the High Evolutionary. That was good stuff. I think that might have been the last good one. The Spider-Man movies have been good. Even though, yeah, they've been pretty consistently good. The one with Michael Keaton as the Vulture had some great.
Sure.
It had something that was the scene that sticks out in my mind the most is when he's in the car with his prom date or whatever date, and the Vulture's in the driving, and he knows he's Spider-Man, and he knows he's the Vulture, but they got to keep the date happy. Oh, that was a great scene. Shit like that brings tears to my eyes because it's done so well. That's what I like to see, and that's what I hope for in these movies. I was entertained as hell by Thor Ragnarok, even though it was silly. It was so much fun. And then the same director comes back and does the next one, and it's god awful. I don't know how that happened, but it happened with Wonder Woman. I loved the first Wonder Woman. Second movie, same director. It's like what happened to her? And then you wonder, did they really direct the first one, or did they have some help? And then the second one, they get a big head. Oh, I can do it all on my own. I don't need these second unit directors helping me. I don't know. But all I see on Facebook now are people complaining about James Gunn and how he's handling the DC movies, and all they've seen is the logo on the Superman chest logo, shield, and I have confidence that James Gunn's going to do those movies right. All I have to see is who he cast as Lois Lane, and I see, okay, I know where he's going with this. This is going to be phenomenal. And he's got Metamorpho in it. Okay, this guy knows what he's doing. This is going to be good. But all these people say, oh, I bet he's going to have red shorts on him. That looks so wrong. It's because none of these people have ever read a comic book. They only know the Snyder movies. And oh, that looks so silly to have well, it's just, that's what Superman's supposed to look like. I don't know. But there's a lot of people that really love Henry Cavill and are so upset he's not the guy in it. But I don't know.
It's not Henry Cavill's fault.
Yeah.
That's not Superman.
No, but he's got the stink of Snyder on him, and because he was in like 4 or 5 movies acting the way he was told, he looks the part, although to me I don't accept him as Superman because he's just doesn't have the spirit. But again, he probably could have done it right and the only time I ever saw him smile was when he was directed by the Buffy guy. And I just remember when he smiles, he looks really weird because he really had a mustache and they CGI'd the mustache off. So he just looks like he's someone with a cleft palate or something.
Was Henry Cavill a good Napoleon Solo?
I couldn't stand that movie because it had none of the aesthetic of the TV series. Didn't even have the theme song.
Yeah.
I think he was about the same. He's just this. I don't see him as a great actor or anyone with a real personality. He's just kind of a guy that stands there. I mean, some actors have a lot of Clint Eastwood. I mean, there's actors that can may not be great actors, but everyone loves Harrison Ford. He can, he's every guy wants to be him. Women love him, but what I as a kid have thought, boy, I want to be Henry Cavill. He's just a guy that never even smiles. There were good things in the Zack Snyder movies. There were, because he's a pretty good cinematographer. He can recreate comic book panels, but he's not really capable of original thought. But if he's looking at some comic book, he can recreate it, and it can. And someone that's never read a comic book watching Batman versus Superman, maybe that's really cool seeing Batman fight like that. But if you've ever read a comic, Batman's not going to be slaughtering whole warehouses full of people and machine gunning them. It doesn't make any sense. But if you're just a video game lover and you've never read a Batman comic, that probably looks cool as hell. I can understand that. And then they wonder, why do those old guys not like this? Well, because they grew up reading the comics where that's not anything like what Batman is. Well, look here in this book, he's doing it. Yeah, that's the Dark Knight Returns. That was, but of course, DC has perpetuated that, and all. I don't know. I wish there were entertaining movies. I don't like that there isn't. People are loving this X-Men cartoon that just started a few weeks ago. I'm hearing pretty much nothing but positive stuff about it. Initially, people were pessimistic because the guy that wrote all the episodes was exposed as a horrible creep and was fired even by Disney. Even Disney fired the guy who was so bad. Because basically they had someone worse than Hunter Biden writing the first 2 seasons, essentially. But I don't know, people are liking it. They killed off 2 major characters in the last episode, and everyone's like really moved by it. Of course, they didn't really kill them because I won't spoil it for people, but I wanted to spoil it for myself, so I read on further and saw, okay, they killed those two. That's not going to last. But I don't know. You guys haven't seen that, I assume, huh?
No, I don't subscribe to. I don't use subscription services. I already pay for cable. Yeah, not
Oh
gonna pay
yeah,
more.
well, I think we get it because my wife's mom subscribes to it or something. I don't know. Somehow we get it, but I'm signed off on this TV downstairs, and I keep wanting to get the password, but I don't. And then I could maybe see if it's any good. Then I could offer a review on my show. I don't think anyone would care.
What's your record for streaming? Because you are at 8 hours 34 minutes.
I went back and checked.
Oh, you locked up.
I think you jinxed it.
Yeah.
Down now.
Oh,
I think they
whatever
turned me and they're shutting me.
Yeah.
No, one time I drove to Dallas and I walked around the cemetery, my brother's grave, and I went to my parents' grave. And then I drove over to Duncanville Books and looked through the comic books. And, then I went back to Arlington and I was looking at some graves of some Civil War soldiers.
I remember that.
But I don't know how I did that, because now if I walk down the front steps of my house, it starts to turn into Lego blocks. I guess if I kept going, then I'd start picking up. My phone would connect to the satellite instead of the Wi-Fi. I guess it's when I'm going from my Wi-Fi to connecting to Sputnik. But it's interesting to realize that StreamYard doesn't really tether you to one spot, although I'm doing that now because I'm lazy. But when you do it with a phone, you can move around, and nobody does that. And I know some people hate it when I do it because they get seasick and everything. But to me, I want to, like one time Night Tiger got up and went around his house and showed everything, all the rest, because he saw the other walls, and he went in the front yard. That's what I like to see. I want to see. I don't want to see one static shot. I like it when Captain Strangelove goes down the aisles and you realize, oh my God, this is what we're all becoming. It's just that it's like that Blind Alleys in EC Comics? Remember that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, but I'm following.
The guy, there's a horrible, mean guy that runs a home for the blind. They all hate this guy because he's really mean to them and treats the blind people really badly. So these this was in Tales from the Crypt or Vault of Horror, and then they adapted it in the 1972 Tales from the Crypt movie as one of the stories, and then they later adapted it, I think, for the HBO. So I'm sure they did.
Yeah.
Anyway, so they build a maze. The blind people all get together secretly at night, like in The Great Escape, and they build this maze with very thin walkways in between. I left out an important little thing. Is the mean guy that runs the home for the blind has these vicious dogs, and he's always sicking them on the blind people and biting them. So the blind people, I think they kidnap the owner of the home for the blind, let the dogs get hungry, and meanwhile they're building this maze that goes from the little prison cell that the owner is in, and they line all the walls of the maze with after you go a few feet down the maze, there are razor blades floor to ceiling on the walls, sticking out, blades sticking out. So the the guy says, "Oh, these bastards, they think they've got me, and then they open the door. No, there's a maze. They think they have me scared. I'll just be really careful." And then he see, oh, there's razor blades. He cuts himself, and he says, "Oh, I can be really careful and move really slowly down, and I won't cut myself. I'll get out of here." And then they release the dogs, and they start chasing him, so he has to start running and bumping into all the razor blades, cutting himself to ribbons. And oh, okay. I was thinking, why am I telling the story? When Hans has to go down the aisles in between all these boxes of unbelievably valuable collectibles, it reminds me of the guy trying to avoid getting cut with all the. And that's how I felt back in Arlington in that house. So I know exactly. It's things like that that make you relate to people on YouTube more. I want to see more of their how. In one of your early videos, Micah, you show the bathroom with all the Charlie Brown stuff, and you go through your house. I like that. I like to see more than just a couple of backdrops. Yeah, it makes people dizzy, and Spinner Rack would always say, you could hold your camera straighter, you could get this kind of. It's like, well, that's just how I do it, man. It's just I like to see. Like I was kind of hoping Paulo would give us more of a tour of his condominium.
No, here's the thing. My on my cell phone, I really can't use it. In the computer, even though it's a laptop, it's not a good idea to move. Just yesterday, I had to tape my screen to my keyboard because the hinges had finally broken. And
that's what happened to the Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills in San Antonio. His laptop is in two pieces, so he has to carefully put it together and just perfect so it works. And then he doesn't have any lights, so he can only do his videos at certain times of the day when the light's coming through his big picture window up there in the penthouse of this. So yeah, a lot of people have this antiquated equipment because they're spending all their money on comic books, and they're still got these. And this phone that I'm using is all messed up. Oh, my wife is now on us another identity. Let's see what people are saying here. Dr. Fives never saw any of the Black Panther movies. Yeah, the second one was really disgraceful. Oh, I thought he meant Mad Libs, where you fill in the blanks. I got some libs mad at me when they were raving about Black Panther. I asked them, "So you agree that a nation having a wall like Wakanda is a good thing?" Yeah, that was an interesting thing because they were bringing up all these things that they were criticizing Trump for at the time when that movie came out. And I remember that. That's exactly a good point. He was doing all the same things Trump was doing, and I thought, are they going to explore that? Because they're basically, he was very much made to be a hero, but he was very Trump-like. But then, it's a very technological society, but then they have to fight to the death who's going to be the next leader or something like. It seemed a little like, I don't know about that. Gotham City Comics. I actually want to see that movie where an Alaskan cowboy is hunting moose. I don't know what is he talking about?
When I was describing that we're mixing up all of the African cultures, and I said it's like doing an Alaskan cowboy hunting moose while auditioning for a role in Hollywood and getting into a taxi in New York.
Yeah,
that's what they did with Wakanda.
Yeah, very funny.
And
Fireball and Gotham.
Yeah. Wakanda highlighted. Yeah, Wakanda highlighted the typical American deficiencies with geography because a lot of people thought that the country was real.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know a lot of people did. Yeah, they're really proud of the culture in the movie. Have you ever heard the song? There's a video on YouTube for a hip hop song called Wally World. and it's hilarious. And then there's another one about McDonald's, but I forget the name. Cleo would know who it was. It's unbelievably funny. I just cracked up. I am apparently saying this, but it's my wife on my account because that's the one that has no commercials. I just cracked up. I just cracked up about people getting dizzy. Is it after 8 o'clock? Oh, it's
yeah.
been after 8 o'clock for 30 minutes. My wife's off work. I probably need to cut the stream pretty quick. She says, "Oh no, I'm you again." And then she comes on as one of her other identities, Colty McNulty, and says, "Hi, I'm one of my multiple personalities again. I have multiple personality disorder. I just gave you a like, Grotz. Oh, good. Yeah, so yeah. I'm gonna look
So yeah.
on I'm gonna look on on Rumble and see what and show you Blazing Press because that's what I'm gonna probably be doing here after I sign off. See, I go to Rumble, the Rumble app on my Roku, or you could just, if you don't have Roku, just go to Rumble. I guess it's
Right.
probably rumble.com. And then I'm going to look at the live feeds. Blazing Press has to have one. I'm not seeing it, so I'll just go to search at the top and type in Blazing Press. And I bet he's going to have multiple cameras covering whatever it is happening in the Middle East, which I still don't know. All I know is what you guys have told me. Blazing.
Well, rest assured, Biden's getting ready to address the nation from the Oval Office.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, he'll have this all
Mike,
straightened
and I'm
out.
completely seriously, before we sign off.
In front of Paulo, right? Okay.
You know what I'm going to ask, because I respect you as kind of a biblical scholar. Is this still not the end times? What do you think?
Well, a lot of guys, when I was a kid, they thought something's got to have Russia or Turkey to invade Israel, and that would start World War III. But it just showed where Russia will go along with Iran and support Iran in this. So that would do it. And this would lead credence to Paulo thinking Russia's kind of the bad guy, even though I think Ukraine has done a lot of bad things. But
that's not the problem. Here's the thing: the idea is that we already took care of that. They have to join the European Union because we are going to rebuild Ukraine. So in order to rejoin the European Union, they have to completely remodel their political system in order to resemble France.
I just think of Ukraine as a place where they launder money, and they're going to kill off all the males between 17 and 60, and then they're going to take all the women and bring them here to this country and put them in the adult film industry, or worse, is what I think they're going to do, while they launder all their criminal money, because that's what they do. They're scum. But here's what
they tried doing that in Cyprus. They tried doing that in Cyprus, but it turns out their women are too ugly to enter the adult film industry.
Okay, gosh.
So they just
pretty mean.
Social commentary.
So they just laundered the money.
Yeah,
trust me. You think they Russian women, Polish. They were doing that with Poland for tons of Russian, Polish women that they suck them into that industry. And they don't look like the way they depict them in the movies. There's beautiful women there. They just don't want you to know that because they want you to hate these countries. This is what Blazing Press does. See how they have all these camera angles, and so he follows it, and he does commentary sometimes and praise, and then when something really happens dramatically, he cuts to that camera.
Yeah.
And so this is probably the best way. You could go around and hunt different ways to look at things, or this guy, trust me, he's really good when disasters happen, of giving you all and see, this is just like you're in the West Wing, and this is what they're presenting to the president. You see everything. You're in Israel, Tel Aviv, Israel, Jerusalem. He's got cameras all over Israel showing you in real time live what's going on. So
once again,
Blazing
this is
Press is what
Blazing
he
Press
used to be
on
on
Rumble.
YouTube a lot. I'm talking over someone. I can barely hear. I'm
Okay.
sorry if I am. What?
I was just reiterating for anybody. This is Blazing Press on Rumble.com.
Yes, and yeah, Blazing Press, and
Okay.
it looks like a little onion or something. I guess it's supposed to be a flame, but he used to broadcast from YouTube, but then YouTube didn't really like him, so he's now on Rumble. Sometimes he streams on YouTube if he thinks it's safe, but he'll usually do a little 2-minute commercial on YouTube and say, "Come over and watch me on Rumble." But yeah, this is the way I'm going to be watching this, and I don't know how bad this is going to get, but we really ought to just say a prayer because, or more than one prayer, because war is never good, no matter what the people are ugly or how. I mean, I don't want to see war ever. I mean, it's cool in a movie or a comic book, but it really probably isn't even cool then. Says you think about the fact I love these war comics, but it's like they're selling war to these little 9-10-year-old kids that thought it was cool because their dads had fought in a war, and it's like it really is. You kind of question the morality of that because it really was never the way it was portrayed in movies traditionally. I mean, now you've got movies like Saving Private Ryan and stuff where you see half of people's heads disappear.
Yeah.
But they don't it used to be what was really the ultimate was that early 50s GI Joe comic from the Korean War. That comic was so funny because he was just having as much fun. He was just like this guy on the football field having fun, throwing grenades and punching. It's funny, but then on the other hand, this is really propaganda that, but I don't want to be a spoil sport to people.
Hey,
But,
Gratu, I don't want to cause a run or a panic on anybody, but I'm thinking, I have less than half a tank of gas. I think I ought to go gas up because by tomorrow the price could be another $1 or so. I think I'm going to duck out real quick.
Yeah, that's a smart idea. I haven't gassed up since March 1st, and I'm not down to half a tank yet. That means I can survive unless I have to flee into the country. I can survive until the end of June but I'm in a special. I'm in one of those 15-minute cities. But yeah, you're exactly right. Everyone ought to do that. If you live in a city, you always should have a full tank of gas.
So, Paulo, maybe
Biden's world.
Maybe next time we'll talk about Cyprus women. So looking forward to it.
Oh my God, how did it get to that?
Or at least, well, if not, we'll talk about Cyprus.
I go back and hear everyone talking about, well, I was eating a hamburger. But see you later, Micah and Paulo and everybody.
Bye.
Let's all go watch the war, man. Take care, everybody. I guess I'll end the stream. Happy wartime, everybody.